Chapter 49:12. By the side. In the chamber where Pig Spirit was in seclusion, there was an earth-shattering rumble of thunder. Pig Spirit, who had been in seclusion all this time, had finally awakened. He immediately sensed Yi Xian's aura. In his joy, he let out such an earth-shattering roar. However, the old bastard had clearly gotten carried away. He had been calling Yi Xian boss previously, but now he was calling him little bastard. Yi Xian snorted coldly as his expression instantly turned sullen. Rumble, phew! In the next moment, a rumbling sound rang out. The giant door of the secret room that was made of starry sky alloy slowly opened. An ray of light shot out from within. Its speed was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 300 meters away from Yi Xian and abruptly stopped. Who else could it be but Pig Spirit? Little bastard, it's really you. You finally know to come back? Mother Fastra's cur, I've been screwed over by you this time. Ugh. Upon seeing Yi Xian, a glint flashed in Pig Spirit's eyes. His face instantly revealed a look of anger as the aura in his body surged incessantly. It gave off a feeling of overwhelming rage. However, halfway through his sentence, the old bastard finally thought of sensing Yi Xian's cultivation aura. It would have been fine if he did not probe, but once he did, his expression instantly froze. The words he was saying came to a halt as his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. He looked as though he had seen a ghost, and even subconsciously shrank his neck. His voice instantly weakened by an octave, and he began to stutter, This, old pig, am I hallucinating? Heavenly Tao Realm? Boss, you actually stepped into the Heavenly Tao Realm? Could it be that you have even refined a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill? Ayaya, it's no wonder you were delayed for more than 10 years before returning. You must have refined a level 29 Desolate Supremacy treasure pill and used it to break through to the Desolate Supremacy realm. Then you continued to work hard, hunting supremes of the primordial era everywhere until you refined a level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. You felt that you had the face to return to us old pals before rushing back. Boss, you've worked hard. Old Pig missed you so much. At the end of his speech, the old man shamelessly spread his forepaws and leaped into the air, wanting to give Yi Xian a bear hug. His eyes were filled with tears of excitement. To be precise, this was most likely because of the fact that he was about to get the level 29 Desolate Supreme treasure pill and level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill. He was so excited that he could not control himself. Bang! Get lost! Yi Xian had no intention of being polite at all. He pulled a long face and directly stepped over. With a loud bang, the old man's round body was sent flying tens of thousands of miles away in an instant. This was clearly done on purpose. He was trying to curry favor and make a scene. Seeing that Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him, the old fellow flipped over and ran over with his forehooves raised. He was clearly a big black pig, but now he was swinging his tail even more coquettishly than a dog. His long nose was constantly sniffing around Yi Xian's body, and when he looked at him coldly, he really was no different from a dog. Stop sniffing. My current cultivation strength of level 2 Heavenly Tao Realm can only be achieved in the state of 9 Devil Ape transformation. As for my own cultivation strength, I am only at level 1 Primordial Era Supreme. I just broke through not long ago. The so-called level 30 Heavenly Tao treasure pill. I don't even have the materials. How can I refine it? Rolling his eyes, Yi Xian finished speaking and immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a small jade bottle shot out and directly landed in Old Pig's hand. This small bottle contained a level 29 Desolate Supremacy treasure pill. It had been 3 years since Old Pig stepped into the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage. Moreover, he tried to break through several bottlenecks. After swallowing this pill, it would take at most 3 days for him to welcome the Desolate Supremacy Tribulation and step into the Primordial Era Supreme Perfection stage. In addition to that, Yi Xian had also given him a large pot of chaos medicine that was over 3 million feet long. It was like an enormous mountain range. He had refined a lot of it last time, so he still had a lot of it in his hands. Old Pig was about to become the primordial era supreme perfection stage. Although the 9-color divine medicine had extraordinary effects on him, in Yixian's opinion, it was naturally better to use the chaos herbs. With such a large number of chaos herbs, even if Old Pig successfully broke through and stepped into the primordial era supreme perfection stage, it would be enough for him to use for a period of time. At least, before he entered the primordial era supreme perfection stage, he wouldn't be so thick-skinned as to ask for resources from Yixian. Level 29 Desolate Supremacy Treasure Pill, and there were so many herbs of chaos. Big brother, I love you so much. Seeing the small jade bottle that was shot out, the Old Pig spirit's eyes instantly emitted a green light as he used his divine sense to probe the storage magic treasure that contained the million-foot-long primordial chaos medicine. With a flip of his hooves, he put it away, pouted, and gave Yixian a bear hug. This was clearly the rhythm of asking for a kiss. The old guy's problem of being complacent was getting worse and worse. He was simply shameless to the extent of having no bottom line. Bang! Get within 10 feet of me again, he said. I'm going to use underhanded means. Thinking of his disgusting pig mouth, Yixian had goosebumps all over his body. He glared at Old Pig and gave him a fierce warning on the spot. The kick sent the Old Pig demon thousands of miles away again, but the old man was not hurt at all. He still rushed over with a grin on his face, but he did not dare to come any closer. Instead, he stopped abruptly 100 feet away from Wu Qi. After playing for a while, Yixian suddenly thought of something. His eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "By the way, how many changes are your 9 transformations of demonic pig? You can't have been trying to break through to the primordial era for the next 3 years, right? There must be no result. If I were you, I would use the time to deduce the 9 transformations of demonic pig." At the end of his sentence, Yixian spread out his hands with a helpless expression. Of course, you're a pig, so you might have a different choice. There's nothing I can do about it. After all, I can understand your innate talent. Roar. Oh, Old Pig was instantly angry. He raised his head and roared. You are obviously calling me stupid in a roundabout way. Duel, we must duel. Roundabout way? I'm sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Actually, I didn't want a roundabout way. Let me change my words. You are a pig, you're stupid. You wasted 3 years for nothing. Do you think this will work? While speaking, Yixian rolled his eyes and rubbed his wrists. He sneered. Also, I heard you say something about a duel, and you must. Are you sure? I was just joking. Old Pig immediately became dejected. He lowered his head and looked at Yixian bitterly. But I didn't waste all 3 years. At most, I only used half of it. I used the remaining 1.5 years to deduce the 9 transformations of demonic pig. Now, I have already deduced the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of demonic pig. If I successfully break through this time and officially enter the primordial era, once I activate the 9 transformations of demonic pig, I will instantly become a 2nd stage primordial era. After using the 7th transformation, won't I immediately become a 9th stage primordial era? At the end of his words, the old guy's eyes turned green. He raised his head and roared excitedly. Chapter 49:13. 7th Transformation. Yixian was stunned for a moment before a strange expression appeared on his face. I'm also at the 1st level of the Desolate Sovereign. You old fellow, you're about to step into this realm as well. In addition, the 9 transformations' divine abilities have already reached the 7th transformation. If that's the case, the difference between us is only 2 small ranks. It seems that I have to work harder. Otherwise, if I want to bully you again, I'm afraid it won't be so easy in the future. Hearing this, the Old Pig spirit rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth. However, his face was filled with smiles. As he spoke, he wanted to move closer to Yixian. Boss, why would you bully me, the old pig? We are good brothers. Bang! Don't give me that. Yixian also rolled his eyes. Without the slightest bit of politeness, he directly raised his foot and kicked the old fellow flying. Before he left, he didn't forget to remind him, remember, after you break through, don't spread out your cultivation before you leave the secret room. At that time, I'll cover it up for you, and you should be able to avoid the detection of the primordial void's aura. In the past 10 years, the desolate supremacy old monsters on both sides of the Milky Way have been hiding their heads like turtles, afraid that the old bastard will hunt them down. We're going to refine a level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, and the raw materials are 5 desolate supremacy blood essences. Now that you have broken through to the desolate supremacy realm, there will definitely be a desolate supremacy tribulation. At that time, you can go to the right bank of the Milky Way to undergo the tribulation. Hopefully, you can attract 1 or 2 desolate supremacy old monsters. Yes, boss, you are smart. You can even think of this. As soon as the old pig spirit heard about the level 30 Heavenly Path treasure pill, his eyes lit up again. Without hesitation, he rushed into the secret room where he had been in seclusion before he finished his words. Rumble. As the old pig's figure disappeared from the secret room, the giant door of the secret room, made of starry sky alloy, also closed. There was no sound coming from inside. The old pig should have swallowed the level 29 desolate supremacy treasure pill that was given to him just now and had entered a state of seclusion. Yi Xian didn't leave, because if nothing unexpected happened, pig spirit seclusion would end in 3 days at most. This time, the reason why he asked the old pig spirit not to reveal his aura after breaking through was to prevent him from being punished by the desolate supremacy thunder tribulation on the spot. Instead, he would go to the left bank of the Milky Way and undergo the tribulation there. His goal was not only to attract 1 or 2 desolate honorable starry sky beasts, but also to attract the giant void tortoise. This time, the headless infant corpse and the giant void tortoise had worked together to set up a trap. Although the target was the primeval heaven's eye, Yi Xian had been kept in the dark. Now, the primeval heavens eye had successfully entered the Milky Way star field and achieved its goal. The void tortoise had successfully retreated and escaped the pursuit of the primeval heaven's eye. The two of them were satisfied, but Yi Xian was depressed. Until now, he still had no idea what their goal was. This really pissed him off. Of course, if they deliberately looked for the void tortoise that had been in hibernation for a long time, it was completely unnecessary. However, now, taking the opportunity to lure the void tortoise out while trapping 1 or 2 desolate supremacy beasts, Yi Xian naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity. That guy was still thinking about Yi Xian's level 30 heavenly elixir and had been hunting desolate honorable starry sky beasts. He didn't know how many heavenly elixirs he had, but he was sure that it was definitely less than 5. If that was the case, when the old pig spirit suddenly underwent his desolate supremacy tribulation at the right bank of the Milky Way, the void tortoise that was in hibernation would definitely not be able to hold back and would most likely appear. Of course, this matter couldn't be known to the old pig spirit. It was fine if it only attracted 1 or 2 desolate supremacy old monsters that came from a forbidden land on the right bank of the Milky Way out of curiosity. If he knew that the void tortoise would also descend, and its goal was to kill a desolate supremacy, he would probably be scared to death. The void tortoise was not an ordinary desolate Zune old monster. His half-step heavenly Tao realm cultivation base was already extremely terrifying. In addition, he was a super old monster that had lived from the beginning of the Great Desolate Era to the present. Even an expert at the level of the old pig spirit had the impression that the void tortoise was definitely a legendary existence. Once he knew that he was being used as bait by Yi Xian, not only did he want to bait such a terrifying existence, but the other party's goal was to kill him and refine the desolate supremacy blood essence. With the old pig spirit's temperament, he would probably get angry with Yi Xian on the spot. 3 days passed in a flash. Yi Xian's guess was correct. This time, the old pig spirit's seclusion time was exactly 3 days. Rumble. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Yi Xian was meditating at the peak of a giant mountain on the top deck of the Long Yi ship. The giant alloy door of the secret chamber below suddenly moved, and an earth-shattering rumbling sound was heard. Xiao. As the giant alloy door opened, a ray of light shot out and stopped abruptly in front of the open space. It was the old pig spirit. At this time, although he appeared in his original form, His body had shrunk to only a few feet. A dark red color could faintly be seen on his black body. This was clearly him forcefully suppressing the aura in his body and not letting it leak out. "Boss, you have to move faster. Otherwise, this old pig can't guarantee that I won't explode from holding in." Raising his head to look at Yi Xian, this old fellow had a constipated expression and was extremely depressed. "Can't you see that this body has become round? At least it's a lot fatter. If this drags on for too long, I'll really explode from holding it in." At this moment, the old pig spirit's body was indeed filled with air. It was as if he was about to be scalded and shaved. Yi Xian almost couldn't hold back his laughter. However, this old fellow was right. Looking at him like this, he really couldn't hold it in for too long. "Xiao." Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he waved his hand and directly sent the old pig spirit into the Shinnon cauldron. At this time, Yi Xian had also been released from the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations Devil Ape. However, the Devil Ape bloodline was still in the midst of being activated. Therefore, the aura emitted from his body was actually that of a second-order desolate ancient venerable. Moreover, even if he was a second-order desolate ancient venerable, he deliberately suppressed his aura and activated the spiritual force source core that was suspended above his sea of consciousness. With the spiritual force of a demon, he displayed a perfect spiritual force secret technique, perfectly concealing his figure and aura. After doing all this, Yi Xian's figure, which had been hidden for a long time, disappeared instantly and appeared directly in the cosmic void outside the source nest star. Then, with a flash of his figure, he immediately displayed his extreme speed and shot toward the right bank of the Milky Way in the distance. In this mysterious and dark primordial void, Yi Xian only imprinted a total of 2 interstellar coordinate jump points. One was near the source nest star's base camp, and the other was near the source nest star that nurtured his strongest avatar. He had never used the imprint of the last interstellar coordinate jump point, so now that he was rushing to the right bank of the Milky Way, he could only cross the void. Chapter 49:14. Even if Yi Xian had only activated the ancient ape demon's bloodline and had not entered the state of the 9th transformation, he still had the terrifying strength of a second-order desolate master, so his speed was naturally very fast. In just one day, he had arrived at the right bank of the Milky Way, but he did not approach the remnant star fields and the fierce beast forbidden grounds on the right bank, because that would be too obvious and would arouse suspicion. He stopped in the void tens of billions of miles away from the right bank of the Milky Way, and after searching for a while, he determined the most suitable star field. There were many abandoned stars in this area, and it was the best place to set up an ambush. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a ray of light shot out, and the old pig spirit was released from the Shinnon cauldron by Yi Xian. It had only been a day, but this fellow's body had become even fatter. His entire body was suffocated to the point of being purple. Yi Xian almost laughed out loud when he saw this, but this fellow just rolled his eyes. It was unknown whether he was angry or suffocated. "All right, this is the place. You can slowly release your aura now. Remember, don't be too fast. Otherwise, you'll leave before the fish take the bait." After saying a few words to the old pig spirit, Yi Xian's figure flickered and disappeared into the distance. He entered the depths of an abandoned star and perfectly concealed his figure and aura with a perfect vibration of spiritual power. He was only more than 10 billion miles away from where the old pig spirit was. As long as it was necessary, he could arrive at any time in an instant. Boom! Rumble! The pig demon raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless amount of anger. In an instant, there was a thunderous roar that shook the heavens and earth as a large amount of black clouds of catastrophe surged forth. When he raised his head to look over, he saw dense and pitch-black tribulation clouds gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath of time, an area of over 100 million kilometers in circumference had already been completely covered by pitch-black tribulation clouds. At this moment, the supreme ancient aura in the pig spirit's body had already been sensed by the power of the primordial void. Naturally, a lightning tribulation would descend. This was the desolate, sovereign tribulation that belonged to him. After waiting for so many years, Old Pig's desolate supremacy tribulation is finally coming. Oh, rumble! As more of the Old Pig spirit's aura spread out from his body, he raised his head and let out a roar. The tribulation clouds in the sky gathered even faster, and in the blink of an eye, they had already covered a radius of 1 billion kilometers. The sudden appearance of this terrifying tribulation cloud could be sensed from hundreds of billions of miles away, let alone tens of billions of miles away. In the distant right bank of the Milky Way, the various remnant star fields and forbidden lands were already in an uproar. A large number of star fields and forbidden lands' upper echelons all walked out of their seclusion grounds with bewildered looks on their faces. Soon, a large number of figures rushed out from various star regions and forbidden lands and gathered in this place. Their cultivation level was at least above the normal immortal level, but the strongest were only some of the desolate-era almighty beings. Ever since the giant void tortoise killed a few desolate supremes, all the desolate supremes in the remnant star field and the desolate beast forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way went into hiding, not daring to show themselves. In just a short time, a large number of remnant star experts and beast experts from the right bank of the Milky Way had gathered in the void 20 billion kilometers away from the abandoned star field. There were too many of them, densely packed and overwhelming. After all, this was the desolate sovereign tribulation. Even in the primordial void, it was not something that could be seen casually. Witnessing a quasi-desolate sovereign tribulation with one's own eyes was an indescribable benefit. As long as one had the strength to ensure one's safety from a distance, one would not want to miss such an opportunity. Since the start of the meal, Old Pig Spirit had been slowly releasing the aura and power in his body. Now, he finally could not hold on any longer. In addition, in the surrounding void 20 billion kilometers away, a large number of remnant people and beast experts had already gathered. The news had spread, and the commotion was not small. If there was a desolate sovereign coming, it would be soon. Thinking of this, Old Pig Spirit raised his head and let out a long howl, rumble, as if in response, the vast tribulation cloud that covered a radius of 1 billion kilometers above his head also let out a shocking roar at this moment. After all, this was the desolate sovereign tribulation, and its power was not to be underestimated. Hence, the number of tribulation clouds was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. With Old Pig Spirit's last howl, the dense tribulation clouds that had gathered in the sky suddenly increased in size. Rumble. Kacha. At this moment, the tribulation clouds that had gathered above them were dense to the point they were pitch black like ink, and they enveloped an area of almost 5 billion kilometers. It was an astounding sight. Moreover, a bolt of violet gold lightning descended at the first possible moment amidst rumbling that shook the heavens and the earth. This bolt of tribulation lightning was too thick, and it was almost 3 kilometers long. Based on its might, even an ordinary star would be slashed apart with a single strike of this lightning. Although it could not be compared to the tribulation lightning bolt that Yi Xian had experienced before, it was not too far off, at least about 70% of its power. In the distance, a large number of remnant people and beast experts from various star fields and forbidden areas had gathered. They had been quietly lying in wait, but now they were alarmed by this extremely dense tribulation cloud that shrouded the area, and all of them became vigilant. Without any hesitation, they immediately scattered in all directions, retreating more than 10 billion kilometers away before stopping one after another. The power of the tribulation lightning was too amazing, and its power was monstrous. Only by escaping so far away could they feel a little sense of security. They were afraid that if they stayed too close, they would be implicated. Roar! Regarding everything around him, Old Pig Spirit did not take it to heart and completely ignored it. At this moment, his entire mind was attracted by the first wave of tribulation lightning that fell from the sky. As he raised his head and roared, his entire body shot up into the sky at this moment. With a flash of black light, Old Pig Spirit's body was instantly enveloped by an overwhelming sea of purple lightning. Yixian was not worried about this at all. This old guy had a rough skin and had entered the peak of the desolation stage for a long time. He had a deep foundation, so it was absolutely impossible for him to not be able to withstand these 3 waves of tribulation lightning. At this time, Yixian's thoughts were all in the surrounding void, paying close attention to other changes. His goal was only the beast desolate venerable and the most likely appearance of the void giant tortoise. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! At this moment, from 3 different directions in the distance, 3 faint sounds of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. Among the dense crowd of experts, 3 figures rushed out at this moment, at an extremely fast speed, heading straight for Old Pig Spirit. Although they deliberately concealed their aura, Yixian was also a desolate venerable expert, so he keenly captured a trace of desolate venerable aura from them. Good heavens, I didn't expect that there would be 3 of them at once. Chapter 49:15. What made Yixian even more delighted was that the 3 desolate supremes that suddenly appeared emitted a rich aura of ferocious beasts. In other words, they were all space ferocious beasts and not primordial survivors. This was truly a pleasant surprise. If he could kill all 3 desolate supremacy ferocious beasts, it was no different from instantly obtaining 3 desolate supremacy blood essences. On this point, Yixian was very confident. This was because he had long sensed that the 3 desolate supremes were only at the 2nd or 3rd stage. If Yixian entered the 9th transformation of the 9 devil-ape transformations bloodline divine power, even if his body remained a height of 10 feet, he would be able to instantly possess the combat strength of the 2nd stage of the heavenly Tao realm, even if he gave up on the augmentation of his massive body of 60 million kilometers. If he was caught off guard, killing the 3 early-stage desolate supremes would be like child's play. In fact, the 3 desolate supremes that unexpectedly appeared were all space ferocious beasts. This was to be expected. Space ferocious beasts would devour each other to increase their cultivation level and bloodline. Old Pig Spirit was also a desolate supremacy. Now, he was undergoing a tribulation, and before he completed his tribulation, he was a quasi-desolate supremacy. A quasi-desolate supremacy was not considered a true desolate supremacy, but the lifeblood in his body was no different from a true desolate supremacy. However, there was a difference in combat strength. Therefore, the 3 desolate supremacy ferocious beasts chose this moment to attack. Once they successfully devoured Old Pig Spirit, it was no different from devouring a desolate supremacy level existence. The benefits to them were immeasurable. Returning to the cave abode and spending time to refine it, it would not be long before they experienced another breakthrough. It was even possible for them to break through twice consecutively. Such a temptation was too great. Even in this vast and boundless right bank of the Milky Way, with the void gigantic tortoise's tyrannical power enveloping it, there were still those who could not suppress their greed and took the risk. Furthermore, there were 3 of them at once. Of course, they were clearly prepared. Previously, they had concealed their auras to the extreme, mixing with the remnant experts and space ferocious beasts that blotted out the sky. It was impossible to sense them. Now, it was only because he had suddenly attacked and released a trace of his aura that Yixian had instantly locked onto him. Moreover, even if these 3 fellows took the risk to attack, they still hadn't revealed their true appearances. Their figures were only around 30 kilometers tall, and they were even slightly small and inconspicuous when compared to the ferocious beasts in the surrounding space. Even his entire body was shrouded in different colored balls of light. Once his attack failed, he would probably immediately retreat to avoid attracting unnecessary attention. He would go for wool and come home shorn. Yixian originally did not plan on taking action now, as the void giant turtle had yet to appear. However, with the situation in front of him, in order to wait for the old bastard that might not appear, it would not be worth it if the 3 desolate supremacy blood essences that were about to be obtained slipped through his fingers. Thinking of this, Yixian sighed faintly and rolled his eyes unwillingly. With a flash of his figure, he immediately rushed out of the dormant star core of the abandoned star. At this moment, he had instantly displayed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline. Originally, his cultivation level was only at the 2nd stage of the Desolate Supremacy realm, but in an instant, it had skyrocketed to the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Path realm, which was extremely terrifying. However, Yi Xian's figure was still maintained as a starry sky berserk ape that was around 3 meters tall. He held a large black rod in his hand. This kind of weapon was already a famous symbol on the right bank of the Milky Way. Anyone who saw it could tell that it was that ferocious and outstanding violent ape that had arrived. However, although he had already displayed the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline, instantly possessing the terrifying cultivation level of the 2nd stage of the Heavenly Path realm. But at this moment, Yi Xian still maintained the perfect spiritual power mystic technique, trying to hide his figure and aura as much as possible. This was also to avoid being detected by the primeval heaven's eye. When the primeval heaven's eye arrived in anger, he was afraid that it would ruin things. In addition, once the void giant tortoise sensed this aura, even if it came, it would most likely turn around halfway. That was definitely not what Yi Xian wanted to see. Whoosh! At this moment, as his figure rushed out of the abandoned star where he had previously been hiding, a faint sound of something breaking through the air flashed. Yi Xian's figure appeared behind a desolate supremacy beast in the blink of an eye. It was unknown what form and bloodline this old fellow had, but there was no doubt that it was a ferocious star beast. At this moment, he was rushing towards the purple lightning sea that enveloped the old pig spirit when he suddenly felt an obscure aura behind him, faintly making him feel a sense of crisis that made his soul tremble. In shock, his figure instantly stopped in the void, and subconsciously, he was about to turn around, rumble, bang. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, but his figure did not appear. He was still hidden, and even his aura was the same. However, the big-headed black cudgel, which was an offensive weapon, directly appeared from the void and smashed down with a shocking sound of thunder. In less than 1/10 of a breath, it fell on the head of this desolate supremacy beast. There was no suspense at all. With a huge explosion, the entire body of the desolate sovereign ferocious beast turned into a rapidly spreading bloody mist in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the target's body exploded and turned into a blood mist, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand, and a majestic, invisible strength rolled out from his body, covering a radius of 10,000 miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the Central Region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then, he would start the blood essence condensation. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a matter of seconds. From a moment, the big-headed black cudgel suddenly appeared from the void and smashed the desolate supremacy beast into a blood mist, to the moment when Yi Xian waved his hand and the big-headed black cudgel disappeared again. The blood mist was also quickly taken away by him. It did not even take a breath. In such a short time, such a shocking change happened, and no one could react. Roar! Ka-cha-cha! Again, this old pig is itching for a beating. Oh! At this moment, the first wave of thunder tribulation dissipated, and the old pig's figure was revealed. Although he was a little embarrassed, he was unscathed. As he raised his head and roared, another earth-shattering explosion came from the sky. After a cracking sound, the second and more powerful tribulation lightning struck down. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped the old pig spirit's body, and a vast sea of lightning raged. At this time, the two desolate supremacy old monsters that were rushing towards the old pig from the other two directions had already arrived at the edge of the Sea of Thunder, less than 10 billion miles away. However, they clearly sensed the change that had happened here. At the same time, their bodies came to an abrupt stop, and they also turned their heads in surprise. At this moment, Yi Xian had also made a move. He had concealed his figure and restrained his aura. In less than 1/10 of a breath, he had already crossed more than 20 billion miles of space and appeared beside the second desolate supremacy old monster. Chapter 49:16. Rumble Bam. As Yixian silently crept over, his figure did not appear and was still hidden. Even his aura was the same, but the big-headed black stick, which was used as an offensive weapon, directly emerged from the void. In the next moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder rang out, and the big-headed black stick smashed down from the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had already landed on the head of the desolate sovereign beast. Still, there was no suspense at all. With a huge explosion, the entire body of the desolate sovereign beast turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet mist of blood in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! This was already the second target. As its body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yixian immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped a radius of 10,000 miles, sweeping up all the blood mist that had just spread out and absorbing it into his body. After the war, he would send it to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. All of this went too smoothly. In just 2 breaths of time, the 2 desolate sovereigns had been killed. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and the bloody mist that exploded from their bodies was instantly collected. Not a single strand of hair was left behind. This was definitely an instant kill, and it was an instant kill twice in a row at that. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the last desolate sovereign was so scared that his body trembled violently. He sucked in a breath of cold air and no longer paid attention to the old pig spirit, who was still roaring in the sea of lightning formed by the second wave of lightning tribulation. With a wave of his hand, he tore open a crack in the void in front of him. He took a step forward and was about to step into it and escape. Unfortunately, it was too late. Boom. Bang. Almost at the same time, in the space to the right of the desolate sovereign, a big-headed black stick suddenly stretched out without any warning. With a fierce smash, accompanied by a rumbling sound in the air, the desolate sovereign's body, which had just taken a step forward, was smashed into a cloud of blood mist in an instant. When the last target fell, Yixian immediately waved his hand. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up by him and absorbed into his body. After the battle, he would send it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space and condense it into desolate supremacy's blood essence. At this point, the 3 desolate supreme-ranked ferocious beasts that had taken the bait had been completely annihilated. Moreover, in the short span of 3 breaths, their bodies had exploded, and even the bloody mist had been taken away. Their bodies and souls had been destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. In fact, even Yixian himself felt like he was in a dream, let alone the countless survivors and ferocious beast experts who were watching from afar. Although the 3 old fellows were desolate supremacies at the early stages of the second and third stage, a desolate supremacy was still a desolate supremacy. It was very difficult to truly kill them. For Yixian to kill them 3 times in a row, it was even more shocking. If it was in the past, even if it was in the dark like this, Yixian wouldn't have been able to sneak an attack with the big-headed black rod when caught off guard. Not to mention instant killing, it was impossible for him to even successfully kill him. At most, he would be heavily injured, but now he was a terrifying existence at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm. His combat strength was far from what he could compare to when he was in the primordial world fragment. Furthermore, with the terrifying power of the big-headed black stick, his sudden sneak attack had resulted in such an outcome. Roar! Kachacha! The last one? Come on! Awoo! It was not until then that the third wave of thunder trial finally dissipated and Old Pig's figure was revealed. He looked more pathetic than before, but he was still unscathed. He raised his head and roared again, and there was another shocking explosion in the sky. After a cracking sound, the third and more powerful thunder trial struck down. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped Old Pig's body and turned into a vast thunder sea, raging endlessly in the void. All this happened within a few breaths of time. It could be said that in a flash, the three desolate supremacies who had suddenly attacked had been annihilated one after another and turned into ashes. The countless survivors and ferocious beast experts who had gathered 20 to 30 billion miles away in the surrounding void trembled violently as they vaguely realized something. Those existences with weaker cultivation levels could only guess in their hearts. With their cultivation levels, even Universe Knights or Universe Masters could not figure out the specific details. Everything happened too quickly. However, among the countless survivors and ferocious beasts who had gathered to watch, there were obviously some Universe Supreme beings and even great beings from the primordial era who had been hiding in the crowd. Their cultivation levels were higher, their divine senses were sharper, and their perception was stronger. Although they did not see through everything, they had basically grasped most of the facts. It would have been fine if they did not know, but those Universe Supreme beings and great beings from the primordial era who knew the truth were even more shocked. Their bodies trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. They all gasped in horror, and suddenly, there was a tide of horrified exclamations, desolate supremacies. The three beings who suddenly appeared just now were definitely desolate supremacies. It's too terrifying. Three powerful primordial supremacies were killed by the same person in less than 3 breaths of time. The bloody mist that exploded from their bodies was completely absorbed, and not a single hair was left behind. This technique is so familiar. Could it be that the legendary giant turtle is here again? But it doesn't feel like it, and he doesn't seem to be that strong. That's right. To be able to kill 3 primordial supremacies in an instant, this is definitely not something that desolate supremacies can do. It's impossible for him to do it so easily. The one who did this is probably a great being of the Heavenly Path Realm, or at least the first level of the Heavenly Path Realm. Heavenly Path Realm? How is this possible? 10 years ago, he was only a great being of the primordial era, and he relied on some mysterious and heaven-defying secret technique to have the cultivation level of a primordial supreme. If his combat power has reached the Heavenly Path Realm, does it mean that his real cultivation level has already reached the real desolate supremacies? You guessed it too? What kind of cultivation speed is this? In less than 10 years, he went from the initial level of a great being to the real desolate supremacies. It's clearly an improvement of a whole realm. That's right. It's him. It must be him. That big-headed black stick is so familiar. I can recognize it even if it turns into ashes. I've seen it a few times from afar. This time, the one who did this must be the infamous violent star Ape. It's him? Heavens, after being silent for nearly 10 years, has this god of death returned? 10 years ago, he was only hunting great beings, but now, he's like that giant turtle. He's also hunting desolate supremacies. Boom! Amidst the exclamations, countless experts in the distant void immediately turn around. Like stray dogs, they scattered and fled for their lives. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. After killing the third desolate venerable beast, the big-headed black rod had once again disappeared into the void. At this moment, he was still using his full strength to activate the perfect mental energy technique. Not only was his figure hidden, even his cultivation level of the second level of the Heavenly Tao realm was hidden as much as possible. Chapter 49:17. Roar, screech, screech. Far away in the surrounding void, countless experts from the starfields and forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way were fleeing like stray dogs. They were all frightened out of their wits. The raging star's ape, which had disappeared for more than a decade, had returned. Furthermore, the moment it appeared, it instantly killed 3 powerful primordial supremes in a short span of 3 breaths. This was definitely a sign that its peak combat strength had reached the Heavenly Tao realm. There were naturally Heavenly Tao realm existences in the primordial chaos void, but they were extremely rare. Furthermore, they had never shown themselves. No one knew where they were hiding. Now, one had suddenly appeared. Furthermore, it was an infamous raging star's ape that had killed its way to the Heavenly Tao realm. It would be strange if they were not afraid. Yi Xian didn't pay any attention to all of this. At this moment, he was still using his full strength to activate the perfect mental energy technique. Not only was his figure hidden, even his cultivation of the second level of the heavenly Tao realm was being concealed as much as possible. If he did not know that he was here and deliberately investigate where he was standing, he would not have sensed any trace of him. The reason why Yi Xian was doing this was to wait for the appearance of the void giant tortoise. He always believed that the old bastard would not be willing to miss such an opportunity. Yi Xian was waiting for the appearance of the void giant tortoise. However, even if the old bastard did not appear today, to Yi Xian, today's plan was considered perfect. It could be said that he had exceeded his original goal. Previously, he had only hoped to obtain 2 Desolate Supreme's blood essences today, but now, he had killed 3 powerful Desolate Supremes. He already had 3 Desolate Sovereign blood essences in his hands. Now, with the addition of 3 more, the number of Desolate Sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 6. However, this was still not enough. It was far from enough. Furthermore, the perfect pill formula for the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure pill still required a special material. Therefore, although the minimum requirement of 5 Desolate Supreme's blood essences had been gathered, Yi Xian would not immediately refine the level 30 Heavenly Tao Treasure pill. There was no way to refine it. He had to continue gathering the materials. Roar! Kachacha! Oh! At this time, the third wave of thunder tribulation finally dissipated, and the figure of the old pig spirit was revealed. This time, it was obviously more embarrassing. It seemed that he had been slightly injured, but it was not serious. At least, it did not affect his combat strength. At this moment, as the endless sea of lightning dissipated from the third wave of tribulation lightning, the endless tribulation clouds that originally shrouded the sky above also disappeared completely in an instant. After successfully passing through the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation, the old pig spirit was now a true desolate supremacy. The desolate supremacy aura that emanated from his body was extremely dense. From this moment on, I, old pig, am also old monster Huang Zinawa. In its excitement, the old pig spirit raised its head and roared. It let out 2 earth-shattering howls. Previously, it was said that this fellow would forget himself once he was proud, and this problem seemed to be getting more and more serious. At this moment, as he successfully passed the desolate, venerable tribulation and stepped into the true, desolate, venerable realm, the old pig spirit raised his head and roared. The aura in his body instantly spread to the extreme as if he was showing off. Even in the void hundreds of billions of miles away, one could probably sense it a little boom. Sila. At this moment, in the sky above the old pig spirit's head, there was suddenly an earth-shattering explosion. Without any warning, a black crack was torn open in the void. It was hundreds of millions of miles wide. It was extremely terrifying, like a ferocious giant mouth. From the black crack that was like a ferocious giant mouth, a greenish-gray claw stretched out. It was like a giant pillar that held up the sky. With a terrifying aura that could destroy the world, it slashed towards the old pig spirit who was roaring at the sky. At the same time, there was an extremely powerful suppressive aura that extended out from the huge black crack. It was like a raging river. In just an instant, it completely enveloped and locked onto the old pig spirit's huge body. This aura was not to be underestimated. Although it was not a true heavenly Tao realm, it was stronger than any peak desolate supremacy at the 9th step. It was infinitely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. It was only a thin line away. It was definitely the strongest existence under the heavenly Tao realm. It was unrivaled. Furthermore, the aura was ancient and dignified. It exuded an inexplicable suppressive aura. The old pig spirit's body stiffened. He was stunned on the spot. Although he was already a desolate supremacy, he had just experienced the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation. Not only had he just entered this realm, his cultivation had not even stabilized. Now, although he was in the same realm as the owner of the greenish-gray claw, The two of them walked on opposite ends of the spectrum. The old pig spirit could be said to be the weakest existence in the desolate supremacy realm, while the owner of the greenish-gray claw was definitely the strongest existence in the desolate supremacy realm. As such, the huge difference in strength between the two was obvious. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like the difference between heaven and earth. At this moment, with such a terrifying suppressive aura enveloping him, the old pig spirit's body trembled violently. He stood there in a daze. His face was filled with shock and horror. He did not have the time to dodge or turn around to escape. The giant claw that suddenly stretched out from the void was extremely fast. It was faster than lightning. Although it was far away, with such a terrifying speed, it would probably kill the old pig spirit in less than 2 breaths. If this scene really happened, the final result would be obvious. With such a huge difference in strength between the two of them, the old pig spirit, who had just passed the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation, would instantly explode and die. At the same time, when his body and soul were destroyed, the majestic blood fog formed by the explosion of his body would be instantly collected by the other party. Then, the other party would immediately escape, because the owner of the greenish-gray claw was the void giant tortoise. Yi Xian was waiting for this moment. In fact, when the black crack appeared in the void on the right side of the old pig spirit, Yi Xian's heart was in his throat. And now, as the greenish-gray claw appeared from the crack in the void and attacked the old pig spirit, Yi Xian, who had been hiding in the dark, had a cold flash in his eyes. He immediately took action. Boom! At this moment, as Yi Xian waved his hand, the crack in the void instantly exploded. It was originally only a few 100 million miles wide, but now, under the terrifying power of Yi Xian's second stage heavenly Tao realm strength, it was instantly torn to tens of billions of miles wide. Half of the void giant tortoise's body was revealed. Furthermore, there was an invisible and terrifying force that wrapped around his right forelimb and forcefully pulled his entire body outwards. The void giant tortoise was caught off guard. Its body slammed into the crack, and the crack instantly widened. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression instantly turned ferocious. As he roared, he exerted his strength again. Old bastard, let's see where you can run to this time. Chapter 49:18. Boom! With a loud boom, Yi Xian's terrifying strength at the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm was instantly torn tens of billions of kilometers away. Half of the void tortoise's body was revealed. A formless and terrifying force wrapped around his right forelimb and pulled his entire body outwards. Caught off guard, the void tortoise slammed into the rift, instantly widening the rift. Old bastard, let's see where you can run off to this time. At that moment, Yi Xian's expression was ferocious. As he roared, he exerted his strength once again. Gotcha! Boom! The void split into 2. The rift was extremely terrifying, but it was still unable to accommodate the void tortoise's massive body. Yet this force was irresistible. Helpless, he could only rapidly shrink his body. As such, amidst the heaven-shaking rumbling sounds, the void tortoise was finally forcefully dragged out by Yi Xian. Although its body had shrunk as much as possible, it was still like a star domain that suddenly fell out. It was unknown how many abandoned stars it crushed and exploded into dust. Phew! Yi Xian immediately waved his hand and stored the dumbfounded pig spirit into the farmer god treasure cauldron. If not, the fellow might have been heavily injured by the void tortoise's crushing. At that moment, as the old tortoise's body was forcefully pulled out by Yi Xian, the terrifying rift in the void rapidly began to mend. In a blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. This was the primordial chaos void. The nomological powers here were just too powerful. Even if a heavenly Tao realm expert tore open a void rift, the rift would quickly mend after the energy was retracted. Darn kid, this was a trap you set? At that moment, it would be strange if the void tortoise still could not tell the problem. That black-skinned pig is actually your partner? Oomph. I won't lower myself to your level. As for that black-skinned pig, I'll remember him. The next time I see him, I'll definitely eat him alive. a dignified half-step heavenly Tao, an ancient existence that had lived from the beginning of the prehistoric era to the present, had fallen into Yi Xian's trap today. The void tortoise was clearly incomparably gloomy. After a cold snort, it took advantage of the moment when Yi Xian's figure shot away and the force that had been wrapping its right forelimb loosened slightly to dash forward with a whoosh. This was clearly a sign of a guilty conscience, and he wanted to take the opportunity to escape. Originally, he could have just ripped open the void and left, but that would have caused some delay, and he would definitely be locked onto by Yi Xian again. Even if half of his body entered the void, he would still be dragged out by Yi Xian like before. Therefore, the void tortoise had no intention of escaping by ripping open the void. Instead, it turned around and ran. At the very least, it wanted to escape a certain distance before ripping open the void again. However, he had clearly forgotten one point. The present Yi Xian already possessed a terrifying cultivation level of the second stage of the heavenly Tao realm in his devil ape ninth transformation state. As for the void tortoise, it could only be said to be infinitely close to the heavenly Tao realm. Compared to Yi Xian, it was actually weaker. Since its cultivation level was inferior, its speed was naturally inferior as well. Just as it moved hundreds of billions of kilometers away, its vision blurred. Yi Xian, who was in his ape form, appeared in front of it and blocked its path. Darn kid, what are you trying to do? Could it be that your wings have hardened and you want to fight this old tortoise? If I wasn't worried about attracting the favor of the heavenly Tao, this old tortoise would definitely teach you a good lesson today. The void tortoise was extremely depressed. It glared fiercely at Yi Xian, and as it spoke, it turned around and shot off in another direction. Phew! A weak sonic boom sounded as its vision blurred again. The ape was like a maggot attached to a bone as it followed it and continued blocking its path. This was clearly a rhythm of not giving up until it achieved its goal. You know what I want to ask? This time, I won't give up until I get an answer. Yi Xian didn't pay attention to him at all. His figure flashed and blocked the path of the void tortoise. He just stood in the air with his arms crossed. He didn't attack the void tortoise, but it was clear that he wouldn't let you go today. Darn kid, you really are a piece of dogskin plaster. Why can't I shake you off? The void tortoise was extremely depressed as it grunted in anger. It turned around and fled in another direction. Now isn't the time to let you know. It's useless to continue pestering me. This old tortoise won't say a word. It's best you leave first, lest you attract the favor of the heavenly Tao. Don't chase after me, or else this old tortoise won't be polite. In your current state, this old tortoise can't beat you. But if you really provoke me, don't think that this old tortoise won't be able to severely injure you. Besides, it's not like this old tortoise doesn't have any helpers. You stinking brat, you definitely don't want to see him. Swish! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he was once again blocking the void tortoise's path. He still did not make a move, and only stood there with his arms crossed, as if he would never compromise from the looks of it. Even if the primeval heavens I was attracted, he would not stop so easily this time. He vowed to get to the bottom of this. Roar! You stubborn fool, this old tortoise is angry. After being blocked by Yi Xian several times in a row, it was impossible for the void tortoise to not be annoyed. At this moment, seeing Yi Xian's figure appear in front of it again, it raised its head and roared, "Old friend, this stinking brat is stubborn. This old tortoise has no other choice. I'll leave it to you. If it really doesn't work, give him a blow, and he'll be honest next time." This one, almost in the next moment, to the right of Yi Xian's figure, an incomparably clear sound of tearing cloth suddenly rang out, followed by a low, buzzing sound. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was alarmed. An inexplicable sense of danger suddenly enveloped his entire body, as if he had suddenly been targeted by a venomous snake at close range. His expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously turned his head to look. The scene that entered his eyes immediately caused his eyes to narrow, and he sucked in a breath of cold air. 10 billion miles to the right of his line of sight, there was indeed a crack in the void. It was only about 10,000 feet wide, and in this crack in the void was a figure standing there. Who else could it be other than the desolate ancient Yiksha? Although Yi Xian had never seen the primeval Yiksha before, he had seen its inheritance phantom in the inheritance image of the heaven-fallen bough. It was exactly the same as the one in front of him, even the aura was the same. And the cultivation aura that emanated from the primeval Yiksha was clearly the same as that of the void tortoise. It was also at the peak of the 9th stage of the primeval supremacy, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao and infinitely close to it. What shocked Yi Xian even more was that at this moment, the primeval Yiksha stood there silently, but its right arm was raised high, and a giant energy bow appeared. Even its right hand was on the bowstring, and an energy arrow appeared. It was the heaven-fallen bow. Chapter 49:19. Hiss, hum, the clear sound of ripping cloth suddenly rang out, followed by a low, buzzing sound. Yi Xian was alarmed. He subconsciously turned his head to look and immediately gasped. 10 billion miles to the right, there was indeed a crack in the void. The primordial Yiksha stood there silently, but his right arm was raised high, and a giant energy bow appeared. Even his right hand was on the bowstring, and an energy arrow appeared. It was the heaven-falling bow. At this moment, the desolate ancient Yiksha's eyes were fixed on Yi Xian. They were cold and emotionless, without the slightest emotion. The energy arrow on the bowstring of the heavenly fallen bow in his hand was locked onto Yi Xian. Yi Xian knew his cold personality. If there was a need, the primordial Yiksha would definitely not hesitate and attack at the first moment. And now, the reason why the primordial Yiksha only had the arrow on the bowstring and did not shoot was obviously to deter him. Hiss. All right, brat, you didn't work in vain today. At least you forced the primordial Yiksha to show himself. This matter will be settled later. Don't provoke him. Even the old tortoise gives him some leeway. This guy doesn't care about feelings. Just as Yi Xian was stunned, an incomparably clear sound of silk tearing came from the void in front of him. The void tortoise muttered as it waved its claws and tore open a spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared. Hum! Before Yi Xian could recover from his shock, a buzzing sound came from the crack in the space to the right. The desolate ancient Yiksha's figure quickly blurred, and in less than a tenth of a breath, it disappeared as well, not leaving behind the slightest aura. When Yi Xian came back to his senses, not only were the two gone, even the two cracks in the void had been closed. There was no trace to follow. At this time, a corner of the void in the distance suddenly trembled faintly. A familiar aura faintly came. It was clearly the primeval heavens. I was coming. Damn it! I was careless for a moment and let him escape. Yi Xian's face darkened. He scolded softly, but did not continue to stay here. With a flash of thought, his entire body turned into a ray of light, directly activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and disappeared in an instant. Whoosh! A faint sound broke through the air. Yi Xian's figure appeared in the void in the blink of an eye. His divine sense immediately spread out, instantly covering the surrounding 10 billion miles of the void. After a dozen breaths, he was sure that there was no abnormality. Then he shot out. This time, when he activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body, the interstellar coordinate jump point was still the base camp of the source nest planet. So, where he appeared at this moment. The reason why he was so cautious was that, on the one hand, he was afraid of the primeval heaven's eye. On the other hand, it was because the base camp of the source nest planet was not far away in the void. If the primeval heavens eye really caught up and exposed this location, it would undoubtedly be very troublesome. Although the current base camp of the source nest planet looked like a planet, in fact, under the thousands of miles thick rock layer was the entire long Yi Star Fortress. It could be moved away at any time like an ordinary star fortress and be stationed in another location. But even so, Yi Xian did not want to see it happen unless it was necessary. After all, the source nest planet had not been exposed before, and no one knew of its existence. Now, even if the location could be changed, at least its existence had been exposed. If the primeval heavens I wanted to track it down, it would take some time, and it would be bad if it found it again. Fortunately, The interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body was obviously extremely extraordinary. This time, Yixian still left no trace. In the primeval heavens, I was unable to chase after him. Furthermore, although the void tortoise had escaped this time, and he could not force any secrets out of it, at least he knew that the primeval Yiksha was still alive. Moreover, its cultivation and strength had long been restored. Like the void tortoise, it was already in existence infinitely close to the true heavenly Tao realm. Although the primeval Yiksha had used the heaven-falling bow at the last moment, the deterrence from a distance made Yi Xian feel rather depressed, but he knew that the other party did not really plan to attack. After all, he was now considered an expert on the same side as the headless infant corpse, so he was not too conflicted about it. Thinking about the 3 desolate supremacy blood essences that he had unexpectedly obtained this time, Yi Xian's mood gradually improved. His expression relaxed, and he immediately dispelled the 9th transformation of the devil ape. However, he still maintained the form of a violent star ape, so the cultivation strength that emanated from his body was at the 2nd stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Whoosh! A faint air-piercing sound was heard. After confirming that there was no abnormality, Yi Xian's figure flashed and directly rushed to the distant source nest star. After his figure landed on the surface of the star, he immediately entered the headquarters that was thousands of miles underground. He was not in a hurry to release the old pig spirit, because if there were no accidents, the fellow was most likely stabilizing his cultivation from the moment he entered the Shinnon Cauldron. However, although the matter of temporarily returning to the primordial void had been settled, Yi Xian did not immediately leave and return to the void fragment of the primordial void where the rising sun forbidden land was located. This was because before he left, he still had something to take care of. All of this had to wait until the old pig spirit stabilized his cultivation and came out of seclusion. 3 days later, Yi Xian waved his hand, and the old pig spirit's figure turned into a ray of light and appeared. After 3 days of recovery and stabilizing his cultivation, he was now refreshed, and his aura was extremely condensed. There was a smug look on his face, and anyone who saw him would subconsciously puff out his chest and emit a trace of his aura. It was as if he was afraid that others would not know that he was the old monster Huangzun. He loved to show off and was so conceited that he did not have the image of a powerful Huangzun at all. Yi Xian was speechless and rolled his eyes. Okay, now that you have broken through to the supreme master of the remote antiquity and are guarding the base camp of the Source Nest Star, I can be more assured. After the old pig spirit finished showing off, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at him. With a flash of light in his eyes, he said, "However, the matter in the void fragment of the primordial void is not over yet. I can't stay here for long. I have to return. However, it won't be long before the end of the primordial void arrives in this world. At that time, all the shattered primordial void fragments of the primordial void will be healed, and the primeval heavens, I will have a stronger control over the void after it is healed. At that time, all the troops of the Magic Hall should be able to move here. Who knows how long until that day comes? I don't have the patience to wait forever. This time, if you want to leave, I will go with you to take a look." Before Yi Xian finished speaking, the old pig spirit rolled his eyes and said, "Didn't you say that you have found that starry sky, porcupine? Maybe it is my great-great-grandson. This is a meeting between a grandfather and a grandson. Of course, we can't delay." Chapter 49:20. Grandfather and Grandson Meeting? Yi Xian was stunned on the spot when he suddenly heard these words from the old pig spirit. Then, as if it was a conditioned reflex, the image of old pig spirit crying and calling his great-grandson when he saw the primordial porcupine appeared in his mind. The porcupine's face turned green, and he was driven mad on the spot. Needless to say, this scene really piqued Yi Xian's interest. Just thinking about it made him want to laugh. If it really happened, and he saw it with his own eyes, it would definitely be more interesting. Just based on this point alone, bringing old pig spirit back to the Demon Palace was already worth the return ticket. I can take you back, but if your great-grandson can't accept it and throws a tantrum, you have to be responsible for appeasing him, suppressing his laughter. Yi Xian turned to look at Old Pig and pretended to be worried. He shook his head and sighed. Sigh. Speaking of which, I don't know if it's because Porcupine has been lonely since he was young, but his temper is not very good. I'm afraid that he will offend you, his great-grandfather, and make you angry. That's impossible. The Old Pig spirit raised his front hooves and stood up on his hind legs. He patted his chest loudly and said, "Of course he has a bad temper. That kid definitely takes after me. If that's the case, why would I lower myself to his level? As a great-grandfather, how can I not empathize with my child's suffering? At most, I'll just give in to him a little when the time comes." As time goes by, Old Pig will definitely use kinship to influence him. That's good. The more Yi Xian looked at his smug and insufferably arrogant appearance, the more he wanted to laugh. He was afraid that he would not be able to hold it in and laugh out loud. If that happened, the Old Pig spirit would see through him. This guy is also very good. Thinking of this, he decided not to dwell on this matter anymore. He changed the topic and brought up the main topic. However, if you leave, we will have to assign another desolate supremacy to guard this place. With just the 7 desolate ancient great beings in the beast army, I'm still a little worried. There was no other way before, but it's different now. Furthermore, the primeval heavens, I seems to be paying close attention to this primordial chaos void. Once there's any movement, it will immediately descend. This has been confirmed twice in a row. Even the desolate ancient Yiksha has appeared here. It's obvious that the situation is different from before. If the Source Hive base camp doesn't have a desolate supremacy, it's ultimately a little inappropriate. Old Pig spirit, he naturally agreed, but he looked at Yi Xian. Although he knew that Yi Xian had 4 half-step heavenly Tao realm electronic avatars, he did not to say, bring them to the point of he. This included the 7 gorgeous cultivators who had already entered the desolate supremacy realm. They were still in the Demon Palace in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Therefore, he was a little confused when Yi Xian suddenly said that he wanted a desolate supremacy to guard this place. This was because in the Source Hive base camp, there were 7 great beings of the primordial era. However, apart from Yi Xian and himself, there was no one else who was a supreme being of the primordial era. There's no rush. Call Guihai Dao and the others over first. We'll talk about it later. Seeing Old Pig spirit's confusion, Yi Xian did not say anything else. With a thought, he extended his divine sense and called for his trusted subordinates who had yet to enter seclusion to gather at the command cabin on the top floor of the Wild Dragon battleship. Not long after the order was issued, figures shot out from the entrance of the command cabin. They were all Yi Xian's trusted subordinates. They had followed him for a long time and belonged to the earliest batch. Among them, one could clearly see Guihai Dao, Song Qingyu, Nabashan, Bak Chai, Li Mosquito, Zwafontai, and other demon experts. The 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, and Old Monster Inji were also there. In addition, the 7 great beings of the primordial era and other higher-ups of the Beast Army had also arrived. Although there were not many of them, only a little over 100, which was much less than the number of higher-ups under the command of the Magic Hall. They were all Yi Xian's most trusted subordinates. After everyone arrived, they did not say much. Their gazes were focused on Yi Xian, and their faces were rather gloomy. Obviously, they had already guessed the reason why Yi Xian had suddenly summoned them this time. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! As he nodded slightly, Yi Xian waved his hand and shot out rays of light toward his trusted subordinates. These rays of light were all storage Dharma treasures. They contained purple gold elixirs, 9 colored elixirs, and a portion of chaos elixirs. Of course, there were also precious pills of various levels that could be used to break through the bottleneck of a large realm. With the previous example of the Old Pig spirit wasting 3 years of time, this time, Yi Xian left behind 100 or so trusted subordinates of various levels of precious pills, all the way until they reached level 28. Everyone had one of each level. Apart from that, he even left behind 20 level 29 desolate supremacy elixirs for Guihai Dao's safekeeping. Whoever broke through to the primordial era first would be allowed to consume them. However, Yixian also instructed that if they were to break through to the desolate supremacy realm, even if they succeeded, they definitely could not easily leave the space inside the wild dragon ship. Otherwise, once they were sensed by the primordial chaos void's nomological force in the outside world, a desolate supremacy lightning tribulation would definitely descend. It was not that he did not have confidence in them and was worried that they would not be able to withstand the baptism of the desolate supremacy tribulation. It was just that the primordial chaos void was not peaceful. If they were targeted by other desolate supremacies during the tribulation, it would not be good. Therefore, the safest way was to stay in the wild dragon ship space after breaking through and wait for Yi Xian's next return. Once they had a guarantee, they would then go out to undergo the tribulation. Guihai, Yi Dao, and the others naturally obeyed his instructions. They all nodded with solemn expressions. Whoosh! In the next moment, Yi Xian waved his hand again. The Ridee seal that was suspended above his sea of consciousness was taken out by him. It turned into a ray of light and shot out. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the depths of a mountain range. Some of them had seen the Ridee seal before, while some had not. Seeing him suddenly do such a thing, they were all confused. They looked at each other with blank expressions. Clearly, they did not understand the purpose of Yi Xian's actions. That's the Ridee seal. The thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal inside is now a rank 1 desolate supremacy. Furthermore, as it is a thunder spirit, its true battle strength is astonishing. I'm afraid that even a rank 3 desolate supremacy might not be its match. Seeing his subordinates turn their heads and look at him with confused expressions, Yi Xian smiled and nodded. When Old Pig and I are not around, it will be guarding the Source Nest base camp. I have already explained it clearly. All of you just need to treat it as if it does not exist. Cultivate when you need to, and go into seclusion when you need to. Patrol outside as usual and remain vigilant. If an accident really happens, the Thunder Spirit will take action at the appropriate time. Furthermore, the Emperor's seal is here. Even a rank 4 middle stage desolate supremacy would not be able to do anything to it. You can rest assured. Chapter 49:21. After explaining everything clearly, Yi Xian immediately left the Source Nest Star base camp with Old Pig and embarked on the journey back to the void fragment of the Chaos World. Old Pig had always been in the Chaos World and had never been there, so he did not know where the spatial passage from the Chaos World to the void fragment of the Chaos World was. If it was in the past, Yi Xian might have been on guard, but there was no need for that now. On one hand, he was not worried about Old Pig. On the other hand, his cultivation had reached a certain level, so there was no need to be too cautious. After the two left the Source Nest Star base camp, they hid their figures and restrained their auras. They traveled at full speed, and it only took them 2 days to reach the vicinity of the spatial passage. Shio! Shio! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out. With Yi Xian in front and the Old Pig spirit behind, the two of them quickly charged into the incomparably secretive spatial tunnel and disappeared from the primordial chaos void. Again, when they appeared again, they were already in the depths of the rising sun forbidden land, in the secret and remote corner of the star domain. At this time, the two of them were only about 10 feet tall. One was a violent ape, and the other was a black-skinned pig. Currently, Yi Xian and the Old Pig spirit were at the same cultivation level. They were both at the first level of the primordial sovereign. At this moment, the two of them had activated the bloodline ability in their bodies, so the cultivation they displayed had increased by 1 level. They were at the second level of the desolate sovereign. If Old Pig spirit Gua used his demonic pig 9 transformations bloodline ability to the highest level, which was the 7th transformation, he would instantly have the power of a desolate level 9 peak stage desolate venerable. Yi Xian's bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig had been deduced to the highest level, which was the 9th transformation. In theory, once he entered the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig, his cultivation level would be 2 levels higher than Old Pig's, which was the 2nd order of the heavenly Tao realm. But unfortunately, that could only be achieved in the primordial chaos void. As for the void fragment of the great desolate world, due to the suppression of the great desolate heavenly will, the peak cultivation that Yi Xian could reach was only at the peak of the 9th step of the desolate realm. Deng, however, even though they were both desolate supremes, Yi Xian was the result of being suppressed under the 9th transformation. Hence, compared to Old Pig Spirit, he was definitely stronger. Moreover, he still had the power of the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he used it, the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers would come out at the same time, and he would be able to easily torture Zhu. Furthermore, this was without taking into account the 4 heavenly kings. If all of them were included, Pig Spirit would probably tremble in fear. Is this the forbidden land of rising sun? Indeed, the atmosphere is extraordinary. But boss, I Old Pig am new here. The key is that I have a great-grandson watching from the side. I don't have a proper status. Think about what position you can arrange for me first. As he spoke, the Old Pig Spirit stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. Then, he directly performed the 7th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig. In an instant, the cultivation aura that was emitted from his body had reached the 9th stage Desolate Supremes. However, it was still restrained and did not leak out too much. The reason why the Old Pig Spirit was like this was obviously to pretend to be strong. He wanted to pretend to be a big wolf in front of the great-grandson that he had yet to meet. This Yi Xian was well aware of all this. He found it funny, but he did not expose him. No, just like what Old Pig Spirit said, his 9th rank Desolate Supremacy cultivation base was enough. However, he needed to prepare for his position. Otherwise, if he did not have a position, he would be an outsider. Thinking about it, he would not feel close enough. There are the 8 great Vajras in the Source Nestar base camp, and there are also the 4 great heavenly kings in the Demon Palace here. They are my 4 electronic avatars, and they're all at the 9th stage Desolate Supremacy. How about, after thinking for a while, Yi Xian continued, how about I announce that the 4 heavenly kings will be changed to 5 heavenly kings? How about you be one of them? No, they're all your doppelgangers. This Old Pig Spirit is not. Hearing this, the Old Pig Spirit shook his head like a rattle drum on the spot. His face was full of unwillingness. Besides, it was originally 4 heavenly kings. If it suddenly changed to 5, it would be as if this pig spirit was forcefully stuffed in. It feels inferior. Moreover, although the position of heavenly king sounds good, there are 4 after all. It doesn't look good enough. Halfway through, he seemed to have thought of something. His eyes lit up. That's right, boss. Didn't you say that you were the master of the magic hall? This Old Pig Spirit is a unique and domineering position that no one can share. Is there anyone else? Domineering? Unique? You really have a lot of requirements. Yi Xian was also speechless. He rolled his eyes and muttered, why don't I just call you the Magic Hall Pig Tyrant? Magic Hall Pig Tyrant? Tyrant of pigs? That's not bad. Yi Xian was just joking. However, when the Old Pig Spirit heard this, his eyes lit up. He immediately wagged his tail. Not bad, not bad. Boss is indeed boss. Just randomly giving me a position, and I'm already so domineering. In the future, I will be the Magic Hall's Lord Pig Tyrant. That works too? Yi Xian was also speechless. He shook his head and sighed. However, he did not reject. This matter was settled just like that. However, to be honest, he really did not feel that the words Tyrant of the Magic Hall were domineering at all. No matter how domineering the title was, the word pig would definitely ruin it. After settling this matter, Yi Xian also used the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape to the 9th transformation. He no longer suppressed the cultivation in his body. In an instant, the aura of a 9th stage Desolate Supremacy spread out. The entire vast and boundless forbidden land of rising sun could sense it. Whoosh! Whoosh! A weak sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Yi Xian and the Old Pig Spirit shot out one after another, quickly arriving near his cave star. Looking around, he saw a large number of figures shooting over from all directions. It was obvious that there were 6 blood dragons, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shili Bei, Elder Sangji and the other survivors, Green Cow and Yuling Long, Dragon Centipede, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, as well as the emperors from the three races. Coincidentally, almost all of the higher-ups of the 6 armies in the Magic Hall had just finished a round of seclusion, so they all came over when they sensed Yi Xian's aura. For example, the surviving members of the Sangji tribe in the Remnant Army, the 20 over immortal emperors in the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun, and the Three-Clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shan Tang, and the other members of the parliament who were captured by the nomadic army. And finally, there were over 200 emperors in the captive army formed by the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion race captives, including the 9 ancient great beings from the 3 races, the 3 great beings from the original Survivor Alliance, and the black-robed Desolate Sovereign. Dang! Then, the Primordial Porcupine, the Primordial Hairy Tortoise, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 Evil Army were all gathered here. There was also the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wentian, Demon Uncle, Dark Tortoise Tribe Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and many other higher-ups of small sects and clans. A total of over 1,000 silhouettes gathered from all directions. Please remember the domain name of the book. Mobile version of the website. Chapter 4922. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Yi Xian and Pig Demon shot over at extreme speeds and soon arrived outside the Cave Abode Star. However, they did not enter and instead stopped outside the Cave Abode Star's atmosphere. Looking around, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall had gathered. This Yi Xian did not spend too much time in the primordial chaos void, so everyone did not feel strongly about it. It was as though they had just casually made a trip out and returned quickly. However, what surprised them was that not only did Yi Xian return alone, he even brought back a black-skinned pig. Furthermore, its cultivation level was so terrifying. It was the same as Yi Xian and his 4 electronic avatars, the 4 Heavenly Kings. It had also reached the perfected Desolate Supremacy level 9, which was equivalent to the half-step Heavenly Tao realm. This at that moment, as everyone gathered, all the upper echelons of the Magic Hall focused their gazes on Pig Demon. This old fellow's problem of getting carried away was getting worse. Now that he was in the limelight, he felt like he was floating. At that moment, he stood up with his hind legs in the void while his front legs were placed on his waist. He puffed out his chest and raised his head high with his nostrils facing the sky. He was just short of writing the words, "I'm an expert," on his face. This everyone present was shrewd, so they naturally saw through his smugness and flaunting. Immediately, their expressions turned odd as they exchanged looks. They were somewhat speechless, but with Pig Demon's cultivation level and strength, no one dared to offend him for a moment. This highness has just returned from the primordial chaos void. Yi Xian forcefully stifled his laughter as he turned to survey the upper echelons of the Magic Hall before saying, "To be honest, we also have a base in the primordial chaos void. It can even be said to be our true base camp, the forbidden land of the rising sun. It is only a matter of time before we leave. When that time comes, countless subordinates of the 6 legions will gather in that base camp. I've always been in charge of the Magic Hall in the Forbidden Land of Ascension, and he was in charge of the Primordial Void's nest." At this point, Yi Xian had a strange expression on his face. He tried his best to hold back his laughter. As he spoke, he pointed at Zhu Ling and said, "This is Pig Tyrant from the Magic Hall. You can call him Master Pig Tyrant from now on. During this period of time, there are other arrangements at the Primordial Void Source Nest Base Camp. Pig Tyrant will remain in the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. As for the Cave Dwelling Star, it will be located slightly further away from my Cave Dwelling Star. Just pick a suitable place." This was done after careful consideration. Yi Xian had purposely arranged for this guy to be further away from him, so as to avoid being constantly harassed by him. This guy had a restless temperament, and if he got too close to him, he would definitely cause a lot of trouble and annoyance. This Master Pig Tyrant almost shocked everyone. The strange expression on their faces became even more intense, but there was nothing they could do. After looking at each other, everyone continued to call him Master Pig Tyrant, which could be considered as a form of greeting. It's right for them to call him Master Pig Tyrant, but you can't. You have to call him Great Grandpa Pig. All the higher-ups in the Magic Hall were calling him Master Devil Tyrant, which made Zhu Ling extremely happy. He felt that this was the best time to acknowledge Zhu Ling's grandson as family. Yes. Therefore, after proudly nodding slightly as a response to everyone, he turned to look at the primordial porcupine in front of him on the right side of the void. He pointed at him with his right hoof and said, "How is it? Are you very happy? Are you very surprised? That's right. I'm your great-grandpa. Hurry up and kowtow to my great-grandson. Aya, what's going on? Why are you wearing a green hat on your head? Where's my great-granddaughter-in-law? She's too rude. I can't indulge an old sow who doesn't abide by the feminine virtues. Call her out. I'll help you scold her." As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked. Even Yixian was dumbfounded. After being stunned for 2 seconds, he subconsciously turned to look at the primordial porcupine. This guy had black skin, but didn't he have a tuft of green hair on his head? With his current height, this tuft of green hair was just right on top of his head. It really did look like a small green hat. There was no need to say much about who this green hat was, other than the primordial tortoise who wore pants with the primordial porcupine. Who else could it be? Although the two of them were not as strong as the primordial porcupine, they were still powerful people from the primordial era. Among the higher-ups of the Magic Hall, their cultivation was ranked second. Other than Yixian, the 4 heavenly kings, and the black-robed desolate sovereign of the Survivors Alliance, they were the strongest. When they first arrived, they were only first-stage powerful people. Now, they were already 4th-stage powerful people of the primordial era. To be honest, with Yixian's 9-color divine medicine and chaos medicine, it wouldn't take long for them to enter the desolate sovereign realm. Moreover, the two of them had a special relationship with Yixian. Therefore, even if the primordial porcupine was a 9th-stage desolate sovereign, the two of them didn't put him in their eyes. If there was no conflict, it would be fine. They would give each other face and call each other Lord Porcupine. It didn't matter who had the upper hand. But this guy came and talked about them like this. It was simply intolerable. These thoughts flashed through their minds. The primordial porcupine and the primordial tortoise were stunned for a few seconds. They instantly became angry and roared at the same time. Roar. Awoo. Before the roar fell, they had already turned to look at Yixian. Their faces were full of anger, and they looked like they could go berserk at any time. "Boss, what do you mean by this? Could it be that you think we've been too comfortable recently? So you deliberately got this guy to find excitement for everyone?" That's right. Where did you get this idiot? He actually opened his mouth and took advantage of me. Why don't you look at how ugly he is? Hearing this, it seemed like they were blaming Yixian, which made him speechless. This sudden appearance of such a situation was unexpected. For a moment, everyone was stunned. The void was silent, and the atmosphere was even a little dull. Cough, cough. Old Porcupine, you can't blame me for this. It's your own family matter. After coughing twice, Yixian raised his hand and pointed at the old porcupine beside him. He turned to look at the primordial porcupine, and the expression on his face became strange. Don't you feel it yourself? This is the aura of the bloodline origin. What you inherited in your body is indeed this guy's bloodline. You may have taken advantage of him, but it's also possible that he's a great-grandson. The primordial porcupine was stunned. He really didn't sense it before. This was normal. Who would sense whether the other person was their own ancestor? Here, when he heard Yixian's reminder, he immediately activated the bloodline power in his body. After sensing it, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful howl. It's actually true? Awoo. My life is too bitter to have such a cheap pig ancestor. No, I won't admit it. I will go against the heavens and change my fate. I will never enter his nest. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4923. Magic Hall. In the void outside, Yixian's abode. O'Neill, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall were gathered, But the atmosphere was extremely strange. To have such a lowly pig ancestor. This old pig's life is too bitter. No, I won't accept it. This old pig wants to go against the heavens and change my fate. I will never enter his nest. Awoo. After hearing Yi Xian's reminder, the primordial porcupine immediately activated the bloodline power in its body. After sensing it, its expression immediately changed. It raised its head and let out an incomparably mournful howl. Such an outcome made the eyes of the surrounding devil hall's upper echelons almost pop out of their sockets. The primordial porcupine actually met a great-great-great-grandfather of the same bloodline here. This was too dramatic. Originally, this was a good thing. After all, this great-grandfather was in existence at the peak of the 9th step of the desolate supremacy. However, looking at his character, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, all the higher-ups of the magic hall immediately showed sympathy and pity on their faces. To have such a pig grandpa, it was really bad luck of 8 lifetimes. They were too embarrassed to greet him when they went out. In fact, this time, even the primordial porcupine was stunned. Just now, he was also unable to restrain his anger. Now that he heard that the old pig spirit was indeed the primordial porcupine's great-grandfather, it might even be its great-grandfather, he was so scared that he trembled on the spot. After shrinking his turtle head, he rushed to the back of the right side of the void with a whoosh, hiding behind the higher-ups of the magic hall, immediately drawing a clear line with the primordial porcupine. This was how it should be. All along, he and the primordial porcupine had been wearing the same pants. Wherever they went, the two of them were like brothers. Now that the primordial porcupine suddenly had such a great-grandfather that made people speechless, that was a true bloodline ancestor. He couldn't get rid of it even if he wanted to. The so-called going against the heavens and changing one's fate was just an unwilling roar in his heart. But the primeval porcupine had no choice but to accept its fate, but he was different. At this moment, his position was very important, and he had to maintain a distance from Chen-Shi. Otherwise, if he were to suddenly become Chen-Shi's great-great-grandson, then it wouldn't be worth it. When the primordial porcupine saw this, he was even more heartbroken. He turned to look at the primordial hairy tortoise who was hiding behind the crowd. His face was filled with grief and indignation. Old tortoise, you're such a disloyal bastard at this critical moment. No. This is your family matter. Old tortoise, will not interfere. When he finished speaking, the archaic turtle shook his head vigorously, as if he was not going to follow the code of brotherhood, even if he was beaten to death. Besides, your great-grandpa pig doesn't seem a light green, so I won't stick to you anymore. It's not good to affect your relationship with your grandpa. PFFF. The primordial porcupine was so angry that it wanted to vomit blood, but there was nothing it could do. It looked pitifully at Yi Xian, but the latter calmly turned to look into the distance, as if he was admiring the scenery. His temper is really bad. This is like me. It was unknown if it was because Yi Xian had already taken precautions before this, but at this moment, the primordial porcupine's reaction, including his clamoring to go against the heavens and change his fate, and never acknowledge his ancestors, old tortoise did not care at all. Instead, he nodded and smiled with appreciation. Not bad. You have quite the demeanor of old tortoise. Your demeanor back then was just like this. T. Old tortoise is not like you. Old tortoise, the primordial porcupine was even angrier, but he stopped abruptly halfway through his words. Fang Zhengji called himself Old Tortoise, and he also called himself Old Tortoise. Wasn't this very similar? Not only was it similar, it was simply too similar to be more similar. Anger at this point, he even wanted to change the way he addressed himself as Old Tortoise, but after all, he was used to calling himself Old Tortoise. He did not know how to change it for a moment. In his anxiety, he could not even continue speaking. His face and neck were red, and it was really unbearable to look at. After all, you have been wandering outside for so many years, and I don't know when it happened. You have some resentment. Old Tortoise, I can understand. Seeing that the primordial porcupine was no longer speaking and was staring at him with a pair of pig eyes, as if he was still resentful, Old Tortoise shook his head and sighed. Then he said, "However, you are Old Tortoise's great-great-grandson after all. As your great-grandfather, Old Tortoise will naturally not bicker with you. Not only will I not bicker with you, but I will also pass on the strongest bloodline ability of our porcupine lineage, the demonic pig 9 transformations, to." At this point, the old pig spirit's chest puffed up again, and his pair of front hooves habitually reached his non-existent waist. He raised his head high and looked like he was going to use his nose to threaten the sky. He said in a long tone, "Speaking of which, the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic pig was not passed down to the next generation after your great-grandpa's generation. So, you definitely won't. I, Great Tortoise, am sorry for this matter. Otherwise, with your current 4th-stage cultivation base, once you use the bloodline ability of the demonic pig 9 transformations, you can instantly increase your battle strength by a large realm. With a shake of your body, you will become a 4th-stage desolate venerable. Outside, you will also suffer less humiliation." Hearing this, Primordial Porcupine was stunned on the spot. It could actually increase one's cultivation base by a large realm? Why did this sound more and more like Boss's demonic pig 9 transformations? Since when did the porcupine lineage have such a heaven-defying bloodline ability? However, although he was puzzled, he was soon relieved. Didn't he say? When it came to his generation, it was no longer passed down. It was only natural that he didn't know about it. Dang. However, these were not important. What was important was that from his tone, it seemed that this demonic pig 9 transformations bloodline ability could be passed down to him. If that was the case, once he learned it, wouldn't he be able to become a 4th-stage desolate venerable in an instant? Thinking of this, Primordial Porcupine was a little moved. If he could learn this heaven-defying bloodline ability, it was fine to acknowledge this pig as his ancestor. However, considering the blood relationship between him and the pig, he reckoned that the pig's character would not be much better. The possibility of this matter being a scam was still very high. Thinking of this, the Primordial Porcupine immediately turned to look at Old Pig's spirit. It sized him up from head to toe and muttered, "You old thing, don't tell me you're using this method to trick me into calling you Grandpa Pig. TSK, how could I be such a pig?" Old Pig Spirit's face was full of disdain. He curled his lips and patted his chest on the spot. "As long as you acknowledge me as your ancestor and call me Grandpa Pig, I will guarantee that you will learn it within 3 days. Otherwise, I will have no problem calling you Grandpa Pig." The dignified Huang Zun old monster said such words in public. There was basically no problem. After confirming this, Primordial Porcupine's breathing suddenly became rapid. A pair of round pig eyes burst out with green light. He immediately rushed toward Old Pig Spirit. You can only have demonic pig 9 transformations. Not to mention great-grandpa. Even great-grandpa is no problem. From now on, you are Old Pig Spirit's ancestor. With a smile on his face, he tried his best to curry favor. Ancestor Pig Spirit is blessed. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4924. It had to be said that this pair of grandfather and grandson were truly jackals of the same tribe. Previously, they seemed to have a grudge against each other, but now, in the blink of an eye, they were on good terms. After chatting for a short while, they actually started calling each other brothers and old friends. Jian, they were like a pair of good brothers. The surrounding higher-ups of the magic hall were dumbfounded and felt a chill run down their spines. In the end, this pair of grandfather and grandson, who were birds of a feather, scurried away with a wretched smile on their faces. As for Yi Xian, after shaking his head and smiling bitterly, he quickly withdrew his thoughts. Towards the black-robed, desolate sovereign of the Survivors Alliance asked about the changes in the situation of the Eldritch Wasteland fragment during the time he was away. The black-robed, desolate sovereign did not hide anything and immediately reported in full detail. Or perhaps it was because Yi Xian hadn't been gone for a long time, but during this period of time, there weren't any major changes in the void of the great desolate world. Tian the Tianji clan had been extremely quiet. After all, the Tianji beast that Di had condensed with the strength of the entire Tianji clan had just successfully entered the true heavenly Dao realm. Now, it was most likely still in seclusion, healing some of the injuries left behind by the heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. As for the heavenly Dao alliance, its three major factions, the Human Race Federation, the Star Alliance, and the Myriad Race Alliance, did not have any abnormalities and were extremely quiet during this period of time. However, Yi Xian was well aware that the three major factions that formed the Heavenly Dao Alliance would definitely take action secretly. After all, they also knew that the Tianji beast of the Tianji clan would recover from its injuries in 4 or 5 years at most. When that time came, it would be a Heavenly Dao realm existence in its peak state. With the current strength of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, it was absolutely impossible for them to match up to it. While before this, the Tianji clan had always been at war with the Human Race Federation. Moreover, the Tianji clan's base camp in the Eldritch Wasteland fragment was the closest to the Human Race Federation's location. Once the Tianji beast came out of seclusion, it was very likely that they would be the first to go on a punitive expedition. For this, it was impossible for the Human Race Federation to not be prepared. Furthermore, the Star Alliance and the Myriad Race Alliance had already formed a single entity. Once something happened to the Human Race Federation, they would also be in the same boat. Of course, the Human Races Alliance. All of this originally had nothing to do with Yi Xian. Although the Heavenly Dao Union had always been at odds with him, a terrifying existence at the Heavenly Dao realm had appeared in the void of the primordial world fragment. Furthermore, it was their old enemy. Under such circumstances, the Heavenly Dao Alliance wouldn't have the time to bother with the Magic Hall or find trouble with Yi Xian, be it in the next few years or after the Heavenly Mystery Beast came out of seclusion. But just because they did not look for trouble with Yi Xian, it did not mean that Yi Xian did not want to look for trouble with them. Dante, even the 8 desolate sovereigns of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races were a great temptation to Yi Xian. Some of that was why Yi Xian said there were 8 of them, because he did not include the blood-devouring war lion at all. The blood-devouring war lion was only an almighty being of the primordial era. Only after activating the 9 Berserk Lion Transformation Bloodline ability could he possess the combat strength of a desolate sovereign. Even if he was killed, he would not be able to refine a desolate sovereign's blood essence. At most, it would be a supreme-grade blood essence. What Yi Xian needed the most now was a desolate sovereign's blood essence. He really did not care about the blood-devouring war lion. However, although the 8 desolate sovereigns' blood essences were placed in the hands of the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races, it was not that easy to obtain them. The Alliance of 10,000 races was now united. It could be said that a single move would affect the entire situation. Even with the Magic Hall's current strength and peak combat strength, they would only be able to obtain half of the 8 desolate sovereigns' blood essences. It was almost impossible to obtain all of them. After all, the 8 desolate sovereigns were separated. There were 4 desolate sovereigns in the Star Alliance and 4 in the Alliance of 10,000 races. Yi Xian only had one chance to launch a sneak attack. No matter which side he launched a sneak attack on, the other side would immediately be alerted. And this sneak attack had to be carried out as soon as possible. As the crisis of the Heaven's Legacy Beast approached, the 3 great alliances would definitely be secretly making preparations. After all, they represented the various races of the 3 great starry skies planes. Within the 3 great alliances, there were still stronger existences in hibernation, even if there were no true heavenly Dao realm existences among them. If a few desolate sovereigns at the peak of 9th stage who were half-step into the heavenly Dao realm were to jump out, Yi Xian's sneak attack would completely fail. And the target he chose to launch a sneak attack on was the Alliance of 10,000 races. There was almost no need to choose. After all, although the Star Alliance only had 4 prey, they had 5 desolate sovereign-level combat strength. No matter how one looked at it, the Alliance of 10,000 races was more cost-effective. After making the decision, Yi Xian immediately returned to the Cave Abode Star. He extended his divine sense and found that whether it was the three girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, Zhao Qianru, or the seven beautiful cultivators who had recently stepped into the first stage desolate sovereign level. They were all still in seclusion and had yet to come out. Then, seeing his arrival, the four heavenly kings immediately rushed out of the magic hall and lined up in front of Yixian. They were his four electronic avatars and were one with each other. Therefore, there was no need for any verbal communication. They could communicate telepathically with just a thought. He did not immediately come out because Old Pig's spirit still needed 3 days. For example, today, he was already a fourth stage mighty figure. After activating the demon pig bloodline, he could instantly become a fifth stage mighty figure. Then, he could use the 9 devil ape transformation bloodline ability to the 7th transformation. His peak strength would be at the 3rd stage desolate sovereign level, stronger than the black robe desolate sovereign of the Survivors Alliance. With this calculation, there were a total of 18 desolate sovereign level combat strengths in the magic hall. The 7 beautiful cultivators, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit, the black robe desolate sovereign, Old Pig Spirit, and the primordial porcupine in its 7th transformation. In addition, there were Yi Xian's 3 Blood Sea avatars and the 4 heavenly kings. Yes, the Emperor's Seal Thunder Spirit had been left by Yi Xian in the Hongmeng Void's Origin Nest Base Camp. Therefore, there were a total of 17 desolate sovereign level combat strengths in the magic hall. This time, Yi Xian did not plan to let the 7 beautiful cultivators, the black robe desolate sovereign, and the primordial porcupine participate in the sneak attack on the alliance of 10,000 tribes. They would stay in the magic hall. Other than Yi Xian himself, he only planned to bring Old Pig Spirit along for the expedition to the alliance of 10,000 tribes. Look, it seemed that there were only Yi Xian and Old Pig Spirit. The number of people seemed a little small. However, in reality, Yi Xian alone represented the combat strength of the 7 peak desolate sovereigns, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, and the 4 heavenly kings. In addition, Old Pig Spirit was also a Baron Master at the peak of the great perfection of rank 9. The two of them represented a terrifying combat power. In this untainted land fragment void, perhaps only the Tianji beast that Di had fused with the entire Tianji tribe's power could contend against them. Under this situation, as long as everything went smoothly, there was at least an 80% chance of killing the 4 middle stage desolate sovereigns of the alliance of 10,000 tribes. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days, Yi Xian stayed in the cave-dwelling star and did not go out. He was waiting for Old Pig Spirit and the primordial porcupine. Regarding the sneak attack on the alliance of 10,000 tribes, Yi Xian had already told Old Pig Spirit through voice transmission. Therefore, although this old fellow was not reliable, it would take at most 3 to 4 days to complete everything. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4925. 3 days later, in the depths of the rising sun forbidden land where the magic hall was located, the void was originally quiet, but at this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly broke the silence. Roar. Demonic pig, 9 transformations. 7th transformation. In the void, the immemorial porcupine roared, and his body immediately expanded. In the blink of an eye, he was as huge as a small star. What was more shocking was the soaring strength in his body. Previously, he was only a 4th-level powerful figure, but now he was a 3rd-level supreme figure, which was almost a huge leap. It was simply shocking. At this result, Old Pig, who was watching from the side with his hooves on his waist, was grinning from ear to ear. He looked like a child who could be taught. Xiao, 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 xiao. This commotion was too great, and the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun was alarmed. In an instant, faint sounds of breaking through the air could be heard from all directions. Looking around, there were 6-headed blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shili Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and other powerful figures of the remnant people, Green Ox, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun. Roaring Moon Mastiff, Three-Clawed Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the Emperors of the Three Clans. They were the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall. Of course, this included the Immemorial Tortoise, the commander of the Heavenly River Army, the Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, the Devil King Mo and Tian, the Imperial Uncle of the Demon Tribe, the Dark Tortoise Tribe leader Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and many others. They had just witnessed the process of Old Pig and Immemorial Porcupine recognizing each other 3 days ago. The reason why they were not in seclusion these 3 days was to see if Old Pig was reliable at this moment. As the crowd swarmed over, they could feel the rank 3 desolate, venerable aura emitted from the primordial porcupine's body from far away in the void. Immediately, all of their expressions changed greatly. All of them gasped and cried out in shock. "Master Pig, I'm your grandson's sworn brother." In particular, the primordial turtle was the most excited. It let out a long roar and turned into a green light, shooting toward the pig. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of them. He asked, "Grandpa Pig, do you know anything about the demonic Turtle 9 transformations? Or perhaps you know 1 or 2 old bastards with green fur in the primordial void. They might be the old turtle's old turtle ancestor." As he spoke, the higher-ups of the Magic Hall who were rushing over from afar were almost knocked over by the lightning and fell into the void. "All right, disperse. Be more vigilant during this period of time. Blackrobe, Old Pig, the 2 of you don't go into seclusion for now. Wait for me and Pig Tyrant to come back first." At this moment, a figure floated out of the atmosphere of Yi Xian's abode. It was Yi Xian. Here at that time, he was still in the form of the Devil Ape. The 4 heavenly kings had already absorbed him into their bodies, leaving only the old pig spirit. Yes, he had already informed the old pig spirit about this. The latter understood and looked at the primordial porcupine. He raised his hoof and patted his chest, saying, "Great-grandson, comprehend it well. Great-grandpa will teach you the last 2 transformations later. Once you use them, you will be a late-stage, 5th-stage desolate master." These words sounded as if he had already comprehended the 8th and 9th transformations of the Devil Pig. Hearing this, Yi Xian was also drunk. He rolled his eyes and thought to himself that these 2 fellows were indeed worthy of being grandfather and grandson. They were both of the same character. The crowd dispersed quickly. The old pig spirit followed Yi Xian and rushed out of the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The 2 of them hid their figures and concealed their auras. Then, they moved quietly in the direction of the star area where the alliance of 10,000 races was located. Last time, the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slimes of the alliance of 10,000 races had also migrated to this place, which increased the alliance's military strength by 40 billion battleships, 24 late-stage grand cultivators, and 4 mid-stage supreme masters of the ancients. Of course, those 24 powerful figures of the ancients had all been killed by Yi Xian. No, during this period of time, among the various races of the Second Universe, there were more than 10 powerful figures who had awakened. However, they did not make it public and had been dormant in the alliance of 10,000 races. Including the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables, they had been dormant in the depths of the alliance of 10,000 races. No one knew what they were doing. Jian Yixian was too famous in the void of the fragment of untainted land. Therefore, this time he did not plan to show himself before going to the alliance of 10,000 races. Otherwise, it would arouse the vigilance of the 4 old men and cause unforeseen events. But the old pig spirit was a new face in the void of the fragment of untainted land. In addition, his complacent temperament was almost written on his face, which could easily cause a numbing effect. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let the old pig spirit show himself first to lure the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables of the alliance of 10,000 races out. After they showed themselves, he would show himself and use the 9-colored flame sea to trap them. In just one day, the 2 of them had arrived. However, Yi Xian did not show himself. Although he was in the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of the demonic ape, his body was only 10 feet tall. Although he had already fully activated the spiritual source core in his sea of consciousness. Following Yixin used the perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique. Not only did his body become invisible, even his aura did not leak out at all. Even if the peak desolate venerables who had the same cultivation level as him used their divine sense to scan, they could not find any trace of him. In this state, he had been following behind the old pig spirit. The distance between them was less than 10 million miles. It could be said that he was following the old pig spirit like a shadow. Moreover, he was already prepared to take action at any time. Thus, this ensured that when the 4 mid-stage desolate venerables of the alliance of 10,000 races appeared, he would immediately take action, trap them in an instant, and then kill them. Whoosh, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. At this moment, the old pig spirit's invisible body appeared. Originally, he was only 10 feet tall, but now he had expanded to 10 million feet tall in the blink of an eye. Thus, like an extremely fast meteor, he crashed into the star sector where the alliance of 10,000 races was located and rushed into the depths of the star sector. At the same time, the aura of his cultivation level was no longer hidden and deliberately spread out. However, it was not the peak 9th stage Supreme Desolate Venerable. Instead, it was the 7th stage Supreme Desolate Venerable, which had just entered the late stage Supreme Desolate Venerable. He did not want to scare the 4 old guys into not coming out and become cowards. However, even if it was only the 7th stage Desolate Venerable, it was definitely strong enough for the countless experts of the alliance of 10,000 races. The moment the old pig spirit's aura spread out, the entire star sector fell silent instantly. Everyone felt this aura, and their bodies shook violently. Their expressions changed drastically. Roar, who is the owner of this star sector? Rushing into the depths of the star sector, the old pig spirit raised his head and roared loudly. He was extremely arrogant and insufferably arrogant, but it gave people an overly impetuous feeling. Grandpa Pig, I rarely pass by this place, but I can't even see a single soul. This is clearly a blatant disregard. Quickly come out and pay your respects. Please remember the domain name of this book. Mobile version of reading website. Chapter 4926. Ow! Who is the owner of this star sector? Grandpa Pig rarely passes by this place, but I can't even see a single soul. This is clearly a blatant disregard. Hurry up and come out to pay your respects. As his body rushed into the depths of the star sector, Old Pig raised his head and roared loudly. His voice was extremely arrogant and insufferably arrogant, but his tone gave people a feeling that he was overly impetuous. However, no matter how impetuous he was still a late-stage, 7th-stage Desolate Master. He was extremely powerful. At least, within the Myriad Clan Alliance, there was no one who could match him. Because of this, within the vast star sector of the Myriad Clan Alliance, countless great beings from various clans who heard these few roars trembled and subconsciously shrank their necks. Not to mention the ordinary Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes. Even the dozens of powerful beings from the primordial era who had just awakened did not intend to show themselves. However, although the powerful beings from the primordial era did not dare to show themselves, the 4 desolate masters from the Myriad Clan Alliance did not care at all. These 4 desolate masters were from the 4 clans of the slave clans of the Second Universe, namely the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime. All of them were middle-stage desolate masters. The weakest one was a 4th-stage Desolate Master, while the strongest one was a 6th-stage Desolate Master. They were only one step away from the late-stage, 7th-stage Desolate Master. It could be said that compared to the late-stage, 7th-stage Desolate Master, this 6th-stage Desolate Master was not much weaker. At this moment, there was only one late-stage Desolate Master who dared to come to the Myriad Clan Alliance, but they had 4 middle-stage Desolate Masters. If they were to really fight, although they could not do anything to the other party could not do anything to them either. In such a situation, if they were to meet in the void of the universe outside, with the current situation of the void fragment of the universe, the four desolate masters from the Myriad Clan Alliance would most likely not cause any trouble. They would avoid it if they could. At most, they would just be a little aggrieved. However, the current situation was obviously not so. The other party was bullying them, and there was no way for them to avoid it. Coincidentally, during this period of time, the four of them had been suppressed by the Tianji clan and the Magic Hall, causing them to feel a little suffocated. Now that they had encountered such a situation, and it was only a late-stage, seventh-stage desolate master who was acting like a Tianji beast or the master of the Magic Hall, it was really infuriating them. Therefore, after a simple divine thought communication, the four old guys reached a consensus in an instant. Without hesitation, they rushed out from the depths of the star field where they were originally hiding. Furthermore, because they were originally together, the four of them charged out in a row from the depths of the star domain at the same time. Roar! Get out of here immediately, or I will definitely take care of you, along with heaven-shaking roars and howls, for enormous figures that were over 50 million kilometers long rushed out from the depths of the Myriad Races Alliance's star field. They were none other than Huang Zun from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime clans. Due to their anger, the speed of the four people was extremely fast. They were like lightning flashing across the void. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in the central region of the alliance of 10,000 races. They were only a few billion miles away from the old pig. For a desolate master-level existence, this was not a distance at all. They could even directly attack and fight from a distance. Xiao. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. Hundreds of millions of miles behind the old pig, in the originally empty void, an undetectable, nine-colored light suddenly appeared. Its speed was faster than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it had already shot out, crossing 10 billion miles, and arrived behind the four desolate masters. Walala! Before they could react, this light had already expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a vast and endless sea of nine-colored flames. It stretched for thousands of miles and directly cut off the space behind and on both sides of the four of them. At the same time, Yi Xian's figure also appeared hundreds of millions of miles behind the old pig. With a wave of his hand, four rays of light shot out and expanded in the wind, turning into four ferocious mechanical war beasts with mantis blades on their backs and wings. The four mantis-winged war beasts were very large in size, 50 million miles long. Their basic form was exactly the same, walking on two legs with mantis wings like blades. There was only a slight difference, and this slight difference was obviously due to the fusion of four different war-class weapons. Now, the four war drums were respectively located in the chests of the four mantis-winged war beasts that were walking on two legs. And it was because of their integration that the four mantis-winged war beasts had different patterns on their chests, like emblems. From left to right, the emblems on the chests of the four mantis-winged war beasts were a purplish-gold void soldier ladle, a weeping soul beast's ferocious head, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. These four emblems were clearly the characteristics of the four major kinetic races of the four war drums. In the future, they would be the only distinguishing mark of the four mantis-winged war beasts. And the cultivation level that emanated from the four war drums was, without exception, at the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. In other words, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Walala. At the same time, the sound of the air tearing apart sounded again. As Yi Xian appeared in the form of a raging ape, his body instantly expanded. When he reached 100,000 feet in size, he instantly dissipated, transforming into a sea of blood that spread out and enveloped the vast void. Roar! Roar! Screech! Immediately after, from three different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and violent howls. In the midst of the shocking and boundless sea of blood, there were three huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. They were none other than the three demon bodies of the primordial demon ape. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the cosmic raging ape. The other was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purplish-gold skeleton that exuded an endless, ferocious aura. It was extremely ferocious. The last was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the form of a raging ape, its body was a shroud of black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only two shrouds of purple light, making it appear extremely strange. In an instant, the three blood sea avatars condensed, and the cultivation aura emanating from their bodies were the 9th stage of the primordial supreme realm. Similarly, they were at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. But this was clearly not all. Everything was not over yet. Roar! You 4 ants! How dare you challenge your Grandpa Pig? Do you really think I'm a late-stage, 7th stage desolate supremacy? You are courting death. Oh, at the same time, the old pig spirit, who had completed the mission of luring the snake out of its hole, also raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Before he could finish his roar, the cultivation aura emanating from his body suddenly soared. In less than half a breath, he had already risen from the 7th stage to the 9th stage of the Great Perfection. This was also a half-step heavenly Tao realm. From beginning to end, it only took 3 breaths of time. 8 powerful peak desolate supremacies suddenly appeared in the Myriad Races Alliance star domain. They traversed the void, filled with murderous intent. Chapter 49:27. Roar! Awoo! As the old pig spirit raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body suddenly soared. In less than half a breath, he had already risen from the 7th step to the 9th step of perfection. He was also a half-step heavenly Tao expert. At this point, everything had been revealed, from beginning to end. In just 3 breaths of time, 8 powerful peak desolate supremes suddenly appeared in the Myriad Races Alliance star domain. They traversed the void, filled with killing intent. Facing this terrifying scene, the roaring desolate supremes of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime were dumbfounded on spot. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, the 4 of them came to an abrupt halt in midair. Originally, they wanted to turn around or flee left and right, but the moment they turned around, they stopped again. Behind them and to their left and right, a vast and boundless sea of 9-colored flames was rolling and surging towards them. Its momentum was extremely shocking, and the billowing heat waves it emitted made their souls tremble. In fact, when a faint 9-colored light suddenly shot out from the void hundreds of millions of miles behind the old pig demon, the 4 old men's hearts skipped a beat, and they realized that a great disaster was about to befall them. In this void fragment of the primordial world, 9-colored objects had almost become a taboo. This was because the Shenong Sea of Flames in the hands of the Magic Hall Master was so powerful that it made one's hair stand on end, was a 9-colored object. This kind of 9-colored strange flame, not to mention the primordial supreme being and the primordial supreme being, even a true heavenly Tao realm expert would be afraid of it. The 4 of them originally thought that the old pig spirit was just a rogue cultivator who had been in seclusion all this time and had only recently come out. However, when they saw a weak 9-colored light suddenly appear in the void hundreds of millions of miles behind him, the 4 of them realized that today's matter was probably not good. Unfortunately, everything that happened next happened very quickly. Without waiting for them to recover, in the distant void 10 billion miles away in front of them, there were already 8 powerful peak desolate venerables standing in a row. They were filled with murderous intent and were waiting for them to walk into the trap. Huff! Walala! At this moment, just as their figures suddenly paused in the void, the 9-colored sea of flames behind them and to their left and right finally met up and merged in the void in front of them. Immediately afterwards, the aura above and below his feet stagnated. When he turned his head to look again, the surroundings were already filled with 9 brilliant colors. In the blink of an eye, the 9-colored sea of flames had turned into a circular fireball with a diameter of 10 billion miles. And now, the 4 desolate supremes from the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime were trapped in this 10 billion-mile fireball space, sealed by the 9-colored sea of flames. This was clearly the rhythm of closing the door and beating the dog. Furthermore, from the looks of the Magic Hall Master, sending out 8 desolate supremacies who were at the peak of the 9th-step perfection, the final goal was clearly not just to beat them up and give in. This was a killing move. Their doomsday had arrived. Roar, screech, roar. Realizing this, the 4 old fellows were shocked. In fear, they all raised their heads and let out earth-shattering roars and howls. At the same time, their divine senses also spread out and roared in all directions. It sounded like they had a backbone, but in fact they were strong on the outside and weak on the inside. They were clearly trying to be tough. Master of the Magic Hall, are you trying to start a full-scale war between the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall? Now, the 3 major forces of the Heavenly Tao Alliance have each set up a directional wormhole in the depths of the star field. Everything that happened here must have been learned by the Friends of the Star Alliance and the Human Race Alliance. They will arrive soon. The Desolate Supremes are difficult to kill. Even if it's 8 against 4, you won't be able to achieve any results in a short period of time. And there's not much time left. Once the Friends of the Star Alliance and the Human Federation arrive, you will no longer have the advantage. At least in terms of numbers, the Desolate Supremes of my Heavenly Tao Alliance far outnumber the 8 Desolate Supremes. Just give up. This battle is destined to have no results. Why do you want to tear apart the face of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall? Don't forget that the Tianji clan will soon attack again. When that time comes, your Magic Hall will be the first to bear the brunt. Maintain a good relationship with them. When that time comes, our Heavenly Tao Alliance will be able to help. In short, there's no need to say more about the current situation. The Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall will benefit both sides if they cooperate, and will lose both sides if they fight. It's best that you consider carefully. Don't make a mistake. Roar, roar. At the end of the speech, the 4 Desolate Supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime all raised their heads and roared. They were convinced by themselves and felt that this was the truth. In an instant, they felt that their courage was boosted. Walla whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Just at this moment, a crashing sound came from the fireball opposite them. A crack appeared, but it quickly closed, not giving the 4 old fellows a chance to escape. And in this instant, 8 rays of light rushed out from the tiny crack and entered the interior of the fireball in the blink of an eye. When they abruptly stopped in the void, they were the 8 figures that were lined up in a row in the void far away from the fireball. Now, Yixin's 3 Blood Sea clones had shrunk in size and were only 10,000 feet tall. The old pig spirit was the same. Only the 4 heavenly kings, although they had shrunk in size, were still tens of thousands of miles tall, which was extremely eye-catching. 8 against 4. If we were to fight 2 against 1, we might not be able to quickly kill all of you in a short period of time. As soon as his figure appeared, the flesh and blood body of the 3 Blood Sea clones, Violent Ape, had already spoken. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and as he spoke, his gaze swept across the 4 of them. In the end, his gaze landed on the giant, ferocious clan's Huang Zun, who had the most clumsy body. After a short pause, he immediately continued, "However, this battle was instigated by me. It's true that it's 8 against 4, but whether it's a 2 against 1 battle or an 8 against 1 battle, killing them one by one, it seems it's not up to you to decide, right?" This was undoubtedly a show of attitude. Even the tactic of 8 against 1 and killing them one by one was mentioned. In an instant, the expressions of the 4 old fellows changed drastically. Their faces turned ashen. Roar. Screech. Screech. Oh, before they could react, the 3 Blood Sea clones, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit, a total of 8 figures, had already moved together. Without the slightest hesitation, the 8 figures turned into rays of light and shot forward at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived around the giant ferocious clan's Huang Zun. At the same time, they spread their arms. Without any fancy moves, they simply... A punch was thrown out. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder resounded within the fireball. The berserk power was restricted to a limited space, and the berserk will of iron and blood caused one's soul to tremble. Chapter 49:28. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Rumble. In an instant, a thunderous rumble resounded within the flame sphere. The berserk power was restricted to a limited space, causing one's soul to tremble. Roar. Screech. Oh, the 3 Blood Sea clones, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit, a total of 8 figures moved at the same time. Without any hesitation, they turned into rays of light and shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived around the giant ferocious clan's desolate sovereign. Bam! A loud sound shook the heavens. 8 heavy punches, all containing incomparably berserk power, but at this moment, they were all directed at the same target. In less than a tenth of a breath, they had already landed on the clumsy body of the giant ferocious clan, without the slightest bit of suspense. Following the loud explosion, the entire body of the desolate sovereign, which was thousands of miles long, turned into a rapidly spreading scarlet mist of blood in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! As the target's body exploded and turned into a bloody mist, Yi Xian immediately waved his hand. When the faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The majestic blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space of the cauldron. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in a breath's time. In just a breath's time, a middle-stage, desolate sovereign of the 5th step had already fallen. His body had completely exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Just like that, his body and soul had been destroyed, and not a single strand of hair was left behind. The desolate sovereign was difficult to kill, but that also depended on the situation. Right now, the 4 desolate sovereigns from the 4 clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime were trapped within the 10 billion mile space formed by the 9-colored sea of flames, unable to escape at all. And they were only middle-stage, desolate sovereigns of the 4th to 6th step. If it was 1 against 2 or 1 against 3, they might not be killed in a short period of time and could at least struggle for some time. But now 8 peak desolate venerables of 9th rank perfection attacked at the same time. They fully activated the power in their bodies and instantly released it on one of their targets. Such a terrifying attack. Even if it was a rank 7 or rank 8 late desolate venerable, there was absolutely no reason for them to take it head-on. He was only a rank 5 middle desolate venerable. It was natural for him to be killed in 1 hit. And this was clearly just the beginning. Since Yi Xian had come and successfully trapped all 4 of his targets within the 9-colored flame sea's 10 billion kilometer sphere of flames, then the remaining 3 fellows definitely wouldn't let them go. The only result was to kill them all. All of this happened too quickly. The space rat, the hell ant, and the evil slime did not even have time to react. By the time they regained their senses, the desolate Zune from the giant ferocious race had already fallen. At this moment, they finally realized the severity of the matter. The master of the magic hall was definitely not a frightening person. This was clearly a thunderous method. Today, it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. Under the terror in their hearts, the 3 old fellows were thrown into disarray. Panic appeared on their faces, and the aura emanated from their bodies was in chaos. At the same time that they fled in all directions, they even tried to persuade Qin Shi, and they were actually still trying to salvage everything. Roar! Screech! Damn it, you actually killed the giant ferocious race? Have you thought of the consequences of doing so? Bao Yuan, to tell you the truth, the giant ferocious race has already moved their entire race here, including the Grotto Heaven in their race's ancestral ground that has a primordial treasure. Inside, there is still a first-generation ancestor of the giant ferocious race. He was an existence that had already become a peak desolate venerable countless years ago. The purpose of his slumber this time was to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. Once he knows that you have killed a desolate venerable of the giant ferocious race, this matter will definitely not be let go. There will be no way to resolve it. Don't continue making mistakes. The matter has not reached the point of no return. We are extremely sincere and are willing to facilitate the alliance between the Heavenly Tao Union and the Magic Hall to fight against the Heaven's Legacy race. Therefore, we can pretend that we did not see what happened just now. In the future, we will help you resolve it. Noisy. Hearing these words, Yi Xian's heart stirred, but he did not mind. A cold light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes as he shouted softly. His gaze swept past the three old fellows and finally landed on the evil slime, race's desolate venerable. Whoosh! Swish! 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 There was no need for verbal communication. Just a glance from Yi Xian was enough to explain everything. Almost at the same moment, he swept his gaze over. A sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out. Including Bao Yuan, 8 figures instantly disappeared from where they were. When they reappeared, they were around the evil slime, race's desolate venerable. Without saying a word, just like before, they spread out their arms and punched out with all their strength. Bam! The scene was too shocking. Without any suspense, 8 heavy punches that contained violent power were all aimed at the same target. In less than a tenth of a breath, they landed on the evil slime's body. An earth-shattering explosion rang out. The desolate venerable's entire body, which was thousands of miles long, exploded in the blink of an eye, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread out. Whoosh! Everything that happened next was already familiar to Bao Yuan. As the target's body exploded and turned into a blood mist, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand to collect it. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10,000 miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was all swept up by him, absorbed into his body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space. This was the second time they had joined forces to attack. Just like before, with just a single punch, a middle-stage, desolate venerable's body exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. As for the 8 half-step heavenly Tao stage existences, they were not injured in the slightest. They did not even pant for a moment. They seemed relaxed and content, as if they had just done something trivial. Such a scene was too terrifying, especially when they realized that the same scene would soon reappear on their bodies. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the remaining 2 desolate venerables from the Hell Mosquito race and the Space Mouse race began to tremble violently. An indescribable chill was rising from their backs at this moment, after seeing 2 powerful desolate venerables who were not weaker than them die tragically on the spot in just 2 breaths. The last trace of luck in their hearts finally disappeared completely. A terrifying aura of despair was spreading in their hearts. They did not dare to have any more stubbornness. At this moment, the 2 desolate venerables from the Hell Ant race and the Space Mouse race subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. They seemed to have a tacit understanding as they begged for mercy at the same time. Chapter 49-29. It was too fast. With just one punch, the body of the second desolate elder, who was in the middle stage, exploded. His body and soul were destroyed in just 2 short breaths. They had seen 2 powerful desolate elders who were not weaker than them die. The desolate elders from the Hell Mosquito clan and the Space Rat clan trembled violently. At this moment, the last trace of hope in their hearts had completely disappeared. An indescribable chill rose from their backs. As if they had a telepathic connection, they begged for mercy at the same time. Roar! Yi Xian, can you stop now? In just 2 short breaths, you have already killed 2 middle-stage desolate elders. No matter what your reason is, this should be enough. If it is for resources, we can give up everything and let you take it away, except for our clansmen and ancestral lands. But if it is just to vent your anger, is the death of 2 middle-stage desolate elders not enough to calm your anger? If you don't like the Heavenly Tao Alliance, we can represent the alliance of 10,000 races to withdraw and join the Magic Hall instead. That's right. Back in the first universe of the 3 main starry skies, we, the Hell Ant clan and the Space Rat clan, had formed an alliance with you. We have old friendships between us. In the ancestral lands of the alliance of 10,000 races, there are still many powerful beings and desolate elders in hibernation. If we join the Magic Hall, we will definitely be a powerful force that can greatly increase the strength of the Magic Hall. Think about it. Don't continue to be so crazy. If we join forces, both sides will benefit. There will be more benefits. Roar. Facing the two old fellows begging for mercy, Bao Yuan did not even bother to reply. He raised his head and roared. His gaze swept across and landed on the Space Rat clan's desolate elder. If these two old fellows knew what Yi Xian's true intentions were, they probably wouldn't have begged for mercy like this. In the end, they would still die. Before they died, they were still so humble, but they still couldn't change the outcome. It was completely meaningless. It was simply stifling. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard. In the flame sphere that covered 10 billion miles, the energy raged even more violently. Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan glanced at Huang Zun of the Void Rat clan. The 8 figures moved at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived around Bao Yuan and threw a punch. The flesh and blood exploded, and a bloody mist filled the air. However, it only lasted for less than half a breath before it was put away by Bao Yuan with a wave of his hand and sent into the farmer god cauldron in his body. In the blink of an eye, the third desolate sovereign had perished, and only this old fellow from the hellish ant clan remained. Screech, Yi Xian, don't push me too far. This is a sealed space. It's only 10 billion kilometers away. Originally, he still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. He thought that he and the old monster Huang Zun from the Space Rat clan had lowered themselves and were willing to give up everything, even bringing the entire alliance of 10,000 races to join the Magic Hall. If nothing unexpected happened, they should be able to find a chance to survive. But at this moment, as the old monster Huang Zun from the Space Rat clan was killed by a single punch, his heart was finally filled with despair. A bloody light flashed in his eyes, and the aura emitted from this old fellow's body instantly became berserk, becoming incomparably chaotic. Since they were all going to die, then before they died, they had to at least let their opponents suffer a little. Otherwise, they would truly be unwilling. At this moment, he did have the thought of self-destructing. Moreover, it was to self-destruct both his divine soul and physical body at the same time. As a mid-stage, 6th Order Desolate Sovereign, if he were to disregard everything and simultaneously self-destruct both his divine soul and his physical body, the terrifying energy that would erupt in that instant could be imagined. According to his estimation, even if he couldn't severely injure his opponent, he would at least be able to injure him slightly. In this way, he would at least be satisfied self-destruct. It doesn't matter. Just as he finished speaking, the voice of Bao Yuan's divine sense rang out. Unfortunately, even if you self-destruct, you won't be able to hurt me. Whoosh! Swish, swish, swish! Almost at the same time, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. Although the figure of Bao Yuan stood still, the other 2 Blood Sea clones, the 4 Heavenly Kings, and the old pig demon, a total of 7 figures, moved together. In the blink of an eye, they arrived around the Hell Ant Huang Zun. Without any hesitation, they opened their arms and punched out. No, bam! This scene happened too quickly. The infernal ant, Huang Zun, was caught off guard. He didn't even have the time to self-destruct. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. 7 gigantic fists with majestic power that made one's hair stand on end had already landed on his body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and formless chi force. It swept over, absorbed into his body, and sent into the cauldron. At the bottom of the volcano in the central region of space, the blood essence condensation began. At this point, this battle came to an end. In less than 10 breaths of time, the 4 desolate elders from the Space Mouse, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the evil spirit slime were completely killed. Their bodies exploded into a bloody mist, and their souls were destroyed. They were taken away by Yi Xian and sent into the Shinon Cauldron. Previously, after the end of the great battle in the primordial chaos void, the number of desolate sovereign blood essence in Yi Xian's hands had already reached 6. Now that he had killed 4 more desolate sovereigns in this battle, he only needed to refine the majestic blood mist formed by their bodies into blood essence. At that time, the total number of desolate sovereign blood essence in Yi Xian's hands would reach a total of 10. 10, if he did not consider other materials. Once he successfully refined them, Yi Xian was confident that he could produce 6 level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pellets. However, the heavenly Dao treasure pellet was too shocking. It was impossible to refine it in the primordial chaos void because it was suppressed by the heavenly Dao. If he wanted to refine the heavenly Dao treasure pellet, he had to go to the primordial chaos void. However, even if he could successfully refine the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pellet there, he had to go through the baptism of the primordial chaos void's laws after the pellet was refined. It was hard to predict how many would be left after 6 pellets were refined. Even Yi Xian was a little nervous about this. In fact, even if the desolate sovereign blood essence was enough, and even exceeded his expectations, he was still unable to refine the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pellet. This was because there was still one more important material that had not been deduced. In other words, the pill formula of the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pellet was still a little unclear. The last material is definitely no trifling matter. If there are no accidents, it is very likely that it will not be deduced in the primordial chaos void. Upon thinking of this, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold glint as a look of worry appeared on his face. This is because in the primordial chaos void, the heavenly Dao realm is the highest realm. Due to the suppression of the heavenly Dao, it is absolutely impossible for the core material to successfully refine the level 30 heavenly Dao treasure pellet to exist here. Since it does not exist, how can it be deduced successfully? This last step can only be completed in the primordial chaos void. Chapter 49:30. Walala, phew. With a thought from Yi Xian, the 9-colored fireball that enveloped the surrounding void, sealing an area of 10 billion kilometers, instantly collapsed, turning back into a 9-colored sea of flames. Following that, it rapidly condensed into a single point and was absorbed into Yi Xian's body with a wave of his hand. Turning around, the surrounding void was silent. Although this was the central zone of the Myriad Race Alliance's stellar domain, there was not a single trace of experts from the various races in sight. Previously, the fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames had enveloped a vast void that spanned 10 billion kilometers, trapping the 4 desolate supremacies from the spatial rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races within, preventing them from escaping. But in fact, this 9-colored sea of flames did not block out sound. When they were killed one after another, the roars and pleas of the 4 old guys were all heard by the experts of the alliance of 10,000 races in the surrounding stars. Including the fact that they had perished, it was also immediately known. These were 4 extremely powerful primordial supremacies, but in less than 10 seconds, they were completely annihilated. Even their bodies exploded into a bloody mist. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and they were absorbed by the Magic Hall's master, Yi Xian. Such terrifying power and iron-blooded killing methods instantly shocked the entire vast stellar domain. At that moment, in the various inhabited stars of the Myriad Race Alliance's stellar domain, countless experts from the various races of the first universe were prostrated on the ground. Their bodies were trembling, and they did not even dare to breathe. Some of the weaker existences had already fainted from fright. However, this was not shameful. Against 8 powerful peak desolate supremacies and half-step heavenly Dao realm existences, even the dozen or so mighty figures of the primordial era that still existed in this stellar domain did not dare appear. No matter how terrible the performance of the other experts was, it was still reasonable. Roar, roar, screech. Why is it so quiet? What happened here? Where's the Magic Hall's master? Where's Yi? Rumble. At that moment, from the depths of this stellar domain, a shocking roar suddenly sounded. There was also the sound of divine perception. Accompanied by the rumbling of thunder in the void, it rapidly spread out. A cold light flashed in Yi eyes. With a wave of his hand, the skeleton body and black fog body appeared. The four heavenly kings and pig spirit moved and stood to his left and right. The 8 peak desolate supremacies were once again lined up in the void. Then they looked into the depths of the stellar domain. All of a sudden, several powerful auras appeared out of thin air. They were all paragons of the ancients, and their numbers were still increasing. When the Heavenly Law Alliance was first established, the 3 great alliances that had formed the Heavenly Law Alliance had each built a directional wormhole in the depths of the star domains that each of them occupied. Once any of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's forces were in trouble, the upper echelons of the other 2 forces, and even their regular armies, would be able to rush to their aid immediately. Just now, the news of the Master of the Magic Hall's arrival had clearly been spread by some of the upper echelons of the Myriad Races Federation. Therefore, the primordial supremacies of the Star Alliance and the Human Race Federation had arrived one after another. They had indeed come quickly enough, but in the end, they were still a step too late. Yi had already expected this. With 8 against 1, he killed them one by one. In a short 10 breaths of time, everything was over. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the existence that had descended from the wormhole in the deepest part of the star field had clearly captured Yi aura. At the same time that the voice of the divine sense fell, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. One figure after another shot out from the depths of the star field with a shocking momentum. They were very fast. They were not far from Yi to begin with. In just a few breaths, they entered Yi line of sight. Among the 2 forces that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Star Alliance was the first to arrive after receiving the news. Because at this moment, the 5 figures that had just entered Yi field of vision were clearly acquaintances of Yi. Moreover, they weren't ordinary acquaintances. They'd already been beaten up several times, and every time, they'd be beaten up until they fled in a sorry state, like stray dogs. Among the 5 figures, the leader was a demonic beast named Unicorn. It was tens of thousands of miles long, and its whole body was surrounded by raging demonic flames. It looked extremely powerful. It was the Scarlet Unicorn. Its cultivation strength had now reached the 8th order of the ancients. It was only one step away from reaching the 9th order perfection, the peak of the desolate supremacy. Beside it, there was a fellow who was only half a figure behind. It was also tens of thousands of miles long, but it was extremely narrow and long. Its whole body was pitch black, and there was a billowing demonic aura that was as black as ink surging out of its body. This fellow was the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. Its cultivation strength was the same as the Scarlet Unicorn. It had also reached the 8th order desolate supremacy. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Behind the 2 of them, the other 3 figures were flying side by side in the void. They were the desolate supremacy old monster, the 9-headed blood dragon, the Azure Rock, and the blood-devouring war lion from the former top 3 clans of the Second Universe. The 9-headed blood dragon and the Azure Rock had just broken through and entered the desolate supremacy realm before entering the void of this desolate world fragment. When Yi fought with them last time, the cultivation strength of these 2 old guys was only at the 1st order desolate supremacy realm. But now, they were already at the 2nd order desolate supremacy realm. Moreover, their auras were extremely solid. They must have broken through a long time ago, and were not far from the 3rd order desolate supremacy realm. As for the blood-devouring war lion, in fact, he had not entered the true desolate supremacy realm. He was just a desolate ancient supreme. However, at this time, he had obviously activated the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation of the wild lion. Now, the cultivation aura that was emitted from his body had reached the 6th order desolate supremacy realm. He was only one step away from entering the late 7th order desolate supremacy realm. Compared to the nine-headed blood dragon and the azure rock, he was much stronger. Everyone was already familiar with each other, but even these 5 old guys only knew that Yi Xian had 3 Blood Sea avatars and 2 electronic avatars. The last time he went to the Tianji clan, Yi Xian only brought 2 electronic avatars. Therefore, in their impression, there were only 5 powerful peak desolate supremacies in the magic hall. But at this moment, there were 8 peak desolate supremacies in front of them, lined up in a row. The 2 additional electronic avatars and the old pig demon were completely out of their expectations. Because of this, when the bloody unicorn, the 9-held demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure rock, and the blood-devouring war lion came from the deepest part of the star domain in front of them and quickly approached, the 5 old guys glanced over and were stunned at first. Then, their expressions changed drastically, and they gasped at the same time. I was wondering who it was. It turns out that they are all old acquaintances. A cold smile appeared on Bao Yuan's face when he saw this scene, and a wisp of ridicule and disdain slowly formed on the corners of his mouth. However, the words he spoke clearly revealed a wisp of indolence that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. Long time no see, fellow Taoists. How have you been? Chapter 49:31. Seeing the 5 silhouettes in the distance, a cold smile appeared on Bao Yuan's face. A hint of mockery and disdain slowly appeared at the corner of his mouth. Even the words that came out of his mouth clearly revealed a thick sense of laziness. I was wondering who it was. So it's an old acquaintance. Fellow Taoists, how have you been? Upon hearing this, the faces of the scarlet unicorn, 9 netherworld demon crocodile, 9-headed blood dragon, azure sky rock, and blood-devouring battle lion instantly turned dark. The master of the magic hall actually had 4 electronic doppelgangers, and all of them were half-step into the heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the supreme of the ancient stage 9. In that case, in addition to his 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers, he alone represented 7 half-step heavenly Tao realm experts. How were they supposed to compete? He was practically immortal. Unless it was the heavenly Tao realm heaven's legacy beast that DE had fused with the power of the entire heavenly Tao realm. Who could be his match? Furthermore, it had only been a short time since they last met, and this fellow had gotten another black-skinned old pig from somewhere. Although it looked a little unreliable and had a long pig nose that almost reached the sky, its cultivation level was not to be underestimated. Including him, there were now 8 half-step heavenly Tao realm experts in a magic hall. This level of strength had far surpassed the heavenly Tao alliance. If not for the fact that there were still some mighty figures and ancient desolate supremacies in the ancestral lands of the various clans that formed the heavenly Tao alliance, the entire heavenly Tao alliance simply did not have the qualifications to compete with the magic hall. Swish! 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 Right at this moment, in the direction of the distant star domain's hinterland, an extremely sharp sound pierced the air again. Turning around, a total of 7 silhouettes were coming together. The 7 silhouettes all looked like normal humans, but there were clearly only 4 of them who were real humans. Among the other 3, D-Air was a mechanical electronic life form. Although the other 2 had transformed into human appearances, the aura that emanated from their bodies was as violent and majestic as the ferocious beasts in space. The 2 of them looked to be around 60 years old. One was in a black robe, while the other was in a white robe. The white-robed man's complexion was as dark as the bottom of a pot, while the black-robed man's complexion was as white as jade. It was quite an interesting contrast. If he was not mistaken, those 2 old fellows must have come from the former headquarters of the 10,000 Luo Federation, the Temple of Glory, one of the 3 factions of the present Human Federation. Their true form was that of a feral star. As for their cultivation, they were all in the 7th Order Venerable Desolate Realm. Not bad. They had all entered the late-stage Venerable Desolate Realm. Other than D-Air and the 2 elders who had transformed into ferocious beasts, the other 4 were all real humans. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and they all looked to be in their 60s. These 4 people should be from the eternal dynasties Su Lao Gu and the 10 absolute celestial palaces Tianju Palace. In terms of cultivation strength, the four of them were all late-stage Desolate Supremes. They were all in the 7th level of this realm. Among the 7 of them, 6 of them were late-stage Desolate Supremes. Although Dier was only in the First Order Venerable Desolate realm, he had the automaton race in his hands. Tens of millions of his people fused into 2 gigantic automaton beasts. Their cultivation strength had even surpassed the 7th Order Desolate Supremes, reaching the peak of the 9th Order half a step into the Heavenly Path realm. Therefore, although Dier's cultivation strength was the weakest among the 7 Desolate Supremes of the Human Federation, in reality, Dier was the one who took the lead. Obviously, he was the one who made the decisions among the 7 of them. Of course, part of the reason was because the other 6 Desolate Supremes did not like worldly affairs and did not care about worldly affairs. After the 6 of them brought the immortal 9 stars, Tianju Palace, and the Temple of Glory to this chaotic world fragment, they had not shown themselves. To the outside world, it was said that they were carrying out some important arrangements. However, this time, they had suddenly descended and appeared together for the first time. It was unknown whether it was because the so-called important arrangements had been completed or because they had realized the great crisis facing the alliance of 10,000 tribes. So they temporarily put this matter aside and rushed over together with Dier at this moment. With the arrival of the 7 Desolate Supremes, the Heavenly Path Alliance's Desolate Supremes had reached 12. Unfortunately, this was meaningless. So what if it was 8 against 12? If they really fought, they would still not be a match. After all, the 8 Desolate Supremes on a Magic Hall side were all half-step Heavenly Path Realm Desolate Supremes. Of course, in this situation, although 7 of the 12 Desolate Supremes were ferocious beasts, if they were killed, Yi Xian would instantly obtain 7 Desolate Supremes' blood essences. Oh, right, excluding the blood-devouring War Lion. There were only 6 Desolate Supremes. But that was just a thought. It was impossible for it to become a reality. In the situation of 8 against 12, not to mention the 2 late-stage 7th Order Old Monsters from the Temple of Glory, even the initial stage 9-headed blood WRM and Azure Sky Rock would be difficult for Yi Xian to kill. It was basically impossible. At the very least, in the current situation, it was absolutely impossible. Therefore, Yi Xian was not interested in the upcoming battle with these old guys. Even he, who had the advantage in terms of combat power, was not interested. The Heavenly Path Alliance's side, the had arrived one after another. Naturally, the 12 Desolate Supremes did not need to be mentioned. In fact, the 12 of them did not look good at the moment. Their mood was extremely heavy, because ever since they arrived, they had not seen the 4 Desolate Supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races. Even when they searched with their divine sense, they could not find any trace of them. On the contrary, there was a faint fishy smell in the air. Moreover, the energy fluctuations did not seem to have completely calmed down. All of this indicated that a shocking battle had just happened here. If that was the case, since the battle had ended and the Master of the Magic Hall was still here, looking very relaxed, it was easy to imagine what had happened to the 4 Desolate Supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races. Those were 4 powerful Supreme Ancients. When the Star Alliance and the Human Federation received the news of the sudden change in the Alliance, they immediately rushed over through the directional wormhole in the depths of the Star region. The total time from beginning to end was definitely not more than 100 breaths. In such a short period of time, all 4 exalts of the Primordial Era had perished, and it was even to the extent that the battlefield had been cleaned up as if it had been licked clean. Merely this alone allowed one to determine how terrifying the joint forces of these 8 half-step Heaven Dao experts were. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 12 Desolate Supremes from the Heavenly Path Alliance who were standing in a row 10 billion miles away from the opposite side of the void subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged glances. Although there was anger in their eyes, the expression on their faces clearly showed a deep sense of helplessness. Sigh, shaking his head and sighing. It was Dier who stepped forward. His gaze swept over the crowd and landed on Bao Yuan. He laughed bitterly. Little friend ye, you've really played me until I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Chapter 49:32. The words little friend ye immediately reminded Yi Xian of the days on the immortal star. Imperial Preceptor D. Air clearly wanted to play the emotional card. Unfortunately, Yi Xian did not intend to pay attention to him at all. The world had changed. Even the immortal 9 stars had all moved to this piece of chaos void. What was there to talk about in the past? Moreover, even at that time, Imperial Preceptor Dier and the Immortal Emperor might not have taken care of Yi Xian. To put it bluntly, this emotional card was not only wishful thinking on Dier's part, but also shamelessly trying to curry favor with him. Clan leader Dier, I don't seem to be that close to you. It's better not to mention little friend Yi. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan's face immediately showed a touch of coldness. His eyes fell on Dier as he slowly said, "We're all sensible people. It's better to be direct. Is there any point in playing these twists and turns?" He clearly did not give them face and even slapped them in the face. The others' faces immediately darkened. The aura in their bodies surged, ready to attack at any time, but they were forcefully suppressing themselves. "What? Do you want to fight?" Bao Yuan's eyes flashed, and his face revealed a ferocious expression. He raised his right arm and waved. Come. There are 12 of you. I'll only send 6 people. 1 against 2, 1 against all of you. Little friend Yi, you must be joking. In the current situation, there's no need for a big battle between our Heavenly Tao Alliance and your magic hall, right? Dier was obviously very shrewd. Facing Yi Xian's slap in the face, he was not embarrassed at all. He still had a kind smile on his face. Halfway through his words, he suddenly changed the topic. By the way, little friend Yi, where are the 4 friends from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans? How did they disappear in such a short time? Why ask when you already know the answer? Yi Xian had never liked this kind of old fox. Since the other party liked to pretend, he would expose them. As soon as Dier finished speaking, Bao Yuan rolled his eyes and replied unceremoniously, "You're 1 step too late. Those 4 old guys have already been killed by me. I was going to visit the Star Alliance again." Speaking of this, a bright light flashed in Bao Yuan's eyes. He raised his hand and pointed at the 9-headed blood dragon, Cyan Sky Rock, and the other 2. These 5 old fellows were the second target. Unfortunately, you guys rushed over before I could move. This was too arrogant. He actually dared to say such words in front of them, completely ignoring them. It was as if in his eyes, the 9-headed blood dragon and the other 5 desolate, venerable old monsters were clearly prey that could be slaughtered at will. Roar. Screech. Ruthless, ruthless, ruthless. Most people wouldn't be able to withstand such humiliation, let alone Supreme Huanggu. Just as Bao Yuan finished speaking, the 5 old fellows raised their heads and roared at the same time, especially the Crimson Unicorn, the 9-held Demon Crocodile, and the blood-devouring War Lion. After all, the Crimson Unicorn and the 9-held Demon Crocodile were now late-stage desolate venerables. They were full of confidence. Although they couldn't defeat the half-step heavenly way at the great perfection of rank 9, they wouldn't die. If they were careful, the possibility of being seriously injured was not high. Although the blood-devouring War Lion hadn't reached late-stage desolate venerable, the War Lion clan had a fiery temper. At this time, such a strong reaction was expected. On the other hand, the 9-headed blood dragon and the Cyan Sky Rock were too weak. They were only early-stage desolate venerable. If they were unlucky and encountered a half-step heavenly way at the great perfection of rank 9, not to mention being seriously injured, they might even die. On the other hand, because these 2 old fellows had been abused by Yi Xian many times, it had already left a psychological shadow in their hearts that couldn't be erased. Therefore, at this moment, even if they were humiliated in public, their faces were full of indignation. However, they didn't dare to roar too loudly and felt a little guilty. "Oh, well, could it be that you're still not convinced? Come, I'm the pig tyrant of the magic hall. I'm the number 1 pig under the head." Seeing this scene, the pig spirit jumped out on the spot. He stood on his hind legs and put his left front paw on his waist. His right paw pointed at the 5 of them, including Bloody Unicorn and the 9 Gloom Demon Alligator. His long pig nose almost pierced the sky. With a face full of arrogance, he said, "If you're not convinced, then come up. I, Pig Spirit, will take on the 5 of you and kill all of you." Roar. "Damn this black-skinned pig. You're too arrogant. I've seen arrogant people, but I've never seen such an arrogant person. I can't hold it in anymore." Roar. Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Gloom Demon Alligator, and the blood-devouring War Lion couldn't hold it in anymore. At the same time, they roared loudly and were about to rush out. The atmosphere in the void instantly became tense. A great battle was about to break out. "Everyone, please calm down." At the critical moment, Dier spoke again. He turned his head to look at the blood-colored Kirin, the 9 Gloom Demon Crocodile, and the others. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. "I'm sure all of you are aware of the current situation in this void. Even if the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall don't go to war, many years later, we'll all face extremely dangerous situations. At that time, once the Heavenly Law beast that DE fused with the entire Heavenly Law clan recovers from its injuries and comes out of seclusion, it won't be good news for us. No matter whether his first target is the Magic Hall or the Heavenly Law Alliance, there's no need to say more. Everyone understands that DE's goal is to dominate one side. No matter whether he first destroys the Magic Hall or the Heavenly Law Alliance, the remaining side will be his next target. Under such circumstances, we don't have much time left. A few years will pass in the blink of an eye. If the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall start a war again, any losses will worsen the situation that we'll face in the next few years. Speaking of this, Dier's eyes flashed, and his expression became serious. He turned to look at Bao Yuan and sighed softly. "Little friend Yi, no matter what your motive was for killing the 4 fellow cultivators from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans from the Alliance of 10,000 clans, we are not willing to investigate. Because there's no meaning to it. Even if the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall have a grudge, the previous killing should be enough to smooth things over. Little friend Yi, it's said that there's no time like the present. Today, it's rare that the 12 Baron Supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance are gathered here. I'm willing to be the mediator and resolve the grudge and misunderstanding between the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall. You and I are both existences in the Baron Supremacy realm. If there's anything you want to say it openly. If there's no possibility of cooperation, at least you can say it openly. That way, you can avoid another killing in the future. Everyone, this is what I mean now." Dier turned to the Crimson Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the other Baron Supremes of the Heavenly Law Alliance. His expression was rather sincere. "I wonder, what do you think?" Looking at this posture, it seemed that he really had the intention to negotiate. This obviously caught Yi Xian off guard. He frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Chapter 49:33. In the space opposite them, the Bloody Unicorn, the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, and the rest of the 11 Desolate Supremes fell into deep thought after hearing Dier's words. Dier was right. Currently, the situation in the Eldritch World fragment was extremely grim. The enmity between the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Tianji clan was unresolvable. Previously, in the 3 main dimensions of the galaxy, they had fought against each other for tens of thousands of years. Under such circumstances, they were indeed unwilling to, and should not, provoke such an incomparably powerful monster like the Devil Hall. Although the relationship between the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Magic Hall was extremely tense, there was no enmity that could not be resolved. Furthermore, since the start of the war, whether it was before or after the establishment of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Heavenly Dao Alliance had always been at a disadvantage. On the other hand, the Magic Hall had never been at a disadvantage. Therefore, according to Dier's words, as long as the higher-ups of the Heavenly Dao Alliance could consider the big picture and forget about the previous enmity, there would be no problem in resolving the enmity in today's peace talk, even if they could not form an alliance with the Magic Hall. After all, since the start of the war, the Magic Hall had always been at an advantage. Resolving the enmity was not unacceptable to the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. After all, he was also facing the huge threat of the heavens' mystery beast coming out of seclusion in a few years' time. The space fell into silence. Everyone was deep in thought. For a moment, it was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was imperceptibly suffocating. "All right, we can talk. After all, I've killed enough desolate supremes." After a moment, Bao Yuan nodded and agreed to the peace talk. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, Bao Yuan suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, including Bao Yuan himself, collapsed at the same time, turning into a majestic blood rain that sprinkled in the air. In the blink of an eye, they merged together and condensed into a single point. Immediately after, this weak blood light suddenly flickered, and a human figure appeared out of thin air. It was Yi Xian's original body. At the same time, the 4 heavenly kings on the left and right also turned into 4 rays of light and shot towards Yi Xian. In the blink of an eye, they drilled into his forehead and disappeared. All of this took a long time to describe, but in reality, it happened in an instant. Only a breath's worth of time or so had passed. 6 of the 8 half-step heavenly Tao experts that had been lined up in the void had disappeared in an instant. Only Yi Xian and the old pig spirit remained. However, at this moment, Yi Xian was in his normal human form, while the pig spirit's body was millions of miles long. It was incomparably huge and looked extremely out of place. Yi Xian didn't say anything, but he turned to look at Old Pig. The latter understood and snorted. Then his huge body shrank rapidly. In just 2 or 3 breaths, he had turned into a burly man of the human clan. His skin was dark and shiny, and he wore a long robe that exposed his chest. There was a sense of arrogance in his rough appearance. Seeing this scene, the high-level members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance were startled at first, but then their expressions relaxed. At least Yi Xian had expressed his willingness to negotiate, and had even revealed his true appearance. For them, this kind of attitude was already giving them a lot of face compared to the usual arrogant style of the Master of the Magic Hall. Among the 12 people, the 7 desolate, venerable old monsters from the Human Clan Alliance were originally in human form, so there was no need for them to change. However, the 5 desolate, venerable old monsters from the Star Alliance were in their bloodline true bodies. At this moment, their bodies were more than millions of miles long, which was very incompatible with the current atmosphere. Obviously, this was extremely inappropriate. After exchanging glances, the 5 desolate, venerable old monsters from the Star Alliance, such as Scarlet Unicorn and 9 Demon Crocodile, also changed their forms at the first moment. They turned into human forms, and the atmosphere in the void instantly became harmonious. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on Dier's face. With a wave of his hand, some spiritual fruits and wine jugs instantly shot out and landed in front of everyone, floating in the void. Fellow cultivators, this is the spiritual wine that this old man personally brewed. Even the spiritual fruits are extremely rare. Before entering this void, I picked them from a life star in a fragmented small void. Today, I'll present them to you. Yi Xian glanced at him from the corner of his eyes. He was not interested in the spiritual wine and spiritual fruits in front of him. Although these things were not considered good, compared to the similar resources in Yi Xian's hands, they were obviously not enough. They were more than 1 grade lower. Although the people present were all desolate venerables, Yi Xian was a fierce existence in the Hongmeng Void. At least half of the ferocious beast forbidden grounds and remnant star fields on the right bank of the Milky Way had been explored by him. The spiritual wine and spiritual fruits that he collected were all top-grade items. Compared to him, Dier was far from enough. However, although he was not interested in these spiritual fruits and spiritual wine, there was no need to hit a smiling person. Since they were going to negotiate, there was naturally no need to hit them in the face. Therefore, although Yi Xian did not look at the spiritual wine and spiritual fruits floating in the void in front of him, he immediately sat cross-legged in the void. He did not say much, but his eyes swept across the air and the others on the opposite side, showing that he was waiting to see how they were going to carry out this peace talk. This kind of attitude, compared to the usual arrogance of the master of the magic hall, was no different than the difference between heaven and earth. However, in fact, Yi Xian's eyes revealed a touch of vigilance and even hostility. The people present were all desolate venerables with keen divine senses, so naturally they all felt it. At this time, the 12 desolate venerables of the Heavenly Tao Alliance also sat cross-legged in the void 10 billion miles away. The others did not say much. They turned their heads and exchanged glances, frowning slightly, as if they were thinking and muttering. It seemed that they did not have much hope for this so-called peace talk. As for Dier, although he also felt the vigilance and hostility in Yi Xian's eyes and attitude, he did not care. He glanced at him and smiled slightly. This time, he did not beat around the bush. He immediately spoke and asked directly, "Little friend Yi, since we have already sat down to negotiate, why are you still so vigilant against me? To be honest, whether it was at the beginning or after entering this fragment of the void of the untainted land, I don't seem to have any deep grudges with you, right?" This was very important. Dier still felt a little puzzled about Yi Xian's hostility. Therefore, if this problem was not explained clearly, it would be difficult for the so-called peace talk to really carry out and bring about any practical meaning. It's not only against you, but also D.E. It's the same for me. In short, I don't trust you mechanical electronic life forms. The other party went straight to the point. Yi Xian did not plan to, and there was no need for him to hide. As soon as Dier finished speaking, he immediately curled his lips and said lightly, "Because Xingbo is not dead yet." Chapter 49:34. What? That's impossible. What a joke. How could Xingbo not be dead? That was tens of thousands of years ago. Speaking of which, when I came out of seclusion, I saw him from afar. This person was obsessed with the spread of human technology. At that time, the 10,000 Luo Federation had not been established, and there was no immortal dynasty. If this person's cultivation was not strong, how could he live until now? Yi Xian, we are sincere in sitting down and negotiating with you. You suddenly brought up Xingbo to talk about this matter. It's completely unrelated. You even said that he's fine. Don't you think that's a bit too much? If you don't want to talk, just leave. It's ridiculous for you to play with us like this. As soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, the 12 barren supremacies from the Heavenly Tao Alliance exploded. The Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Phantom Demon Crocodile, the 9-headed Blood Dragon, the Azure Rock, and the Blood-Devouring Lion from the Star Alliance were fine. Although they had heard of Xingbo, they did not know much about him. However, the 7 barren supremacies from the Human Federation were different. They were either from the 2 camps of the human race or from the Temple of Glory, which represented the former 10,000 Luo Federation. They were very familiar with Xingbo, the pioneer of human technology. Moreover, as barren supremacies, they had lived for countless years. However, they were either in seclusion or in hibernation to recover. Although they had never met, they were very familiar with Xingbo's name. Among them, there were even 2 old men who had seen Xingbo from afar tens of thousands of years ago when they came out of seclusion. As for Dier, he was a mechanical artificial life created by Xingbo. With Xingbo's illustrious reputation in the human clan, it was as if he was a spiritual symbol. Now that Yi Xian had just sat down to negotiate, he actually pulled him out for no reason. These old fellows were naturally enraged, and for a moment, their faces all changed color. Even Dier, who had been smiling before, pulled a long face this time. His face was very gloomy. Although he did not shout, it was obvious that he was forcibly restraining himself. Seeing his reaction, Yi Xian had a rough idea of what was going on. As for the reactions of the others, he did not care at all. His gaze was fixed on Dier's face. He shook his head and sighed. "It seems that you were also kept in the dark. The outside world has always said that D.E. betrayed the human clan and killed its creator, Xingbo. Now it seems that the one who was really abandoned by Xingbo is obviously you, Dier, and D.E. is his choice. Little friend Yi, you've gone too far." Seeing that Yi Futian was still going on like this, Dier's expression became more and more unsightly. He could no longer hide his displeasure. With a flick of his sleeve, he was about to get up. "Forget it. Since little friend Yi is not interested in negotiating, let's drop this matter. However, the more he acted this way, the happier Yi Xian became. At this point, they had already spoken. Soon, they would get to the part that he really wanted to know. Yi Xian naturally would not give up and let Dier leave. Haven't you ever wondered why your mechanical beast was suppressed by the heavenly Tao and failed to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm? But Di succeeded? With a grin, Yi Xian continued. At that time, I was at the scene and saw it clearly. Although you were not there, I'm sure you could have guessed the situation afterward. Haven't you ever doubted it? Upon hearing this, not only Dier, but everyone was stunned at the same time. Those present were all primordial sovereigns. Naturally, they understood the situation of this eldritch world fragment void. This place included the three main planes of the starry skies, as well as other fragments of the void where life had flourished and no life had flourished. In fact, all of them had been formed by the explosion of the primeval age after the great battle that had erupted in the primeval age. To put it bluntly, they were all void fragments of the eldritch world. Originally, although these void fragments had remnants of the power of the laws, they were not controlled by the eldritch world. The so-called eldritch worlds will seem to have fallen into a deep slumber. But now, as the new primordial era was about to begin, the eldritch world that had yet to truly end was about to descend. Only after the eldritch world completely came to an end and returned to its original state could the new primordial era truly begin. Therefore, whether it was the current three main starry skies of the world or this eldritch world fragment void, the eldritch worlds that had remained dormant for countless years was gradually awakening. The biggest change brought about by this awakening was that the heaven and earth spirit energy in these void fragments became more active. At the same time, the feeling of being controlled by the eldritch worlds became clearer and clearer. And now, the unexpected incarnation of the eldritch worlds will, in other words, the celestial I, could use most of the awakened eldritch worlds to control this eldritch world fragment. Naturally, it was the same situation in the other void fragments as well, such as the current three main starry skies. The reason why the two human factions and the Temple of Glory had moved all their core ancestral grounds here was because they sensed the changes in the three main starry skies. If there were no accidents, when the will of the untainted heavenly way fully awakened, all the fragments of the void would gather together again, causing the untainted world of the past to reappear. From then on, the untainted world that had yet to truly end would completely end. That would be the end of the previous primordial era, and the new primordial era would begin anew. Of course, that moment had yet to come, and there was still some time. Even now, although the eldritch worlds had yet to fully awaken, most of it had already awakened. With that portion of the heavenly will's power, the celestial I that was the incarnation of the eldritch world's will was enough to suppress any existence that wanted to reach the heavenly realm. That was the suppression of the heavenly will. Under such suppression, no living being could truly take that step forward and become a heavenly realm existence like the celestial I back then. The mechanical behemoth that Dier had fused with the entire mechanical race's power had actually reached the true heavenly realm. But at the final juncture, the primeval heavens I had descended, triggering the eldritch worlds to suppress it, easily killing everything and causing Dier's mechanical race to fail in their attempt to reach the heavenly realm. Ever since then, the desolate supremacies of the various large factions understood one thing. It was impossible for anyone to successfully step into the true heavenly Tao realm in this place. But later on, there was an accident, and that was Di. He had also fused with the entire Tianji race's power, and the celestial beast that he had fused with was slightly weaker than the mechanical beast that Dier had fused with. But Di had actually succeeded. This was simply inconceivable and unreasonable. Even if Yi Xian didn't mention this matter, Dier and the others already had a fox heart in their hearts. At this moment, when they heard him suddenly mention this matter with Xing Bo, they were all shocked. Chapter 49:35. To be honest, Di used all the remaining official members of the Tianji clan to fuse with the Tianji beast. Before it advanced, It was even slightly weaker than the mechanical beast you fused with. Turning his head to look at the shocked Dier, Yi Xian nodded and said, "But he succeeded. That Tianji beast successfully stepped into the true heavenly Dao realm. It did not even suffer any substantial damage from the heavenly Dao lightning tribulation. Otherwise, it would definitely not have been able to recover in just a few years. The reason for this is very simple. It is because the heavenly Daos, I was going easy on him. The so-called heavenly Dao lightning tribulation was just a cover-up, a formality. You were not present at that time, so you only had doubts. If you were present and saw everything, you would definitely be as clear as I am." Having said that, Yi Xian did not say anything else. The void fell into silence. Including Dier, the 12 desolate supremes who were 10 billion miles away were all aghast and shocked. After a full half an hour, Dier had roughly digested this shocking information and regained his composure. At this time, his face was still full of shock, but the doubt in his eyes was stronger than before. He stared at Yi Xian for a few seconds before he said in a muffled voice, "All right, what you said is indeed reasonable. Now, let's assume that what you said is the truth, but what does all this have to do with Xingbo? Even if Primeval Heavens, I really colluded with D.E. and secretly went easy on him, allowing D's Tianji beast to successfully step into the true heavenly Dao realm, it cannot prove that Xingbo is related to this, much less prove that he is still alive." Whoosh! Before he could finish his words, Yi Xian had already curled his lips and shook his head. At the same time, he waved his right hand and instantly shot out a beam of light. Whoosh! The beam of light shot out, and in the blink of an eye it spread out in the right void 10 billion miles away. With a strange sound like splashing water, a light screen appeared. Before anyone could react, some images appeared on the light screen. It was a very ancient void. Even though it was just a recorded image, one could feel an incomparably ancient and heavy aura. There were clearly several figures in the void in the image. One of them was Xingbo, and there was also the Primeval Heaven's Eye and the Netherworld Furnace. At this moment, the Primeval Heaven's Eye in the image suddenly shone with a brilliant green light. A green energy beam shot out from the heavenly Dao's eye, which was even larger than a star. It shot up into the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it was extremely far away in the void above their heads. Rumble, hiss, a world-shaking rumble resounded, and then it was followed by the extremely clear sound of ripping. A rift had been torn open in the primordial void high above them, but it wasn't dark and gloomy. Instead, a wisp of dreamlike starlight poured out from within. It was also at this moment that Xingbo, who was sitting cross-legged on the other side of the void, suddenly stood up. A smile appeared on his face, but his eyes were shining brightly. He turned his head and glanced at the souls of the 3 people and 1 beast who were standing in the void in the distance, as if they were spectators. He nodded slightly, and then glanced at the netherworld furnace that was covered with countless blood-red runes. This old man's plan of stealing the heavens is finally left with the last step. As he spoke, his eyes shifted and fell on the Primeval Heaven's Eye. Then he said, "Don't hesitate. Don't worry. After this old man goes in, this old man will find a way to enter the ancestral planet. As long as I can do this and get that thing, I can take all of you in the new primordial void era is about to begin. This is your last chance. Otherwise, when the new primordial void era begins, all existences in the last era will be turned into dust. Even if you were the will of the heavenly Dao in the primordial void era, it will be the same. You don't have time and opportunity. Only by joining forces with this old man can we make the last fight." Whoosh! The last sentence seemed to have an effect. As soon as Xingbo finished speaking, the Primeval Heavens' Eye shot out another beam of cyan light. But this time it didn't shoot into the sky, but toward the netherworld furnace. In the void, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air. The cyan light was so fast that it reached the outer wall of the netherworld furnace in the blink of an eye and directly penetrated the furnace. The second sound broke through the air almost in the next moment. This time, it was even sharper and resonated with the void. A low buzzing sound that made one's divine soul tremble was heard. At the same time, The countless blood-red runes on the outer wall of the netherworld furnace suddenly lit up and then extinguished at the same time. The aura of the furnace became dim, but a beam of cyan light shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace. The beam of light was only about half an inch in diameter. It was insignificant, but the light was extremely bright. It was obviously a dark blood-green color, but it was impossible to look at it directly. Its speed was even faster. It seemed that just as it shot out from the mouth of the netherworld furnace, it had already reached the void crack high in the distance. Xingbo didn't hesitate at all. His figure flashed and disappeared without warning. He turned into an even fainter beam of gray light and followed closely behind the beam of cyan light that shot out. Finally, another sharp sound broke through the air and disappeared in a flash. That extremely thin beam of cyan light, along with the gray light that was Xingbo's figure, entered the void crack high in the sky in the blink of an eye. It directly shot into the light screen of the primordial void law that shrouded the Milky Way star field. A small hole was instantly pierced through the seemingly thin light screen. The energy of the beam of cyan light was exhausted and it directly disappeared. And the faint light that was Xingbo's figure also smoothly passed through the light screen and rushed in. It was too fast. In less than a 10,000th of a second, the small hole that was pierced through by the cyan light screen was closed again. And at this moment, the void crack that was torn apart by the beam of cyan light shot out by the primeval heavens, I was also slowly self-repairing and quickly closing. Whoosh! At this point, the image in the light screen disappeared. Along with the strange sound of water splashing, the light screen on the right side of the void 10 billion miles away once again condensed into a point and turned into a light beam that shot toward Yixian. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from between his eyebrows and disappeared. At this time, in the void 10 billion miles away, the air and the other desolate elders from the Heavenly Tao Alliance all had their mouths wide open. Their eyes were wide open, and their eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. At this moment, the shock in their hearts was so great that they even forgot to breathe. The 12 desolate elders, without exception, all felt as if they had just been struck by lightning. Their minds were roaring, and their entire bodies were completely petrified at this time. Yixian let out a long breath and said slowly, "The image that you saw just now was secretly recorded by me using a secret technique to hide my aura while hiding in the dark." Chapter 49:36. The image you saw just now was secretly recorded by me using a secret technique to conceal my aura while I was hiding in the dark. The line swept across the 12 desolate supremacies of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were dumbstruck from the immense shock. Yixian heaved a sigh of relief and shook his head. Following that, he slowly said, "The void in the image isn't here. It's the primordial chaos void. Behind the rift that the primeval heaven's eyes' first cyan pupil beam pierced through is the Milky Way stellar domain. The Milky Way stellar domain is also in the primordial chaos void. Over there, both sides of the Milky Way are surrounded by countless ancient factions. They are all forbidden grounds for ferocious beasts and remnant stellar domains. They have been waiting to enter the Milky Way stellar domain for countless years. Now, the Milky Way stellar domain is enveloped by a thin membrane of the primordial chaos laws. Even heavenly Tao realm existences are unable to force their way in. Therefore, there was the scene in the image. Back then, Xingbo and the primeval heavens, I suffered huge losses. The followers of Xingbo were all primordial supremes, but they self-destructed and used the power of the netherib furnace. Finally, the primordial heavenly Tao used all its strength to pierce a weak hole in the membrane that enveloped the Milky Way stellar domain. At the critical moment, Xingbo successfully entered. Having said that, Yixian swept his gaze across the group of Heavenly Tao Alliance's desolate supremacies who were still in a daze. After a slight pause, he continued, "You heard it yourself. Xingbo's goal was to steal the heavens. I still don't know what this so-called stealing the heavens refers to. But one thing is certain. Xingbo's final destination is the mother planet. The mother planet is the origin of the primordial chaos world in this primordial chaos era that is about to end. It is said that Xingbao is a native life form on the mother planet. Back then, when the Great War broke out, the great wasteland world was torn apart, and the mother planet flew away together with the Milky Way star field where it was located, never to be found again. Presumably, Xingbao and the primeval heavens, I only found the Milky Way star field in the great chaos void later on. In fact, Xingbao has another identity. He is the mysterious guest from the mother planet in the legends of this chaos world fragment. I'm sure everyone has heard of this legend. His 5 followers are also closely related to some of the races and forces in the 3 main planes of the starry skies. For example, the demons are the descendants of one of his human followers. For example, the original body of the Blood Mosquito clan's Mad Mosquito Emperor is the descendant of the ancient mosquito beside him. After saying so much, I presume that all of you have already become suspicious and vigilant towards Xingbao's scheme, right? Since he is a guest from the mother planet and has so many connections in the 3 main planes of the starry skies, he even created the Heaven's Legacy race and the Machinery race. However, in the eyes of the current human race, he is just a human technological pioneer who is like a saint. Furthermore, he was so tragically killed by the artificial intelligence DE that he created. TSK. How melodramatic. However, who would have thought that DE had always been his spy in the current starry skies? This point is proven by the fact that the primeval heavens, I went easy on him and allowed DE's Heaven's Legacy beast to step into the heavenly Tao realm. Everyone, this is the truth of everything. Do you have any other questions? After saying the last sentence, Yi Xin turned around again and looked at Dier and the others who were in the void billions of miles away. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he did not say anything else. Silence. A deathly silence. Yet a few minutes passed after Xian finished speaking, but the 12 desolate Zun old monsters from the Heavenly Tao Alliance didn't react at all. Everyone's mouths were wide open. Their expressions were aghast, and their gazes were straight. The shock in their hearts was obvious. Who would have thought that this old man would be deceived for tens of thousands of years? After a long time, Dier sighed faintly. It was as if he had suddenly aged more than 10 years. The expression on his face was incomparably lonely. The one he had his eyes on was still DE. After all, that was the first mechanical electronic life he created. These words sounded like he was reminiscing, but in fact, it was no different from expressing his stance. It showed that he was completely unaware of everything that had happened. He had always been kept in the dark about everything regarding Xingbao. This was a must. This was because Yi Xian's video had already proven everything. Xingbao was not dead, and he was colluding with the primeval Heaven's Eye. Furthermore, the traitor DE that the outside world knew was actually fake. He had always been Xingbao's confidant. If even DE was like this, then what about Dier? This was a question that Yi Xian had thought about before, but until now, he had not been able to confirm it in his heart. Similarly, at this time, after learning all of this, it was impossible for the other 11 desolate elders not to have the same doubts in their hearts. Even if they did not ask, they had unknowingly become vigilant towards Dier. They would observe him later. Dier obviously also realized this point. However, since the other desolate elders did not ask, he was not in a hurry to explain. However, he had to express his stance, so he had these sentimental words. But, unfortunately, no one could be sure if these words were true or false. Even Yi Xian still harbored suspicions towards Dier. Naturally, there is no need to mention the other old monsters of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. They had just learned of such a shocking conspiracy and were in an extremely sensitive state. Any doubts would be imperceptibly magnified. Actually, in my heart, I am inclined to believe that clan leader Dier is innocent, seeing that the void fell into silence again. The eyes of the bloody unicorn, 9 you demon alligator, and the other 11 desolate elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance all flashed as they pondered. Yi Xian smiled faintly and turned to look at Dier as he spoke. Slightly after a pause, he continued again. However, whether you have nothing to do with this or not is not something that can be determined with just a few words from you or from me. If you want to prove your innocence, or to make me believe that you are innocent, clan leader Dier, you must at least show some sincerity. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and the topic of discussion suddenly changed. The corner of his mouth slowly outlined a very playful and mysterious smile. For example, everything related to the devouring system in my body, the devouring system was created by you, and you secretly spread it out. The second patriarch of the D family should know all the secrets and truth about it, right? Tun laughed. Devouring system? Suddenly hearing this extremely unfamiliar word, the bloody unicorn and the other desolate elders of the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were 10 billion miles away froze at the same time. A blank expression appeared on their faces, but the suspicion in their eyes instantly became stronger. A few almost subconsciously, everyone turned to look at Dier at the same time. Their eyes were all fixed on him. Please remember the domain name of the book. Chapter 49:37. Looks like you've already realized its problem. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Dier was startled. Then, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. That's right. The devouring system was indeed created by me, and I secretly spread it. To put it bluntly, it's actually a source seed of mechanical and electronic life. However, that's not all. It's also integrated with the most advanced biological intelligence technology. After the devouring seed is spread out, it wanders in the void. It's just a crystal particle the size of a speck of dust, but it has a powerful function. When it encounters a living creature of flesh and blood, it can immediately give a variety of index evaluations, and then give a comprehensive score. Those who reach the standard will be chosen as the host. Like a parasite, it will quietly enter the living creature's body. Then, like a larva of a mayfly, it will enter the sea of consciousness of the living creature's brain and merge with the sea of consciousness. Only then will it be officially activated. After it's officially activated, the devouring system will be unsealed step by step as the host grows. When the host falls, it will also completely dissipate. Because of this, I spread a total of 10 billion devouring seeds, but 99% of them perished with the death of the host. After countless years, I've only recovered about 10 million. Recovered? At the mention of this word, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He immediately asked, when will it be recovered? Under what conditions will it be recovered? After it's recovered, what will happen to the host? The devouring system can help the host devour all energy, but this is only the surface of its name. As the host grows step by step and reaches a certain height, the true essence of the name of devouring will be revealed. Dier said. Dier nodded as if he had accepted his fate. He then said, at that time, the system's seed hibernating in the depths of the host sea of consciousness will devour everything of the host, including the power of the spirit and the physical body. Once this ultimate devouring is carried out, the host will be turned into ashes, and the devouring seed will activate the preset ultimate mode and directly return to the headquarters of the mechanical tribe. As for their function, it's used to nurture self-aware members of the mechanical tribe. After a returned devouring seed goes through subsequent cultivation, it can finally transform into a mechanical electronic consciousness and become a true member of the mechanical tribe. The Heaven's Legacy race only has a little more than 10 million members, but our machine race has more than 100 million members. Nearly 20% of them came from this. However, the devouring seed that I've created isn't perfect yet. There are some aspects that can't be accurately predicted. For example, the final condition for devouring is one of them. Some of the devouring seeds that returned to the machinery tribe were activated when the host was only at the universe realm. They then devoured the host and returned to the machinery tribe. Some don't activate the ultimate devour until the host becomes a Star Lord, and some are in the immortal state. Over tens of thousands of years, among the 20 million devouring seeds collected by the automaton base camp, the one with the strongest foundation is also the one with the strongest cultivation of the devouring host, a primordial great being. I see. Hearing this, Yi Xian finally understood the gist of it. As he muttered softly, a look of realization appeared on his face. However, the conditions for the passive activation of the ultimate devourer were not controllable. There were strong and weak conditions. Therefore, it was understandable that the devour seed was still dormant in his sea of consciousness, even though he had reached the supreme of the ancients. Matter in fact, he was not the only one in this situation. He thought, there must be many great beings with devour seeds in their bodies who were still safe for the time being. As for their cultivation, there must be some who were strong and some who were weak. For example, Fallen Demon Prince, Zhao Lingyang, Unfettered Z, and Fairy Yinxia, who had lost to Yi Xian in the system's competitive mission, were now in the Human Federation, and all of them had reached the Universe Supreme level. However, the Devour systems in their bodies had not activated the ultimate Devour, which was why the four of them were still safe and sound. They were still unaware of the crisis. To be honest, I've already sensed the Devour seed in your body back then, but I didn't point it out or explain it. It was indeed selfish of me. Now that I think about it, I'm really ashamed, seeing that Yi Xian was deep in thought. The heir, who was opposite him, showed an awkward expression. After a few words of explanation, he changed the topic and said, now that the matter is out in the open, I hope you can forgive me for my selfish intentions and don't take it to heart. With your current cultivation level, since you know that the Devour seed is dormant in the depths of your sea of consciousness, it shouldn't be difficult for you to find it. Its core is actually a translucent crystal. You try to find it. After you find it, wrap it with your spirit energy and move it out of your body. Everything will self-destruct. You don't have to worry about this. I've already found the crystal you mentioned, and I've also set up some warning signs. Pursing his lips, Yi Xian continued, even if you didn't tell me everything today, I would still be safe and sound. As long as it has any strange movements, I'll be able to detect it immediately, but at this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and he changed the topic. If you want to take back the Devour seed, that's fine. However, it's been in my body for so long, I can't not pay any rent, right? In short, you can keep the Devour seed. However, I hope that you can separate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability from the system's title and give it to me. This request shouldn't be too much, right? This was precisely Yi Xian's goal. At his current height, the other abilities of the devouring system were practically useless, including its powerful deduction ability. Without it, at most, Yi Xian would just have to spend more time and effort when he deduced the next step. Only the interstellar coordinate jumping ability from the system's title was still very important to Yi Xian. After all, he had imprinted 1 or 2 interstellar coordinate points in this Eldritch World fragment, the 3 main starry skies, and even the primordial world fragment. If even the interstellar coordinate jumping ability was lost, then all his previous efforts would go down the drain. It was really a pity. From his point of view, his mere request was not too much to Dier. In fact, he was deliberately going easy on Dier. There was no reason for him to refuse. However, what surprised Yi Xian was that as soon as Yi Xian finished speaking, Dier, who was 10 billion miles away, opened his mouth wide. His face was full of confusion. Staring at him, he said in a daze, "What system's title? What interstellar coordinate jumping ability? The 10 billion Devour seeds that I copied didn't have these functions set up? Hiss, could it be?" After that, Dier sucked in a breath of cold air. His expression instantly changed. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4938. What system title? What interstellar coordinate jumping ability? The 10 billion Devour seeds that I copied didn't have these functions. Hiss. As soon as Xian finished speaking, Dier, who was in the void 10 billion kilometers away, opened his mouth wide. His face was filled with confusion. Below in an instant, he seemed to have thought of something as his expression changed. He sucked in a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "It can't be that coincidental, right? The thing that entered your body was the Devour Source Seed that Xingbo left behind?" When the words Devouring Source Seed entered his ears, Yi Xian was dumbfounded on the spot. He had a bad feeling in his heart, and this was almost a conditioned reflex. Dan Fan was related to Xingbo, so he was extremely vigilant right now. Furthermore, he was quite fearful. That old fellow was too sinister and mysterious. It was no wonder. How could an existence that could collude with the primeval heavens, and be on equal footing be a good person? What happened? In fact, when Xingbo entered the Milky Way star sector to steal from the heavens, Yi Xian felt like the primeval heavens I was being used by him. Even the primeval heavens, I couldn't beat that old man. One can only imagine how terrifying he was. Looks like that's really the case. When he saw Yi Xian's reaction, Dier seemed to have confirmed it as well. He sighed and said, "It's all this old man's fault." At that time, there were too many ordinary devouring seeds, and I was the one who personally did it. I was so busy that I accidentally dropped the pile of devouring sour seeds into the pile of finished products. They were exactly the same. I didn't notice it at that time. It was only when I spread the devour seeds out that I realized the devour sour seed was gone. "Stop." When Dier finished speaking, Yi Xian impatiently interrupted him. He waved his hand and said, "I'm not interested in that. What I want to know now is what happened to that devour source seed. What's the difference between it and the 10 billion ordinary devour seeds you copied?" That devouring source seed was obtained by Xingbo. He died. Well, disappeared. Now it seems that his so-called death was just an illusion. Halfway through, Dier corrected his slip of the tongue and seemed to be gnashing his teeth in anger. After pausing for a moment, he continued, "After he disappeared, I discovered this devouring source seed. I've studied it for thousands of years, but I've only scratched the surface and couldn't understand its essence. At that time, this old man was in a hurry to increase the number of official members of the machine race, so I did not continue researching the devouring source seed. Using what I had already researched, I began to imitate the normal devouring source seed. Every time I made a batch, I would immediately spread them out, not only to the 3 main planes of the universe. I even entered the turbulent void and some black holes to spread the imitation of the ordinary devouring seeds. During that time, for nearly 10,000 years, this old man seemed to have gone crazy and personally imitated 10 billion ordinary devouring seeds. Although it took a lot of effort, the results were not bad. At least in these years, close to 20 million official members of the machine race were born because of this. That's almost 1/5 of them. However, compared to that devouring source seed, the ordinary devouring seeds that this old man imitated only had 70% of its functions at most. For example, the system title you mentioned earlier and the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the title. This old man has never heard of it before. Damn it. Through you, old bastard, I still fell into Xingbo's trap in the end. Xingbo sneered. Hearing this, Yi Xian understood everything. His face darkened, and he immediately gritted his teeth and muttered hatefully. According to his guess, this so-called devouring source seed was most likely deliberately left in Dier's hands by Xingbo. Of course, there was no way to determine Xingbo's true purpose now. Perhaps he just wanted to use this devouring source seed to trick Dier or something else. However, all of this was no longer important. What was important was that the one who was tricked in the end was Yi Xian. Dang. However, Yi Xian had already found this devouring source seed in his sea of consciousness. Furthermore, he had wrapped it tightly with his divine sense and mind power, paying close attention to it. Once there was any movement, he would be able to sense it immediately. Dier had just said that even he had not fully understood this devouring source seed. After studying it carefully for over 1,000 years, he had only scratched the surface. Since the ordinary devouring seeds that he imitated only had 70% of this devouring source seed's functions at most, or even less. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful this devouring source seed was. It should be known that Dier was a true electronic mechanical life form. Furthermore, he was the second electronic mechanical life form in this world that Xingbo had created. In this aspect, he had an inherent advantage. However, even after studying this devouring source seed for over 1,000 years, he still could not fully understand it. Just this point alone was enough to show how complicated and mysterious it was. At this moment, Yi Xian once again felt an intense sense of dread. He almost impulsively took this devouring source seed out of his sea of consciousness and threw it as far away as he could. However, in the end, Yi Xian restrained this impulse because this was not the wisest choice. On the surface, it seemed like he had been tricked by Xing Bo using this devouring source seed. However, Yi Xian had already found it after all. Furthermore, he had made some arrangements. From this point of view, this devouring source seed might be able to reverse the situation and become a condition and method that Yi Xian used to deal with Xing Bo. At least, this was completely possible in theory. After all, Yi Xian himself had electronic clones in the form of electronic mechanical life forms, and there was more than one of them. However, it was obviously not easy to achieve this. Putting everything else aside, at the very least, they had to figure out the true details of this devouring source seed first, right? While Dier clearly did not know about all of this, the credibility of his words was still very high. Although Yi Xian did not perform a soul search on him, as a desolate supremacy half-step heavenly Tao realm expert at the great perfection of the ninth stage, his divine senses were extremely sharp. Furthermore, there would not be too much of a discrepancy. However, although Dier did not know, there was one person who was extremely likely to know everything. At the very least, he was definitely the only existence in this primordial world fragment who was extremely likely to know the true details of the devouring source seed. He was Di. Thinking, at this point, a cold glint flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly made a decision. Patriarch Dier, let's stop talking about the devouring source seed here. As for the devouring source seed, I'll personally negotiate with Xing Bo in the future. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned to look at Dier, the bloody unicorn, and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile who were in the void 10 billion kilometers away. He suddenly changed the topic and said, "Everyone, are you really planning to wait until the Heaven's legacy beast comes out of seclusion in a few years before passively defending? In my opinion, rather than that, why don't we join forces to attack the Heaven's legacy star domain now? While he's down, take his life." Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4939. The negotiations between the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance are still ongoing in the Myriad Races Alliance's star domain. Everyone, are you really planning to wait until the Heaven's legacy beast comes out of seclusion in a few years before passively defending? After putting aside the matter of devouring the source seed, Yi Xian glanced at the 12 desolate supremes from the Heavenly Tao Alliance who were 10 billion kilometers away. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he suddenly said, "In my opinion, rather than that, why don't we join forces and attack the Tianji star domain now? While he's down, we'll take his life." Hearing this, the Heavenly Tao Alliance's upper echelons were all shocked. After taking in a cold breath, they cried out softly, "SSS, taking the initiative to attack the Tianji star domain? Isn't this a little too radical? After all, DE has fused with all the official members of the Tianji race and turned into a Heaven's legacy beast that's 400 million kilometers long. That's a true Heavenly Tao realm existence. This old man feels that Taoist Ye's suggestion is reasonable. That's right. Since Primeval Heavens, I is deliberately going easy on him. The Heaven's legacy beast won't be seriously injured from the desolate supremacy lightning tribulation. Our previous estimation of a few years might be greatly discounted. If that's the case, why don't we join forces and attack the Tianji star domain before he comes out of seclusion? Although we can't kill the Heaven's legacy beast, we can definitely worsen his injuries. This is equivalent to buying more time for us. In addition, the Tianji race's mechanical battle beasts and battleship army should be completely wiped out. When that happens, DE will be alone with only one Heaven's legacy beast. He probably won't be able to do anything. It'll be more convenient for us to guard against him. In the end, the group of desolate supremes from the Heavenly Tao Alliance quickly reached a consensus. After reaching a conclusion, they all turned to look at Yi Xian. Since that's the case, this matter is settled. After reaching a conclusion, Yi Xian stood up and turned to leave the Myriad Races Alliance's star domain. Everyone, go back and prepare. The Magic Hall is rather far from the Tianji star domain. The generals are the first. The three alliances can gather in the Human Federation's star domain before the Magic Hall's army arrives. Once the Magic Hall army arrives, we can force together swish. A woo. As his voice faded away, Yi Xian and the old pig demon disappeared into the distance, disappearing into the void. In the void, the 12 desolate venerables of the Heavenly Law Alliance looked at each other. Soon, they gave orders to the almighty figures of the Myriad Races Alliance who were lying in wait in the distance. Half of the 12 powerful beings of the primordial era from the Myriad Races Alliance will stay behind to guard the star field, while the rest will lead the main force and enter the space wormhole immediately to gather at the Human Federation. Xiao! Swish, swish, swish! After the order was given, the 12 desolate sovereigns didn't stay any longer. They entered the wormhole one after another, returning to the Star Alliance and the Human Federation respectively. Scarlet Unicorn, 9 Serenity Demon Crocodile, and the other desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance would also gather the main forces of the Star Alliance and rush to the Human Federation through the wormhole. Boom! Rumble! After the desolate supremacies of the two alliances left, the star field of the Myriad Races Alliance was immediately filled with earth-shattering rumbles of thunder. The main forces of the Myriad Races Alliance were gathering. Soon, they would rush to the Human Federation through the wormhole in the depths of the star field to gather. After returning to the Magic Hall, Yi Xian immediately sent out his voice, enveloping the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sunday. He summoned the higher-ups of the Magic Hall for a meeting. Swish! Swish, swish, swish! Not long after, in the void where the cave star was located, a series of sharp sounds of breaking through the air could be heard. Looking around, there were 6 blood dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shili Bei, Elder Sang Ji, and other powerful beings of the remnant people. With Green Cow, Yuling Long, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3 Claw Dragon, Long Shan Tang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled Emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans could all be seen. When Yi Xian summoned them, the higher-ups of the 6 armies of the Magic Hall naturally didn't dare to be negligent. Those who weren't in seclusion all rushed over at once. Among them were the Sang-Ji remnant tribe of the remnant people, more than 20 titled emperors of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and the representatives of the nomadic army, including 3 Claw Dragon and Long Shan Tang. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors of the 3 armies of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Also there were 9 powerful beings of the primordial era from the 3 races, 3 powerful beings of the Remnant People Alliance, and the black-robed desolate supremacies. Other than that, the immemorial porcupine, the immemorial turtle, and the higher-ups of the 10,000 evil army were all gathered on the River Legion's side. Commander Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo, Wentian, Demon King Mo, Wentan, Dark Tortoise Tribe Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Monarch, Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbas Bodhi, and other small sects and clans' upper echelons were all present. Everyone, ever since the establishment of the Devil Palace. Although there have been endless wars, a true all-out war has never appeared. Wait a moment. After all the higher-ups of the Magic Hall had gathered, Yi Xian glanced at everyone and slightly nodded. After pausing for a while, he continued, "But today our Magic Hall's army will move out in full force to conquer the Tianji starfield. Among the 6 armies, the Sky River Army and the Beast Army will stay in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The other 4 armies will all move out among the desolate supremacies. Old Pig and I will lead the army. Black Robe and Porcupine will stay behind to guard the Magic Hall. In addition, the Corpse Ancestor, Han Kuei, and the other 6 will come out soon." Oh, whoa. As soon as he finished speaking, the immemorial Porcupine immediately raised his head and howled. He jumped out and said, unhappily, "I won't do it. I just learned the 9 transformations of the Demon Pig. It's rare for me to have the battle power of a desolate supremacies. I was planning to go out and have some fun, but I'm left here to guard the house." Bang! Before he could finish, Yi Xian kicked him back. He rolled his eyes and said, "I'm giving orders. I'm not asking for your permission. If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll immediately lock you up in the volcano in the Shinnong Ding Yang domain. Oh, well, I won't accept this hegemony." The immemorial porcupine looked sad and angry. He raised his head and roared, but he didn't dare to show his head again. He shrunk his neck and retreated to the back. If he was really locked up in the volcano in the treasure cauldron space, he might really get sick. How could he be free and happy outside? Mosquito Old Devil 2, Naples, the Devil King Mo Wen Tian, the Demon Uncle, the Dar Turtle Clan leader Ming Jiao, the Mad Mosquito Emperor, and the other higher-ups of the Sky River Army wanted to step out and volunteer to fight. When they saw this scene, they were stunned. After exchanging glances, they all shook their heads and smiled bitterly. They took back the steps that they had just taken. The reason why Yi Xian decided to let the Sky River Army stay in the base camp was obviously because of his consideration. Compared to the other 5 armies, the cultivation of the higher-ups of the Sky River Army was slightly weaker. This battle was extremely dangerous. It was indeed not suitable for them to participate. They still needed time to truly grow. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4940. Forbidden Land of Rising Sun. Hong, Hong, Long, Long. An earth-shattering explosion took place. The entire forbidden area was in an uproar because of it. Yi Xian and the old pig spirit stood in the air in front of the Immortal's Cave Star. Behind the two of them, the commander of the Vicious Beast Army, the Green Ox, Yuling Long, the Dragon Stallion, the Black Wind Tiger, the Howling Moon Mastiff, and the others could be seen. This included the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil King Mo Wen Tian, Demon King Imperial Uncle, Dar Turtle Tribe Leader Ming Jiao, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Xin Yuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small and idle forces and families. They all stayed behind. At this moment, he was standing in the void, watching as the other 4 armies left the border. Behind them were countless ferocious beasts and demons from the War Kraken Army, Celestial River Army, Victorious Return Army, and countless great beings from the Dar Turtle Clan and Blood Mosquito Beast Clan. They would stay in the forbidden land of Rising Sun and wait for Yi Xian to lead the army back. In front of him, for the 6 armies of the Demon Hall were already in formation after a day of gathering. They gathered in the depths of the forbidden land of the Rising Sun. At this moment, following Yi Xian's order, countless ferocious beasts roared within the 4 enormous armies. Countless battleships roared in unison, and the rumbling sound of kinetic energy cabins resounded throughout the sky. The first army to set off was the Remnant Army, which was composed of the Sangji tribe, the Remnant tribe in the forbidden land of Rising Sun, and the Remnant Alliance. However, this time, the most powerful commander, the Black Robe Huang Zun, didn't go with the army. He stayed in the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. The commanders were Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, and Li Bei, as well as the 3 supreme beings from the Remnant Alliance. There were close to 200 higher-ups in the entire army, and all of them were Universe Knights or above. More than half of them were Universe Knights. More than 100 of them were Universe Knights. More than 40 Universe Masters, and 24 Universe Supremes. There were hundreds of billions of survivors in the army, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all shapes and sizes. They were spread out in the void, which was a shocking sight to behold. Following closely behind the Remnant Army was the Nomadic Army. The Nomadic Army was actually the captive army from before. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of masters from the 3 main planes of the current starry sky, including the human race, the second universe, and even the third universe. Some of the servant clans of the first universe, as well as the powerhouses of the former Wan Luo Federation. The current commanders were the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Longshan Tang, and the other members of the council who were originally captive. The number of soldiers in the army was the largest, with a total of over 1 billion. The warships were the best of the best, and without exception, they were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters. Tens of millions of ships. There were also a lot of giant fortresses with a diameter of 1 million meters, which could be seen everywhere in this enormous fleet of battleships. Then, the captive army drove out of the forbidden land of the rising sun. They were made up of captives from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Line clans. The current commanders were Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and 11 supreme beings from the Primordial Era. The senior officers were all from these three races, and there were hundreds of Universe Knights and above. The total number of soldiers in the army was over 20 billion, and there were all kinds of battleships and fortresses, as well as smaller fortresses with a diameter of 50,000 meters. Finally, there was the All-Evil Army, and its commander was Immemorial Turtle, who was already a level 2 supreme being. Among the 100 million space beasts in the army, there were dozens of Universe Supremes, hundreds of Universe Masters, and 200 to 300 Universe Knights. As for the Undying Emperors, there were even more than 1,000 Emperors. Excluding the Almighties and Desolate Supremacies, the current 10,000 Evil Army was definitely the most powerful army among the 6 armies of the Demon Palace. The entire army took almost half a day just to drive out of the forbidden land of the rising sun. This was enough to show how huge the 4 armies were. After that, Yi Xian and Old Pig rushed out of the forbidden land. With a wave of their hands, the 4 armies moved at full speed and rushed toward Milky Way sector. In the void space far away from the forbidden land of the rising sun, the various powers from the void space fragment of the ancient era had stationed scouting fleets to keep a close eye on the Magic Hall. They were keeping a close eye on the situation in the Magic Hall so that they could get the information as soon as possible and make a decision accordingly. The corresponding decision was made. Now, Yi Xian and Old Pig were personally leading the 4 armies of the Magic Hall. This scene was immediately seen by the scouting fleets of the various powers lying in wait in the void space. After a brief moment of sluggishness, countless cries of shock rang out from all the scout fleets like a tidal wave. My God, what happened? The Master of the Magic Hall is personally leading the army and charging out of the forbidden land of the rising sun. What a terrifying army formation. This time, even if the Magic Hall did not mobilize all of its forces, at least half of its regular army has been mobilized. Is this the prelude to an all-out war with the Heavenly Law Alliance? It might not be the Heavenly Law Alliance. Don't forget, there's another powerful force in this direction, and that is the Tianji clan. This time, the Magic Hall has mobilized almost all of its forces and launched a punitive expedition. Their target might be the Tianji clan, SSS. Shocking news. The Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, is finally going to war with the Tianji clan. This matter is very strange. I wonder how the Heavenly Law Alliance will react. Hurry up and spread the news. The 3 great powers in this void space might be going into an all-out war. This is no small matter. If we are not careful, it will cause a huge disaster. Small powers like us must be prepared, or else we might be implicated. Boom! Rumble. Amidst the cries of alarm, the scouting fleets from the various small and medium-sized powers immediately activated their kinetic energy cabins and rushed towards their respective clans and powers. 2 days later, outside the Human Federation star field. Just like the Magic Hall, the Human Federation was one of the main members of the Heavenly Law Alliance, one of the 3 great powers in this void space. Outside the star field that the Federation occupied, there were also scouting fleets from various small and medium-sized powers. At the same time, they did not get too close to the star field. All of them were quietly lying in wait, paying close attention to everything that happened here so that they could report to the clans and powers behind them as soon as possible. 2 days ago, the Magic Hall's army had already been mobilized from the forbidden land of the rising sun. Most of the higher-ups of these small and medium-sized powers had already received the news, but the scouting fleets that were sent out were still unaware. Rumble. At this moment, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out. An enormous object that no one had expected suddenly rushed out from the interior of the Federation star field. It was truly too enormous, exceeding everyone's expectations. Its diameter was close to 100 million kilometers, and it was incomparably huge. The instant this enormous object rushed out from the giant space wormhole, the entire boundless void space fell into a deathly silence. All of the scouts who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes had their mouths wide open. At the same time, they sucked in a cold breath, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. After a few seconds, someone cried out involuntarily, "What happened?" The Human Federation actually mobilized an immortal star? Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4941. What happened? The Human Federation actually sent out the immortal star? That's the core ancestral ground of the immortal dynasty, one of the three great powers of the Human Federation. Ever since it came to this piece of space, it has been hiding in the deepest part of the star domain. Even when we were fighting against the Tianji clan, it didn't show up and just stayed behind. And today, the immortal star actually rushed out of the Federation's star domain. This is clearly the prelude to something shocking. This old man has a very bad feeling. Something big is about to happen. Hiss! Look behind the immortal star. There seems to be another big guy rushing out. Seeing the immortal star rush out of the Federation's star domain, after a short moment of silence, the first exclamation broke the silence. In an instant, the void was filled with shocked cries, covering the sky and earth like a raging tide. Boom! Rumble. Before the overwhelming cries of shock and astonishment could be heard, a second big guy rushed out of the Federation star sector that had just charged out of the imperishable star. It was also a star, only slightly smaller than the immortal star. Clearly, it was one of the 9 satellites around the immortal star. In the blink of an eye, 2 stars rushed out of the Federation's star domain, shocking everyone. They thought they were in a dream because there was no sign at all. It was too sudden. In fact, this was not the end. Rumble, after the first satellite rushed out. In less than 30 minutes, the second satellite also rushed out, heading towards the immortal star that had already drifted to the right side of the star domain. This scene was so shocking that it once again stunned the countless experts in the surrounding space. Their mouths were wide open, and once again, their eyes almost popped out of their sockets from their sockets, and what happened next made everyone collectively speechless. In the end, they were almost numb. The stars that rushed out from the Federation's star region ahead were all very familiar. They were all the satellites that surrounded the undying star in the void. There were originally 8 such satellites around the immortal star. With the addition of the immortal star, there were exactly 8 satellites around the immortal star. The 9 satellites were originally in the third universe's science and technology camp's universe void, standing in a 3-dimensional 9-palace formation. Later, when they arrived in the void fragment of this universe, they immediately entered the depths of the Federation's star domain and never appeared again. But now, as the immortal star rushed out, there were exactly 8 satellites that rushed out of the Federation's star domain. They were the 8 satellites around the immortal star domain in the third universe's science and technology camp's void. In a short time, the 8 satellites rushed out of the star domain and gathered around the immortal star that was the first to rush out. In the formation and position in the void were exactly the same as in the void of the third universe's science and technology faction, showing a 3-dimensional 9-palace pattern. The entire process was witnessed by the scout fleets of the various small and medium-sized forces in the void far away. The 9 immortal stars rushing out of the Federation at the same time was an unimaginable event. The entire universe fell into a deathly silence. One inside the various scout warships, every elite scout from various factions was utterly shocked. And yet, they did not know that what they were seeing was not the end. It was far from whoosh, rumble. Just as all the scouts and experts in the surrounding void were dumbfounded, another earth-shattering rumble of thunder came from the depths of the Human Federation's star domain. A giant object stormed out of the star area in front of tens of thousands of people. However, it wasn't a star. It was a massive palace that wasn't much smaller than the immortal star. It was like a colossal continent that stretched across the stars, its entire body silver white, and emanating a searing radiance. After a brief moment of dead silence, some of the scouts in the distant void quickly recognized the origin of this giant palace. Cries of surprise rang out like a tide again. Legend had it that the Senate of the 10,000 Net Federation headquarters was a colossal silver palace the size of a star. It was also known as the Temple of Glory, but no one had actually seen it before. In fact, there had never been a conclusion whether it really existed or was just a myth, until the Temple of Glory descended upon the primeval fragment of the primeval realm that the matter was finally confirmed. But after that, the Temple of Glory never appeared again, just like the 9 immortal stars. And now, just as the 9 immortal stars rushed out of the Federation's star domain, the colossal palace that resembled a celestial continent reappeared. Everything was exuding a thick and bizarre presence, leaving the scouts of various factions in the distant void doubting that they were hallucinating. At that very moment, they all realized that something big was about to happen. Even if they could not wait to return to their factions and races, they forced themselves to hold back. After all, they wanted to know if the Sky Jew Palace would follow suit, and even more so, they wanted to know what the 3 factions of the Human Federation were up to, even moving out from their core ancestral grounds. Tian Jew Palace was the first palace of the 10 Jew Celestial Palaces. Although the 10 Jew Celestial Palace was only a cultivation sect, its position was unique. Although it was not like the Everlasting Dynasty in name, it commanded the entire cultivation camp and dominated the entire cultivation camp. However, in fact, its position as the supreme overlord of the cultivator faction had already been established. The ancestral grounds of the 10 Jew Celestial Palaces were located in the first palace, also known as the Sky Jew Palace. The palace master of the Sky Jew Palace was the highest leader of the entire 10 Jew Celestial Palaces. The 10 Jew Celestial Palaces were all located in different environments. There was one. Some were colossal celestial bodies, while others were vast continents floating in the void, with a square sky and a square earth. However, the Sky Jew Palace had never appeared before the eyes of the world. It was only recently that it descended upon the primeval realm fragment together with the 9 immortal stars and the Temple of Glory that the world finally knew its form. Whoosh! As everyone watched, another gray shadow rushed out from the depths of the planetary system occupied by the Human Federation. This time, there was no rumbling sound of thunder. However, when the gray shadow rushed out, it carried an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. It was extremely ear-piercing, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already stopped in the void outside the star domain. The Sky Jew Palace, the 9 immortal stars, and the Temple of Glory stood side by side. In that very moment, everyone was stunned. Their mouths slowly dropped open, a stunned look appearing on their faces while their eyes were filled with bewilderment. The one that rushed out of the Federation's planetary system was indeed the Sky Jew Palace. It was neither a celestial body like the 9 immortal stars, nor a colossal continent like the Temple of Glory. Although it was equally colossal and resembled a celestial body, no one could see what was inside it all. There was only a hazy, gray shadow that stood silently in the void like a gray-black hole. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4942. In the short time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the originally peaceful Human Race Federation star domain had undergone a shocking change. The 3 major factions that formed the Federation had all driven their core ancestral grounds out of the Federation star domain and lined up in a row in the void outside the star domain. This scene was too shocking, foreshadowing that the Human Race Federation would make a major move this time. They would either start a war with the Heaven's Legacy race or go on a punitive expedition to the Magic Hall. Moreover, this war would either not start or would be incomparably tragic once it started. After all, the 3 major factions of the Human Race Federation had all driven out their core ancestral grounds. This was clearly the prelude to a major battle. No, although they were extremely shocked, the scouting fleets of the various factions in the void did not leave, because the rumbling sounds in the Human Race Federation star domain were still ongoing. Clearly, this was not the end. Roar. Rumble. In the next instant, an enormous army charged out from the depths of the Human Federation's star domain. What was this? This army did not only consist of various warships and fortresses, but also some incomparably large space beasts. Large. There were about 10 billion warships and fortresses in the army, and there were also 10 billion space beasts charging out with them. Look, the insignia painted on these 10 billion warships and fortresses were clearly from the Myriad Race Alliance, one of the three major factions of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. 2. The 10 billion army took half a day to charge out of the star domain, but they did not go far. They were spread out in a vast array in the void to the right of the Human Race Federation star domain's core ancestral grounds. This scene caused the scouts of the various factions in the void to be shocked once more. Such a large warship and beast formation was probably more than half of the Myriad Race Federation's fighting force. Just what had happened? Roar. Roar. By the time they came back to their senses, a shocking roar came from the depths of the Human Race Federation star domain. Following the roar, 5 terrifying auras enveloped the entire void. Swoosh. Swoosh. Before the roar fell, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. 5 figures rushed out from the depths of the Human Race Federation's star field in succession. All of them were enormous starry sky, ferocious beasts. Their bodies were millions of kilometers long, and they were like small stars. The aura of cultivation that emanated from their bodies was extremely terrifying, and they were actually all at the primordial exalt realm. These 5 figures were none other than the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9-helled demon crocodile, the 9-headed blood dragon, the azure sky rock, and the blood-devouring lion. As the armies of the Human Federation and the alliance of 10,000 races gathered in front of the battlefield, the last of the 3 forces that made up the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Star Alliance, finally showed up. Of course, Unicorn wasn't the only desolate sovereigns in the Star Alliance. In behind the 5 of them, the earth-shattering rumbles continued. A terrifying army that was even bigger than the army of the alliance of 10,000 races was rumbling over from the depths of the Human Federation's territory. This army belonged to the Star Alliance. In the past 2 days, they had gathered in the Star Alliance's territory. Then, they quietly arrived at the Human Federation's territory through a directional wormhole in the depths of the Star Alliance's territory. Now that the war was imminent, and both the Human Federation and the alliance of 10,000 races were on the move, they naturally wouldn't stay any longer. They followed closely behind the Scarlet Unicorn and the other 4 desolate sovereigns, rushed out of the Star Alliance's territory, and spread out in the void to the left of the immortal 9 stars. This army was also composed of all kinds of warships, fortresses, and ferocious beasts from various races of the Second Universe. There were more than 20 billion warships and fortresses, which was twice the size of the alliance of 10,000 races, and there were also more than 10 billion ferocious beasts. The size of the army was shocking when the entire army of the Star Alliance rushed out from the depths of the Star Federation's territory. Another half a day had passed. From a moment the immortal star first rushed out from the depths of the Star Alliance's territory to the moment when the armies of the Human Federation, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Star Alliance were all gathered. They lined up outside the Star Federation's territory, stretching to the end of the horizon. It took almost 2 days. During these 2 days, the scouting fleets of various forces that were lying in wait in the distant void only sent a few warships to the forces and races behind them to urgently report the shocking changes outside the Human Federation's territory. However, the main body of the scouting fleets was left behind. Now, all the higher-ups of the scouting fleets had realized the seriousness of the matter and made a judgment. The Heavenly Law Alliance was going to attack the Tianji clan. This was obvious. This was because the fact that the 3 alliances that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance each had a fixed space wormhole deep in the Star Alliance had long been an open secret. If they weren't going to attack the Tianji clan, why would the armies of the alliance of 10,000 races and the Star Federation gather outside the Human Federation's territory through the directional wormholes deep in the Star Alliance's territory. After all, the Tianji clan was more than 100 billion miles away from the edge of the Human Federation's territory. However, what they didn't expect was that the Heavenly Law Alliance wasn't the only force that was going to attack the Tianji clan. Because just a few hours after the armies of the Human Federation, the alliance of 10,000 races and the Star Alliance had assembled in the void outside the Federation star field. An earth-shattering roar was heard from the void far to the right of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's rear. Demon. The 4 major armies of the palace had arrived. They were divided into 4 small camps and lined up in a row in the void, covering the sky and the earth. For among the major armies, there were hundreds of billions of survivors in the remnant army. There were tens of billions of battleships of all shapes and sizes. They were spread out in the void, making for a shocking sight. The Nomad army also had a large number of soldiers, more than 1 billion in total. Their warships were of the highest quality. Without exception, they were all large fortresses with diameters of more than 100,000 meters. There were tens of millions of them. There were also a large number of giant fortresses with diameters of more than 1 million meters. They were like stars that could be seen everywhere in the enormous warship army. The captive army of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans had all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses with diameters of more than 50,000 meters. 10,000 the Demon Army had close to 100 million ferocious beasts. At a glance, they were all extremely powerful. All in all, the 4 major armies of the Magic Hall had mobilized a total of 40 billion battleships, more than 10 billion battleships, fortresses, and fortresses. In addition, there was also an elite army of ferocious beasts that numbered more than 100 million. Compared to the 3 major powers of the Heavenly Law Alliance, it could be said that they were evenly matched. Such a scene was beyond everyone's expectations. In the scout fleets of the various powers in the distant void, all the scouts opened their mouths wide. Their eyes were dull, as if they were petrified. They were all scared silly. Short, in just a few days, the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall of the 3 major powers in the Void Fragment had all gathered their armies and were about to join forces to attack the Tianji clan. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4943. In the void, the 3 factions that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance had all moved their core ancestral grounds out of the Federation Star region and lined up in a row outside the Star region. The immortal 9 stars of the Human Federation, the Sky Extinction Palace, and the Temple of Glory were in the center. Star the battleships and feral armies of the Sky Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance were on the left and right, facing the Tianji Star region that was 100 billion miles away. Right at that moment, the 4 armies of the Magic Hall also appeared from the right. Looking at the direction this massive army was heading, it was clear that they were also heading towards the Tianji Star region. Everything was enough to explain everything. Far away, in the scout fleets from the small and medium-sized forces, countless scouts trembled violently. Their expressions changed abruptly as they gasped one after another. Then they exclaimed involuntarily, "Something big is going to happen." The Heavenly Tao Alliance is actually working with the Magic Hall to attack the Tianji Star region at the same time. They're clearly planning to wipe out the entire Tianji race. 2 of the 3 giants are working together. This time, the Tianji Star region is going to be flattened. That's right. This outcome is unavoidable. Even if the Tianji Beast, who is the strongest in the Void Fragment, is fine, the fate of the entire Tianji Star region has already been decided. They won't be able to escape the fate of being wiped out. That's not the key. The key is still the Tianji Beast. The master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, is arrogant and unruly. He disdains to form alliances with others, but this time he is working with the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It's clear that even he is afraid of the Tianji Beast. Just this point alone is enough to prove the Tianji Beast's strength. The final outcome of this battle is hard to predict. Although the Tianji Star region is going to be lost, many of the upper echelons of the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance are going to die. After all, The Tianji beast is a true heavenly Tao realm elite. Even if old monster Huang Zun pays the price of his life, it's still unknown if he can kill it. Boom, boom, boom. After the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Demon Hall finished assembling, the higher-ups of the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Demon Hall finally gave the order and set off at the same time. The three factions of the Tao Alliance approached from the front. Meanwhile, the Magic Hall's army, which was originally gathered from the right, moved diagonally from the side. Space as far as the eye could see, the void was densely packed with battleships, fortresses, star fortresses, battleships, as well as all kinds of enormous space beasts. Even as far as the eye could see, there was still no end to it. The distance of 100 billion miles in the void was not close, but it was not too far either. The entire army rushed forward, and in less than a day, the army at the front of the army had already approached the edge of the Tianji Star region. Star region of Tianji Star region was star regions, star region, star region, star B, star region, had already known what was happening. This celestial mystery beast was formed by D, emerging all the official members of the celestial mystery clan together, including DE, who was the clan leader. Sukothir 44, the Heaven's Legacy Beast, was currently in seclusion in the depths of the Heaven's Legacy Star Field to recover. In the entire vast Heaven's Legacy Star Field, not a single official member of the Heaven's Legacy race remained. But the Heaven's Legacy race was a race of mechanical and electronic life forms. Even without an official commanding them, the entire Heaven's Legacy race army was still able to conduct its defense and battle in an orderly fashion. He had already made arrangements for all of this. He had preset programs for all kinds of breakthroughs. At this moment, such a massive army was approaching the Tianji Star domain, an astonishing lineup. The command center of the Tianji race army had already predicted that this unforeseen event would be of the highest caliber. In order to deal with an attack of the highest level, all the battleships, star fortresses, and mechanical battle beasts of the Heaven's Legacy race were all deployed. At this moment, they were rumbling toward the Heaven's Legacy Star Field from the depths of the Heaven's Legacy Star Field. They covered the sky and covered the earth, extending as far as the eye could see. In terms of numbers alone, they were not inferior to the combined army of the Heaven's Legacy Alliance and the Magic Hall. After all, DE had been devoting himself to building the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical army. He had accumulated too much over the years. Buzz, boom, rumble. At this moment, on the left side of the star field in front of the Heaven's Legacy race, an order was issued by the command center of the Heaven's Legacy race army. In an instant, the entire vast void was filled with a buzzing sound like a tide. This was the sound of the cannons of hundreds of billions of battleships charging at the same time. The void was densely packed with battleships and star fortresses of the Heaven's Legacy race. At this moment, a huge rumbling sound rang out. Hundreds of billions of battleships and countless cannons fired at the same time. Countless energy light pillars of different diameters shot forward from different angles. Finally, they gathered together and formed a terrifying energy light pillar that was so wide that it made people tremble in fear. This energy light pillar was pouring down on the Heaven's Legacy race army that was approaching from the front. Swish, 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 swish. At this moment, countless sounds of breaking through the void rang out from the right side of the Heaven's Legacy star field. Streaks of light continuously rushed out from the Heaven's Legacy star field. Their momentum was majestic, and their numbers were overwhelming. There were hundreds of billions of them. After these streaks of light rushed out from the star field, they immediately stopped at the edge of the Heaven's Legacy star field. They were actually small metal spheres, and their surfaces were suffused with a metallic luster of different colors. However, there were also giant fortresses among them. It was just that their shapes were strange and ferocious, and they had the characteristics of different ferocious beasts. After those small metal spheres stopped abruptly in the void, a low, buzzing sound and mechanical grinding sound could be heard coming from within them. Accompanied by these strange sounds, the shape of the spheres rapidly changed. In the end, They transformed into space beasts of different shapes. They were all tens of millions of miles long, and they were as big as small stars. Their surfaces were suffused with a faint metallic luster. They were just like mechanical ferocious beasts of different shapes. And there were at least hundreds of millions of such mechanical ferocious beasts, and the auras they emitted were extremely terrifying. All of them were above the undying realm. There were also many of them were emperors and emperors. Some of them had even larger bodies, and the auras they emitted were at the level of universe supremes, universe masters, and universe supremes. This was the Heaven's Legacy race's mechanical battle beast army. At this moment, they rushed out from the right side of the Heaven's Legacy star field and completed their transformation. After entering battle mode, they immediately charged toward the Magic Hall army that was charging diagonally from the right. Roar! Roar! Almost at the same time, one of the four armies of the Magic Hall, the All-Evil Army, charged forward under the command of Yi Xian. As for the remaining People Army, the Nomadic Army, and the Captive Army, they lined up in a row in the void. All of the battleships were fully charged. Hong! Long! Long! Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar could be heard from the left side. The 9 undying stars, who were at the forefront of the Heaven's Legacy Alliance army, charged out at the same time. Roar! At the same time, an earth-shattering roar could be heard. It was clearly the voice of the undying Emperor. 9 Palace Star Array. Activate. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-44. 1. Following the immortal Emperor's roar, the immortal 9 stars that were shooting forward came to an abrupt halt in the void. Immediately after that, the positions of the 9 stars rapidly changed. The enormous stars were extremely agile at this moment. Not only were they fast, but they were also as smooth as flowing water. It was as if they were small, nimble battleships. Short, in just half a breath's time, the 9 stars had completed their formation, forming a 9-palace formation. The immortal star was in the center, and there were exactly 8 immortal satellites in a circle around it, maintaining the same distance from each other as they surrounded and protected it. The moment the formation was formed, the 9 stars suddenly came to a halt. Immediately after that, they started to rotate again. The 9-palace star formation was obviously centered on the immortal star in the center. At this moment, the immortal star was only rotating slowly. However, the 8 immortal satellites that surrounded and protected the immortal star in the void also started to revolve around the immortal star in the center at the same time as they rotated. As the rotation of the 9 stars unfolded, they quickly harmonized with each other, forming a formless star field around them. A deep buzzing sound could be heard as a thin layer of light blue light screen appeared in the void, enveloping an area of 10 billion square kilometers. It firmly protected the immortal 9 stars, as well as a large number of Heavenly Law Alliance's battleships, star fortresses, and ferocious beasts around them. This layer of light golden light screen seemed like a defensive barrier, but it was obviously not as simple as it seemed. By this time, the Heavenly Law Alliance and the Magic Hall took the initiative to attack. They had only just met, but they took the initiative to raise a defensive barrier. This was simply too shocking. Whoosh! At this moment, the energy beam formed by the battleships, fortresses, and star fortresses on the left side of the Tianji star field was already in front of them. The front end of the terrifying beam of light had already touched the light golden light screen that enveloped the immortal 9 stars. Along with a crashing sound that sounded like a huge wave, this layer of light golden light screen suddenly shone brightly. The front end of the terrifying beam of light first caved in, but it did not shatter. However, immediately afterward, a strong rebounding force suddenly appeared. Under the loud, buzzing sound, the pale, golden film that had just sunk in suddenly launched a strong reflection, or rather, a reflection. In short, the terrifying beam of light that was trying to tear apart the light golden film suddenly rolled back. Boom! Rumble. 10 billion li away, in the Tianji star domain, The Tianji race warship and the Star Fortress army at the very front were caught off guard, and they had no way of dodging the beam of light from the ship cannons that were rolling back at them. Only in just a breath or so, a large number of battleships and Star Fortresses at the forefront were enveloped by the terrifying beam of light. At least 10 billion of them were caught in the devastating area of the beam of light. The incomparably sturdy battleships were torn apart like paper, exploding with loud booms. This, it was still the first wave of battle between the two armies, but it was so tragic from the beginning. In the scout fleets of the various small and medium-sized forces that had retreated far away in the void, countless scouts were all trembling violently. Their faces changed in horror, and the sound of them gasping rang out like a tide. Boom! Boom! Whoosh! At this moment, on the left side of the Magic Hall army that was approaching from the right side of the Tianji Star Domain, following Zhao Dong's order, tens of billions of battleships of the Remnant Army also launched the first salvo at this time. The battleships of the Remnant of the Desolation era, had an advantage over the technological battleships of the current starry sky, and that was the battleships of the Remnant battleships were activated in the form of an array field instead of the kinetic energy compartment of the battleships. For example, in this way, the energy beam of the battleships, except for some special projectile energy bombs, basically all of the battleships, shot out in a straight line. However, the attack beam condensed in the form of an array field inside the battleships could be adjusted at will and shot out in a parabola state. In this way, they avoided the legion of beasts that had just rushed out in front of the army and directly fell behind the Tianji race's mechanical war beast army in a parabola shape. Boom! Rumble! Nearly 40 billion battleships of different sizes and shapes shot out at the same time, the parabolic beam of energy enveloping an area of tens of billions of miles. Their speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, they had already reached the rear of the mechanical battle beast army, causing an earth-shattering explosion. With just one strike, at least several billion mechanical beasts of different sizes and levels exploded. The vast space within a radius of over 10 billion miles was completely turned into a sea of fire. Xiao! It was at this moment that a gray figure rushed out of the Heavenly Law Alliance's army that was closing in on them. He was so fast that he passed by the 9 Palaces star formation, which had been activated by the immortal 9 stars, and reached the front line. This time, there was no rumbling sound of thunder, but this gray shadow rushed out with an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air. It was ear-piercing, and its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had abruptly stopped in front of the void. It was the first core palace of the 10 Ultimates celestial palaces of a human race, the Sky Ultimates Palace. The Sky Ultimates Palace was not a planet like the 9 stars of immortality, nor was it a huge continent like the Temple of Glory. Although it was also incomparably huge like a planet, it was impossible to see what was inside it. However, there was only a hazy gray shadow, like a gray black hole, standing silently in the void, exuding an incomparably mysterious and strange aura. Almost in the next instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out. At the same time, from this hazy gray shadow that was as huge as a planet, there seemed to be a murmur that could be faintly heard. Sky Ultimates. Vortex. Whoosh! As soon as the voice fell, the hazy gray shadow that was like a star began to spin like a vortex. At first, it was very slow, and as the gray light flowed, it gave people a blurred feeling. However, soon, the rotation of this hazy gray shadow that was as huge as a planet began to increase wildly, and in the short span of 3 breaths, it completely turned into a huge gray vortex. At that moment, a strange crashing sound like waves suddenly rang out, and a majestic suction force that could make one's hair stand on end spread out from the gray shadow that had turned into a vortex. It radiated invisibly, instantly enveloping the vast void that was almost 20 billion miles wide. Whoosh! Whoosh, 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 as this formless and terrifying suction force appeared in the void without warning, enveloping an area. A large number of TNG clan warships and star fortresses in the area were instantly sucked in as if they had encountered a giant whale sucking in water. Even the full power of the kinetic energy cabin was useless. Like falling leaves in a raging tide, they were sucked into the gray vortex, turning into bubbles and disappearing without a trace. Please remember the domain name of this book. M. Chapter 4945. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following the activation of the sky absolute vortex, an invisible and terrifying suction force appeared in the void without any warning, enveloping an area. This, in an instant, a large number of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and star fortresses in the void seemed to have encountered a giant whale sucking in water. Even if the kinetic energy cabins were at full power, it was useless. All of them were sucked in like fallen leaves in a raging wave. They entered the gray vortex, turned into bubbles, and disappeared. This scene was too shocking. The hazy gray shadow was only the size of a star, but in an instant, it swallowed everything within tens of billions of miles in the void. The Heavenly Fate clan destroyed at least tens of billions of battleships and star fortresses because of this. Just based on this point, it could be proven that the Sky Absolute Palace in the form of a hazy vortex must have another world inside, forming a small world of its own. Otherwise, how could such a large number of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and star fortresses fit inside? Obviously, these battleships and star fortresses swallowed by the hazy vortex of the Sky Absolute Palace must have turned into scrap metal without exception. Such terrifying lethality was simply comparable to the combined attack of an army of battleships. It was actually the core ancestral land of the 10 absolute heavenly palaces of a human race's true cultivation camp. Only such terrifying power was worthy of its status. For in the surrounding void, in the scout fleets from the various small and medium-sized forces, countless scouts and experts trembled violently again. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. Yet, no one exclaimed because this shocking scene appeared too quickly and too many times. First, it was the 9 palace star array of the immortal 9 stars, followed by the stunning volley of 40 billion battleships of the Magic Hall's remnant army. This before they could react, the Sky Absolute Palace in the form of a hazy vortex suddenly launched such a terrifying and destructive attack. Everyone was caught off guard. Their minds were roaring and didn't stop for a moment, but their eyes couldn't take it. Other than gasping, they didn't know how to react. Whoosh. Rumble. Just at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble of thunder sounded from the Heavenly Tao Alliance's camp again. 1. This behemoth rushed out from the Heavenly Tao Alliance's army under the gazes of thousands of people. This time, the behemoth that rushed out was neither a star nor a battleship. It was a giant palace that was not much smaller than an imperishable star. It was like a gigantic continent spanning across the starry sky. Its entire body was silvery white, and it emitted a blazing brilliance. Its appearance instantly caused a short period of deathly silence in the void. However, there was a blazing light in his eyes, and he was looking forward to it. The colossal palace that resembled a star was none other than the Temple of Glory of the former 10,000 Reapers Federation. It was said that the Senate of the 10,000 Luo Federation headquarters was a silver palace as large as a star, and was known as the Temple of Glory. However, no one had ever truly seen it before. Even whether it truly existed or was just a myth had never been determined. Not long ago, this legend was finally confirmed when this huge palace, which was as big as a continent in the starry sky, arrived in this fragment of the untainted land. The myriad Luo Federation only existed in name now. The various races of the Second Universe had long since disobeyed its orders and withdrew from the Federation. For example, currently, among the various large races and factions in the myriad Luo Federation, only the 2 great human factions remained. However, Even the core upper echelons of the two great human factions had never underestimated the myriad Luo Federation or looked down on them because of this. Indeed, for the two human factions, the so-called rallying power of the myriad Luo Federation to the various races of the second universe did not matter at all. Human. What the leaders of both factions truly valued was the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation. In other words, it was the silvery white palace that spanned across the void like a continent. The Temple of Glory was in fact the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation and the foundation of the Federation. As long as it existed, the true depth and strength of the myriad Luo Federation would not be weakened at all. Be that as it may, even the leaders of both human factions had never seen the true might of the Temple of Glory with their own eyes. After all, there was no telling how many cultivation resources the two human factions and the races of the second universe had provided since the founding of the Federation of Luo. Those resources were all used by the Senate of the myriad Luo Federation to recruit the old monsters of unaffiliated cultivators from stars. Those old monsters were all stationed in the Senate, becoming the so-called elders of the Federation of different levels and cultivation. As time passed, no one knew how many champions of the stars were hibernating or slumbering within the silvery white Temple of Glory. But one thing was certain. The elders of the Federation who had the right to reside within the Temple of Glory that resembled a colossal planet were at least above average immortal tier. Beings such as realm lords who had not even reached immortal tier did not have the right to set foot inside at all. As for the most powerful beings slumbering in the depths of the Temple of Glory, it was said that there were no less than 3 paragons of the ancients, but they would not awaken from their slumber so easily. In other words, even if it was merely a temple, the Temple of Glory was exceedingly mysterious and frightening, and no one would dare to underestimate it. Even more so, as for Yi Xian, he was extremely looking forward to this palace that was like a continent in the starry sky. At this moment, as it rushed out of the enormous black hole and descended into the void of the great desolate world, the gazes of countless human Federation experts converged on it. Even Yi Xian, who was in the command center of one of the nomadic legion star fortresses, turned towards it by reflex, secretly wondering what level of cultivation the most powerful being who had awakened within the mysterious silvery white temple was. At the same time, they were looking forward to seeing if the Temple of Glory could unleash a devastating blow of devastating power like the immortal 9 stars and the Sky End Temple. Or rather, they were curious to see what form that blow would take to descend upon the Heaven's Legacy camp. Rip. That was when the Temple of Glory, which had just rushed out of the Heaven's Path Alliance's encampment amidst everyone's attention, abruptly emitting a dull hum. Along with the hum, the voice of an old man could be heard muttering softly as if he was sleep-talking. Glory, purification. Even as his voice trailed off, 9 sections of the Temple of Glory that resembled a celestial continent suddenly lit up, with a milky white sphere of light, each spanning millions of miles in diameter, appearing in each section. The moment it appeared, it shot out like a cannonball, moving so quickly that even space itself was torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it had traversed hundreds of billions of miles of space, landing directly behind the Heaven's Legacy warships and the star fortresses. Boom! At the first moment, it exploded with a loud bang. Hua boom! Boom! As these 9 balls of light exploded, a milky white wave instantly appeared in the void and surged forward. It was as if it wanted to cleanse the haze in the void, instantly drowning the tens of billions of Heaven's Legacy race battleships and star fortresses. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4946. Whoosh, whoosh. 9 luminous orbs shot out from the Temple of Glory at breakneck speed, exploding in the center of the Tianji clan army in the blink of an eye. In that instant, milky white waves appeared in the void and surged forward in all directions, as if they were trying to cleanse the haze in the void. In an instant, they drowned the tens of billions of Heavenly Fate clan battleships and starships. What happened next was silent, but it shocked all the experts on the battlefield, regardless of whether they were in the Heavenly Tao Alliance's army, the Demon Hall's army, or the various small and medium-sized faction scout fleets that were lying in ambush in the distant void. The experts all subconsciously sucked in cold breaths as their bodies trembled violently. The Temple of Glory's so-called glorious purification was merely an amalgamation of energy. Even if it exploded into a milky white ocean in space, it would still be the same. That was why the milky white waves that blanketed the skies and Earth dispersed completely after surging for billions of miles. As this ocean dissipated, everything in the void was revealed once more. Tens of billions of celestial legacy race warships and star fortresses could be seen, but all of them were silent and motionless. Even the rumbling of the kinetic energy cabins had disappeared. These 10 billion TNG race battleships and star fortresses seemed to have turned into ghost ships of the netherworld in the blink of an eye, completely motionless. It was clear that this so-called glorious purification had instantly dispersed all the energy within the battleships, stripping them clean. Although the TNG race AI robots within the battleships could be said to be a sea of them, without the support of energy, they were like a pile of broken copper. They were nothing more than scrap metal, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. This attack is quite interesting. Against the TNG clan's AI army, it's simply half the work and half the effort. Even Yi Xian was nodding repeatedly at the sight, giving a rather high evaluation. More importantly, although this wave of attack had instantly dispelled the enemy's combat ability, it didn't destroy any warships. When we return to collect the spoils, we can instantly claim them for ourselves. The TNG clan's army will gain billions of warships and starships. Roar, screech, boom, rumble. Just as he finished speaking, all of the mecha beasts in front of the magic hall suddenly raised their heads and roared. Following the angry roar, an earth-shattering roar rang out like a tide, instantly enveloping the entire void. During this time, it was also accompanied by the sound of machinery breaking in, to the point that it made one's hair stand on end. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he turned to look. In his line of sight, there were close to 100 billion mechanical battle beasts of different sizes and shapes in the void. However, all of them looked similar to various kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. At this moment, just like D-Air's mechanical clan, they began to transform in an instant. This scene was like the combination of Transformers. The members of the mechanical clan of different sizes gathered in groups of 2s and 3s and quickly merged together. The different numbers of mechanical battle beasts merged into one in just a few breaths. In the blink of an eye, the number of mecha battle beasts that numbered close to 100 billion were reduced to just over 10 billion. Their numbers have been reduced by 90%. However, the mecha battle beasts that appeared now were not only larger in size, most of them even larger than ordinary stars. Their forms had also changed. Although they were still ferocious beasts in the starry skies, they were more ferocious. Although they were formed by the fusion of different numbers of mecha battle beasts, they were all one. There was not a single trace of fusion or splicing. It was as though they were born this way. This scene was truly spectacular. At a glance, there were more than 10 billion mecha battle beasts that had just been fused. Basically, every single one of them had the bloodline characteristics of various kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. This meant that their defense and attack abilities were also more diverse and stronger. They might even have special abilities like the Bug Clan and some other special kinds of ferocious beasts in the starry skies. Besides that, after the fusion, the cultivation level of these 10 billion gigantic mecha battle beasts also increased by a large margin. Previously, the weakest ones were at the Sector Lord level. However, after the fusion, the strongest ones were at the level of the Sector Lord level. The weakest ones were at the level of ordinary, undying beings. There were even quite a few Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supremes among them. Roar, roar, roar. As the fusion was completed, the mechanical army of the Divine Legacy clan, whose individual combat power had skyrocketed, all raised their heads and roared angrily. The 10 billion terrifying mecha battle beasts roared and charged towards the all-evil army as though they did not care about their own lives. A shocking battle instantly unfolded. This time it was a close combat. The moment the battle began, a large patch of space was dyed red. This scene made Yi Xian frown. These 10 billion mecha battle beasts did not have bodies of flesh and blood. Their bodies were all made from special alloys and the remains of ancient life forms. In other words, the blood mist that permeated the space was clearly from the space beasts of the all-evil army. With a frown, Yi Xian extended his deific consciousness. His expression immediately darkened. From his investigation, he found that the all-evil army had suffered quite a few losses. Although it was only a single clash, this sort of close combat was the most ferocious of all. And the 10 billion mecha battle beasts of the Divine Legacy clan were not only strong, they did not fear death. Some of the mecha battle beasts even launched a suicidal attack. As soon as they got close, they immediately self-destructed. Devastating energy shrouded the void. Although the astral beasts and the army of evil had extraordinary cultivation bases and were ferocious by nature, they were still made of flesh and blood. Under such a large-scale self-destruction, they could not withstand it. Because of this, even if they did not die on the spot, injuries were inevitable. In fact, in the blink of an eye, the number of space beasts that were caught off guard and killed by the Divine Legacy clan's mecha battle beast self-destruction numbered in the hundreds of thousands. Although the all-evil army had more than 100 million space beasts, the loss of a few 100,000 space beasts was not great. But if this continued, it would definitely be shocking. Moreover, the Divine Legacy clan was losing fresh lives, while the Divine Legacy clan had only lost a few lifeless ones. This was the Divine Legacy clan's AI mecha battle beasts. No matter how one looked at it, it was not worth it. Immediately order the beast army to retreat. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he turned around to look at the primordial turtle. He sneered, "You want to fight with His Highness? You're dreaming." The primordial turtle was in a panic. Hearing this, it was relieved and immediately ordered the all-evil army to retreat. On the side, the commander of the nomadic army, Green Ox, patted his chest and said, "Why don't we go?" After decades of fleeing in space, the nomadic army's battleships are all as slippery as loaches. If they want to self-destruct and drag us down with them, there's no way, no need. Yi Xian shook his head, but a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This kind of retaliatory counterattack is best left to the 4 heavenly kings. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-47. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Xian abruptly waved his hand. In an instant, 4 rays of light shot out, directly passing through the wall of the starship and appearing in the void of the universe 10 billion kilometers away. Welcome! The storm expanded and turned into 4 giant mantis-winged battle beasts, each with a size of 50 million miles. They stood in a straight line, and their basic forms were exactly the same. They stood on their hind legs, and their mantis wings were as sharp as blades. There was only a slight difference. Yet, these minute differences were clearly due to the fusion of 4 different war drums. The 4 war drums were located in the chests of the 4 mantis-winged war beasts. It was also because of their fusion that the 4 mantis-winged war beasts had different patterns on their chests. They were like emblems. From left to right, the emblems on the chests of the 4 mantis-winged war beasts were a purplish-gold void soldier ladle, a ferocious one-horned weeping soul beast head, a gray slime, and a blood-red blood mosquito beast. They were clearly the characteristics of the 4 major kinetic races of the 4 war drums. Although, there were only 4 figures and they weren't overly large. Among the more than 10 billion Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beasts in the void, there were many existences that were larger than them. However, the cultivation auras that emanated from the 4 heavenly kings were too terrifying. They were all at the perfected supreme of the primordial era, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao realm. Ever since the start of the war, the Heaven's Legacy Race, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, and a Magic Hall had only sent out their conventional combat forces. Even the mighty figures of the primordial era had never appeared. Yet, now the Magic Hall had suddenly sent out 4 half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences. It immediately attracted everyone's attention. Heavens, it was fine for the Tao Alliance. At the very least, the upper echelons had seen the 4 Heavenly Kings before. However, in the scouting fleets of the various small and medium-sized factions, this was the first time all the scouts were seeing the 4 Heavenly Kings gathered together. When they suddenly saw this scene, their bodies trembled violently as their eyes emitted an intense glint. These were 4 half-step Heavenly Tao realm existences. It was obvious how terrifying their might was. Everyone was looking forward to their combined attack. They imagined how terrifying the destructive might of this attack would be. Roar, 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 roar. At that moment, countless astral beasts in the 10,000 Evil Legion had already retreated. However, the more than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy Race mechanical war beasts in front of them did not stop. They roared as they gave chase. They roar. At that moment, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who were in the middle of the 4 Heavenly Kings, raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. At that instant, the soldier ladle insignia on Heavenly King Void's chest suddenly lit up and shone brightly. The tens of millions of soldier ladles and the 1,000 beehive nodes of the Void Battle Claw began to move under Heavenly King Void's command. There were a total of more than 1,000 beehive nodes with a diameter of 3,000 meters. Inside each node, there were tens of thousands of Void soldier ladles guarding them. They were using all their strength to activate the unique biological frequency of the soldier ladles. These unique biological frequency were channeled out under the guidance of the soldier ladles in each beehive node. More than 1,000 beehive nodes had more than 1,000 river-like biological frequency streams. All of them. They all followed the pipeline and rushed to the core node of the core circle, and then gathered into one. Finally, with the sudden roar of the Void Heavenly King, this terrifying and mysterious biological frequency was like a tsunami pouring out of his mouth in an instant. Hum! An invisible shockwave roared out. This majestic and terrifying biological frequency directly caused the Void to tremble. It gave people the illusion that the entire vast and boundless star field was trembling under this sudden high-frequency buzzing, accompanied by a terrifying air-breaking sound that was sharp enough to tear apart the sky. Everyone was temporarily deafened. In the Void, an invisible tide like an ocean of stars suddenly leaked out, turning into an invisible force that could topple mountains and overturn seas. In an instant, it completely enveloped the vast Void in a radius of hundreds of millions of miles in front of the Void Heavenly King. Ryip, rumble, clear tearing sounds that were as dense as rain resounded everywhere. This vast Void, hundreds of millions of li away, was instantly torn apart inch by inch. As far as the eye could see, a large amount of Void turbulence gushed out. In some of the larger Void rifts, a large amount of Void turbulence even formed a Void vortex that resembled a black hole. Countless mecha beasts were swept away by the Void vortex's endless storm and tide, but they were like paper under the crushing force of the Void vortex. They were instantly reduced to ashes and scattered ashes. It was just a simple attack. To be precise, Heavenly King Void only let out a roar of anger. But the mechanical beasts of the Tianji clan lost more than 2 billion in an instant. This scene was like the wrath of the heavens, causing people's souls to tremble. But this was only a part of this wave of attack. Among the 4 Heavenly Kings, besides Heavenly King Void, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito also let out a shocking roar. The latter's chest was fused with the Blood Mosquito battle staff. The color of the Blood Mosquito battle staff was a dark red that leaned toward black, like dried blood, giving people a very heavy feeling of oppression. There was nothing unusual about this Blood Mosquito war doll. It looked exactly the same as the other 3 war dolls. However, the core node of the 9th circle which was the smallest inside the mouth of the horn, was different from the other thousands of honeycomb nodes. The front half of this core node was densely packed with incomparably sharp alloy spikes. At first glance, this core node was like a huge alloy porcupine. Although only the side of the core node facing the horn was filled with alloy spikes, the number was extremely shocking. They were too densely packed. After the last modification, the total number exceeded 100 billion. Moreover, the hardness of these alloy spikes was also extremely shocking, exceeding 100,000 meters in diameter. They were several times the material of the main body of the Starry Sky Fortress. These alloy spikes were all created by mixing in some special mineral or crystal. Each one was 100 zhang long. If thrown out like a spear under a certain angle, it could pierce through battleships, fortresses, and even Starry Sky fortresses. It was simply like playing with toys. This was something that the forging system specially made according to the characteristics of the Mosquito clan. Roar! Xiao xiao xiao. The next moment, as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito took a step forward, he did not hesitate at all. He immediately raised his head and let out an angry roar. In front of his chest, the intense high-frequency vibrating sound produced by the wings of a mosquito beast came instantly. Like a beehive, countless densely packed tiny holes appeared. An invisible blood-colored mosquito wave spurted out from within, radiating forward. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 49-48. At this moment, as Heavenly King Blood Mosquito angrily roared and stepped forward, the millions of vicious mosquito beasts in his chest flapped their wings in unison. The entire void trembled as if they were resonating with each other. If it weren't for the fact that they had all restrained the high-frequency vibrating power and gathered it together from the beehive nodes to the core node of the ninth circle, if they had spread out, the entire void would have been stirred up and trembled violently at this moment. This invisible shockwave was amplified by the special shape of the war drum. When it left the largest outer ring of the war drum, it had already blown out creases in the void. Among them, there were also countless giant alloy spears forged from special materials. They could even pierce through stars, let alone these Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beasts. It was simply unstoppable. The speed of this wave of attacks was extremely fast, and as it shot out, a layer of invisible ripples appeared in the void. In the blink of an eye, it had already traveled over 10 billion miles, directly coming into contact with the mechanical battle beast in front of it. Boom! Boom! Rumble, shockingly loud explosions rang out in an instant, one after another, densely packed, covering the sky and covering the earth. Giant fireballs appeared in the void for tens of billions of Li caught off guard. Almost none of the mechanical war beasts were able to avoid this strange bombardment. With just a single strike, all the mechanical beasts within a radius of 10 billion miles were blown apart, turning into giant fireballs that exploded in all directions. A corner of the vast void was illuminated as if a large number of stars had self-detonated. The power was world-shaking, and a large area of the battlefield was once again cleared. In just these two strikes, the Void Heavenly King and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had destroyed billions of mechanical war beasts. These were all giant war beasts that had been fused together. There were only a little more than 10 billion of them, and now more than half of them had been destroyed. The entire Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beast army had been crippled. Because of this, the four Heavenly Kings' attacks all had different characteristics. This was caused by the four great war drums that had fused with the four Heavenly Kings. Of these four great war drums, the Void Drum possessed the power of the Void, the Weeping Soul Drum possessed the power of the Void, and the Time Drum was even more terrifying. It could unleash the time tide that was related to the time law of the universe. This is the power of the three war drums was invisible. The Void War Drum only had a single ripple in the void, while the Weeping Soul War Drum only had a terrifying cry that could destroy souls. The tide of time that was triggered by the Time War Drum was actually a kind of invisible power of law. When it exploded, there was a slight flash of golden light that disappeared. Once again, The Weeping Soul War, Allah's Weeping Soul Howl, had little effect on the Heaven's Legacy Race's AI War Beast army. This included the Tide of Time. Although the Tide of Time could cause the body of these mechanical battle beasts to age instantly, it was still not a fatal blow. Therefore, this time, the four heavenly kings moved together. Although the heavenly king of the void and the heavenly king of the blood mosquito activated the battle llama power in their chests to attack, the heavenly king of the void and the heavenly king of the blood mosquito attacked together. But however, Tihun heavenly king and Time heavenly king did not do the same. Roar, screech. At that moment, as heavenly king void and heavenly king blood mosquito simultaneously unleashed their war drum's power, heavenly king tear soul and heavenly king time suddenly raised their heads and let out a shocking roar. Immediately following that, a cold glint flashed in their eyes. With a shake of their shoulders, they instantly charged towards the billions of Heaven's Legacy Race's mechanical battle beasts that were gathered 5 billion kilometers away. In the blink of an eye, they were already in front of them. Bang! Rumble. A distance of more than 5 billion kilometers was nothing to Heavenly King Tear Soul and Heavenly King Time, who had perfected Desolate Supremacy Level 9 cultivation. At that moment, they had descended into the midst of the mechanical battle beast army. The first thing they did was to circulate their inner strength and attack at the same time. He did not circulate the Weeping Soul War Drum and Time Drum that had fused into their bodies. Instead, they directly attacked with a pair of extremely hard alloy fists and the pair of razor-sharp mantis wings on their backs. However, their power was just as astonishing. After all, they were all perfected Desolate Supremacy's Level 9, supreme existences that were half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. Next, instantly, a deafening rumble sounded. Two supremacies with terrifying half-step heavenly Tao behemoths charged into the enemy army. With a wave of their fists, they were unstoppable. A corner of the void trembled violently. This was a one-sided massacre. A large number of mechanical battle beasts exploded into fireballs. Roar, screech. At the same time, the heavenly king of the void and the heavenly king of the blood mosquito, who had just completed a battle llama attack, raised their heads and roared. Then their figures shot forward, turning into streaks of light that followed closely behind, charging into the Tianji clan's army of mechanical battle beasts 10 billion li ahead. Just a moment ago, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had activated the Void War Drum and Blood Mosquito War Drum in their chests to deliver a full-powered attack. Now, the kinetic forces within the War Drum were already in a weakened state. Although with their present cultivation level and life's natural order, the duration of this weakened state was very short, far from what it was before. However, at the very least, Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito would not be able to activate the War Drum's power to launch a similar attack for the next few hours. Therefore, the two of them now rushed out and entered the center of the mechanical battle beast army. Just like Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Time, they used a pair of giant alloy fists and the sharp mantis wings on their backs to launch a melee attack. In fact, this was enough. This Heaven's Legacy Race's mechanical battle beast army originally had more than 100 billion soldiers, but after a round of bombardment from the 40 billion battleships of the Remnant Army, they had lost some and only had a little more than 100 billion soldiers left. Tight! Then they began a strong fusion. Although the mechanical battle beasts that appeared increased in size, their cultivation level also increased greatly. Even the ferocious evil army was caught off guard and suffered a small loss. However, their numbers were sharply reduced to more than 10 billion soldiers. Just now, after Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito had activated the War Drum in front of their chests to deliver a full-powered attack, more than half of the 10 billion powerful mechanical battle beasts were destroyed. Now, more than half of the void in front of them was empty. There were only slightly more than 4 billion giant mechanical battle beasts left. Although 4 billion giant mechanical battle beasts sounded like a lot, It was nothing to the 4 heavenly kings who had perfected rank 9 desolate supremacy cultivation levels. In other words, they were half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. By when the 4 heavenly kings punched out, boundless power wreaked havoc. At least tens of millions of mechanical battle beasts were destroyed, exploding into giant fireballs. Yes, the 4 of them joined forces and charged into the remaining mechanical battle beast army. It was like tigers entering a pack of wolves. The battle instantly turned one-sided. This was clearly the rhythm of annihilation. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4949. Roar, screech, rumble, as Heavenly King Crying Soul and Heavenly King Flowing Time charged out and blasted apart tens of millions of Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beasts with a single punch. Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, who had just completed their first attack, raised their heads and bellowed. Immediately following that, they transformed into beams of light and charged into the Heaven's legacy race mechanical war beast army 5 billion kilometers away. Over here, due to Heavenly King Void and Heavenly King Blood Mosquito's terrifying full-powered attacks, more than half of the Heaven's legacy race's 10 billion powerful mechanical war beasts had been destroyed. More than half of the void in front of them was empty. There were only slightly more than 4 billion gigantic mechanical war beasts left. Yet, the 4 heavenly kings were all desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. Their punches were filled with boundless might. It could be said that every strike destroyed tens of millions of mechanical war beasts, turning them into gigantic fireballs. When the 4 heavenly kings joined forces to charge into the remaining mechanical war beast army, it was like a tiger entering a pack of wolves. The battle in the vast void on the right side of the Heaven's Legacy Star domain turned one-sided in an instant. Just the 4 heavenly kings' attacks were enough to ensure the annihilation of an entire region. There was no question that this Heaven's Legacy race army of mechanical war beasts, which had originally numbered more than 100 billion, had been reduced to a little more than 10 billion through the fusion process. However, their individual strength had soared, and they were quickly wiped out. This was to be expected. Although the mechanical war beast army was massive in scale, and the combat beast cultivation levels were even more astounding after the fusion, they were only a conventional combat force. They did not even have self-awareness, so they were not considered official members of the Heaven's Legacy race. They were only relying on DE's preset level of defense and counterattack as a conditioned reflex. Such a situation was something that ordinary primordial era mighty figures would not be able to handle. Furthermore, the ones attacking them at the same time were the 4 desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm existences. No, the Heaven's Legacy race's battleship fleet formation was just too massive. Just the right side of the void had more than 100 billion mechanical war beasts. At the deeper regions of the Heaven's Legacy Star domain, another massive battleship fleet quickly sailed out. There were also quite a number of them, more than 100 billion. Boom! Rumble. As the Heaven's Legacy race warships charged forward, they immediately gave the order to attack. A series of earth-shattering booms rang out, and beams of energy beams of varying diameters shot out from the opposite side of the void. Although there were a lot of them, hundreds of billions of them, there were still a lot of them. But on the one hand, it was because the distance was still too great, tens of billions of li. On the other hand, it was because this Heaven's Legacy race army had warships of varying sizes. There were even stellar warships that were 3,000 meters long. This is at this level of battleship. Even the energy beam of the main cannon couldn't reach a distance of tens of billions of miles. Moreover, it was far from being able to. Therefore, even though this round of bombardment in the void tens of billions of miles away seemed to be magnificent and majestic on the surface, in fact, after reaching billions of miles away, the originally overwhelming energy beams had already become sparse. At least 40% of them had been reduced. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian, who was currently in the control cabin on the top floor of Star Fortress, suddenly curled his lips and muttered softly. Is the conventional combat force of the Heaven's Legacy race finally running out of steam? If so, the Heaven's Legacy beast will be forced to appear soon. At this point, he no longer hesitated and immediately waved his hand. In an instant, he ordered the 4 legions behind him to attack. Roar! Screech! Almost at the next moment, following Zhao Dong's order, the tens of billions of battleships of the Heaven's Legacy race army also fired their first volley. Boom! Rumble, nearly 40 billion battleships of different sizes and shapes fired at the same time, and the parabolic energy beams that shot out enveloped the vast void of tens of billions of li. Their speed was very fast, and in the blink of an eye, they fell behind the army of mechanical battle beasts in the distance, causing an earth-shattering explosion. With just one blow, at least billions of mechanical battle beasts of different sizes and levels exploded, turning the vast void of tens of billions of li into a sea of fire. Roar! Roar! At the same time, the countless space beasts of the All-Evil Legion also raised their heads and roared. More than 100 million space beasts, all of them with terrifying cultivation bases and astonishing auras. At this moment, under the order of the immemorial tortoise, they roared and charged into the void as if they did not care about their lives. A great battle instantly broke out. This time, it was still a close-range fight, and as soon as the battle began, earth-shattering explosions came from the void. The previously fused Heaven's Legacy race army of mechanical battle beasts had indeed caught the All-Evil Legion off guard and caused them to suffer small loss. But it was also because of this that the countless beasts of the All-Evil Legion were riled up. At this moment, under the order of the immemorial tortoise, they immediately set their eyes on the warships of the Heaven's Legacy race. In the blink of an eye, they were extremely close and directly wreaking havoc. They either directly smashed the warships with their flesh and blood, or used their skeletal wings and giant tails to forcefully pull them away. Compared to those powerful mechanical battle beasts, these ordinary warships of the Heaven's Legacy race were not only much weaker, but because of their size, they were not suitable for close-range combat. The 100 million space beasts of the All-Evil Legion instantly closed in. Even if each space beast only attacked once and destroyed one warship, in total, they would have destroyed more than 100 million warships. Losing more than 100 million warships in one attack was simply unheard of. The entire army only had a little more than 100 billion warships of various types, so they would not be able to last for long. Moreover, in addition to the Remnant Legion and the All-Evil Legion, among the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the Nomadic Army and the Captive Army had also charged out at the first moment. The Nomadic Army's combat strength was the most complicated. There were space beasts and battleships of the Remnant Legion. Apart from that, there were also large space fortresses with diameters of 100,000 meters and large star fortresses with diameters of 500,000 meters and 1 million meters. As for the Captive Army, although they didn't have such massive star fortresses, they were basically all small fortresses and fortresses of various sizes. Their numbers were so great that it was shocking. Compared to the Mecha Battleship Army of the Heaven's Legacy race, they were far inferior. With this, the 4 great armies of the Demon Palace moved out at the same time. All of them poured out, and in less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the space on the right side of the Tianji Star region had been completely charred. The space was filled with the remains of various battleships and mechanical war beasts that had exploded. But this was only the beginning. With the advance of the 4 armies of the Magic Hall, the time when the entire Heaven's Legacy starfield was scorched earth was probably not far away. Please remember the domain name of this book. Chapter 4950. It wasn't just the battle at the right side of the void that the Magic Hall was in charge of. In fact, the battle at the front of the Tianji Star region that the Heavenly Dao Alliance was in charge of was just as tragic. Clang. Of course, the tragedy here was only referring to the Tianji race's battleship army. After all, they were just conventional forces, and they were only attacking according to preset procedures. Against the powerful attacks of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, they would never be able to resist. From the very beginning, they had been retreating bit by bit. With a low humming sound, the Temple of Glory which had just charged out of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's encampment and completed its first attack, suddenly let out another low humming sound as everyone looked on. The old man's low voice sounded as if he was sleep-talking. Glory, purification. Even as his voice trailed off, another 9 sections of the Temple of Glory that resembled a celestial continent abruptly lit up. A milky white sphere of light that was millions of miles wide appeared in each section and shot out like a cannonball the moment it appeared. Its speed was so fast that even the void was instantly torn apart. In the blink of an eye, it crossed hundreds of billions of miles of the void and directly landed behind the TNG race's battleships and the Star Fortress army, exploding at once. Boom, boom, boom. As the 9 spheres of light exploded, milky white waves instantly appeared in the void and surged forward in an overwhelming manner. This scene was so shocking that it was filled with a divine sense of beauty. It was as if the waves were going to cleanse the haze in the void, instantly drowning the tens of billions of TNG race's battleships and the Star Fortress army. Everything that followed was the same as before. It was as if it was a duplicate. The milky white energy spread out like waves. It was silent, but once again stunned all the elites in the battlefield. None, regardless of whether it was the Heavenly Law Alliance's army, the Demon Hall's army, or the experts in the various small and medium-sized factions scouting fleets that were lying in ambush in the distant void, all of them couldn't help but gasp. Their bodies shook violently. The 9 milky white spheres of light were merely in the form of energy. Even if they exploded into a milky white ocean in the starry skies, they remained the same. However, as the ocean dissipated, everything in the void appeared once more. The image was incredibly bizarre. More than 10 billion Heaven's Legacy race warships and starships could be seen, but all of them were silent and motionless. Just like the last attack, the 10 billion warships and even the rumbling of the kinetic energy cabins had vanished, as if they had become ghost ships in the netherworld. In an instant, all the energy in the battleships were completely dispersed. This sort of method was far too shocking, and although the Celestial Legacy race AI robots in the warship could be said to be a sea of them, without the support of energy, they were nothing more than piles of scrap metal, completely losing the ability to continue fighting. With just this one strike, the area directly in front of the Knowledge Star once again became a large, empty void. Although there were still 10 billion battleships stopping in this void, they nevertheless seemed to be nothing. Noiselessly, they lost all threats. Whoosh, 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 behind the Temple of Glory, a large number of light battleships shot out from the void like sharp arrows, deftly dodging the energy beams that were fired randomly in the void. In a short time, they had closed in on this ghost-like region. Then, a large number of human elites rushed out from these light battleships and directly into the 10 billion TNG race battleships. In less than half an incense stick's worth of time, the Heaven's Legacy race AI robots that had lost their kinetic energy were all destroyed. Meanwhile, the concentrated energy blocks that these human experts had brought with them were quickly replaced, and the kinetic energy cabins were activated once more. Then, they turned around and attacked the Heaven's Legacy race. Roar! Screech! Screech! At the same time, behind the immortal 9 stars, Sky In Palace, and the Temple of Glory, the other 2 factions of the Celestial Alliance, the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races, moved out as well. The Alliance of 10,000 races was formed by the slave races of the first universe, while the Star Alliance was formed by the races of the second universe. These races existed in all shapes and sizes, but more than 80% of them had the bloodline of the Pharaohs of the Stars. In this expedition against the TNG race, the 2 alliances had not only sent out their battleships and Star Fortress armies, but also a large number of Pharaohs with extraordinary cultivation. And now, with the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races, who had been standing still behind the Human Federation's army, moved out, each sending out tens of billions of battleships and Star Fortress armies. Apart from that, There were also tens of billions of ferocious beasts formed by the various clans with extraordinary cultivation bases and strength. The two armies rushed out from both sides of the Human Federation's army, as if they were two wings. In an instant, they each occupied a space of 20 to 30 billion miles in space, firing their cannons at the same time, roaring to the sky. Carrying a terrifying aura that could destroy heaven and earth, they rushed towards the Tianji galaxy. Boom. Rumble. From this moment on, the three alliances that formed the Celestial Alliance also moved out, just like the magic hall that was in charge of the right side of the galaxy. The forces of the two giants formed a pincer attack, closing in on the Tianji galaxy from both sides. Earth-shattering roars resounded once again. Boom. The Tianji race's battleships and star fortresses exploded into fireballs in the void. Some were big and some were small, but without exception, all of them were filled with a destructive aura, as if the end of the world had arrived. Boom! The army was advancing. Although it was not very fast, its momentum was like pushing through dry weeds, and it was impossible to stop them. Although the two giants of the Magic Hall and the Celestial Alliance did not move out in full force, they sent out more than 60% of their forces, and all of them were elites. It was impossible for the machine race to have the ability to stop the advance of the Allied army with just their mechanical battle beasts, battleships, and star fortresses. The Tianji galaxy was vast and boundless. From the edge to the deepest part, there was a distance of more than 200 billion miles. Originally, there were a large number of abandoned stars scattered in this void. It had to be said that the Tianji race's construction ability was truly impressive. It had not been long since they had arrived in this chaos fragment void. However, as a matter of fact, all the abandoned planets in this vast void, which had a circumference of more than 200 billion miles, had been transformed by the Heaven's Legacy clan into star fortresses that were similar to star fortresses. Some of the star fortresses were huge and were built from abandoned stars. Although they had a major disadvantage, which was that they could not be moved, they were definitely the best choice for defensive void fortresses. For example, today, the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Dao Alliance's army were advancing. If they wanted to turn the entire Tianji galaxy into scorched earth, the void fortresses that were transformed from abandoned stars in this void had to be completely destroyed. Otherwise, they would not be able to continue advancing and force out the Tianji beast that was in seclusion to heal its injuries.